Good morning, everybody. Let's get a little bit of music going for y'all. I'll get that going while I'm making my coffee and stuff. Get ready for the day so we can stream. Excuse me.
Senator. So also remember that, each of the companies that we're working with, it's a true partnership. The U.S. government has assumed risk. Many of the contracts that we have are cost share contracts, meaning that the company also assumes risk. The companies, while we're working on, awarding the contracts that I mentioned earlier, are agreeing to proceed at risk under Operation Warp Speed. Because they're committed to developing a vaccine. But yes, it's the goal is to negotiate the best price for the U.S. government. We would probably have to pay a slightly higher price for industry partners who chose not to receive government funding because they assumed 100% of the risk.
All right, Dr. Collins. So what's going on? And others can enter into this discussion. If you want to, but in terms of determining the health priorities, or we should be doing this right now. We know we're eventually going to have a vaccine.
So let's go ahead and play this guy.
Is Ghislaine Maxwell even in custody? Seriously. Since she's been purported to be in custody, we've got that one photo of her with the black eye, just like all the politicians have the photos with black eyes.
Child sacrifice eye, the left eye.
Could have been taken anywhere. Doesn't prove she's even incarcerated, in custody, or in court at all. And all we get of her court appearances is drawings, artist illustrations. What is NASA running this trial? So all we're going to get is CGI and artist renditions of the trial of one of the most prolific child predator, child traffickers ever. And again, can anybody even prove this bitch is in custody? Where's Jason Goodman at? Ain't he in New York? Does anybody have any footage of an actual trial or her in the courtroom? Jeffrey Epstein mysteriously commits suicide, disappears, and we don't get one single second of footage of Ghislaine Maxwell in how many years? 2? Or a year and a half, or whatever it's been. I'm really starting to wonder if this bitch is even in custody. All they do is ever use the same stock photos and footage of her. It's unbelievable.
What do y'all think?
Here's Margot Robbie.
Lawyers for Ghislaine Maxwell on Friday said the overturning of Bill Cosby's 2018 sexual assault conviction justifies throwing out charges against her, including sex trafficking, stemming from her relationship with the late Jeffrey Epstein. In a letter to the judge, Maxwell's lawyers argued that the British socialite's case had been immunized under Epstein's 2007 non-prosecution agreement, similar to Cosby, who was released from prison Wednesday after Pennsylvania's Supreme Court set a prosecutor's 2005 agreement not to charge him with drugging and assaulting a woman meant he should not have been charged a decade later. They said the Cosby case supported dismissing 4 charges from Maxwell's 8-count indictment, which covers alleged crimes from 1994 and 2004, and could subject her to 80 years in prison. Epstein struck his agreement with federal prosecutors in Florida in exchange for pleading guilty to state prostitution charges. But the judge ruled in April that the agreement did not bind prosecutors in Manhattan and rejected Maxwell's claim that it covered accused co-conspirators like herself.
Good
The
morning.
Office of U.S. Attorney Audrey
My
Strauss
name is Audrey Strauss. I'm the acting United States Attorney
Here she is,
for
Audrey
the
Strauss.
Southern District of New York. Today, we announce charges against Ghislaine Maxwell for helping Jeffrey Epstein sexually exploit and abuse multiple minor girls from the period of 1994 through 1997. Maxwell has been taken into custody early this morning in New Hampshire and will be presented this afternoon before a magistrate judge in the District of New Hampshire. You'll recall that the indictment against Jeffrey Epstein that we filed in July of 2019 charged Epstein with sexual abuse of young girls from 2002 through 2005. This case against Ghislaine Maxwell is the prequel to the earlier case that we brought against Jeffrey Epstein. As alleged, starting in 1994 until at least 1997, Maxwell had a personal and professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
She's pointing at a picture of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Maxwell was among Epstein's closest associates and helped him exploit girls who were as young as 14 years old. Maxwell played a critical role in helping Epstein to identify, befriend, and groom minor victims for abuse. In some cases, Maxwell participated in the abuse herself. As alleged, Maxwell and Epstein had a method. Typically, they would befriend these young girls by asking them questions about their lives, pretending to be taking an interest in them. They would take them to the movies and treat them to shopping trips. Maxwell would encourage these young girls to accept offers from Epstein to pay for their travel and their education, making these young victims feel indebted to Jeffrey Epstein. After developing a rapport with the victims, Maxwell then tried to normalize sexual abuse with a minor victim through a process known as grooming. For example, Maxwell would discuss sexual topics with the victim and undress in front of the victim or be present for sex acts involving the minor victims and Epstein. Maxwell's presence as an adult woman helped put the victims at ease. As Maxwell and Epstein intended, this grooming process left the minor victims susceptible to sexual abuse. That abuse included sexualized massages during which the minor victim was fully or partially nude. These sexualized massages developed into sexual encounters for which Maxwell, in some instances, was present and participated. Maxwell and Epstein worked together to entice these minor victims to travel to Epstein's residences, depicted on the other chart at the front of the room. His residence in New York City, on the Upper East Side, as well as Palm Beach, Florida, and Santa Fe, New Mexico. Some of the acts of abuse also took place in Maxwell's residence in London, England. In addition to allegedly enabling and participating in the sexual abuse of young victims, Maxwell compounded her crimes by repeatedly lying in 2016 when she was questioned under oath. And we have charged those lies in 2 perjury counts. Maxwell lied because the truth, as alleged, was almost unspeakable. Maxwell enticed minor girls, got them to trust her, then delivered them into the trap that she and Epstein had set for them. She pretended to be a woman they could trust. All the while, she was setting them up to be sexually abused by Epstein, and in some cases, by Maxwell herself. Today, after many years, Ghislaine Maxwell finally stands charged for her role in these crimes. These charges we announced today are the latest result of our investigation into Epstein and the people around him who facilitated his abuse of minor victims. That investigation remains ongoing. My office and the FBI remain committed to doing all within our ability to bring justice to individuals who enabled, facilitated, and participated in the acts of abuse. Combating the exploitation of children is a priority of our office. We are committed to pursuing and prosecuting those who exploit and abuse minors, in this case, in every case. And to that end, I want to say to anyone who is watching or hears about this prosecution, if you believe you are a victim of Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, or anyone else who helped them, regardless of when it occurred, or have information about the conduct alleged in the indictment unsealed today, please let us know. You can reach the FBI and have access to victim and witness services by calling us at 1-800-CALL-FBI. To my left is William Sweeney, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's field office. And also to my left is Commissioner Dermot Shea and Chief of Detectives Rodney Harrison. I want to thank them and their teams for their dedication and professionalism in seeing this investigation through to the end. I also want to acknowledge and thank the career prosecutors of my office who are handling the investigation and prosecution of this case. Alex Ross Miller, Maureen Comey, and Allison Moe. I want to also thank their chiefs, Russell Capone and Edward Discant, the chiefs of the Public Corruption Unit. Finally, I want to thank and commend the brave women who are willing to come forward decades after their abuse and tell us what happened to them, without whom these charges could not have been brought today. And we thank them for their courage, and we are proud to stand here on their behalf in bringing this case. I now want to invite up our good friend, Assistant Director Bill Sweeney.
Thank you, Audrey. Almost 1 year ago, when our officers stood before you and announced the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein, I stated that preserving the innocence of children is among the most important responsibilities we carry as adults. Too often, adults in our society have turned a blind eye to the type of criminal behavior that we announced back then and announce again today. The villains in these outrageous crimes are the adult perpetrators, not the youth, who are our neighbors, our students, vulnerable foster children, and teens seeking support. Today, we announced the arrest of one of the villains in this investigation. Early this morning, Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested in Bradford, New Hampshire, by FBI special agents and NYPD detectives from the FBI NYPD Crimes Against Children Task Force. Our team from New York was assisted by special agents assigned to our Boston, Newark, New Haven, and Albany field offices. We've been discreetly keeping tabs on Maxwell's whereabouts as we work this investigation, and more recently, we learned she had slithered away to a gorgeous property in New Hampshire, continuing to live a
He
life
said
of
she
privilege
slithered away like a
while her
snake.
victims live with the
She
trauma
slithered
inflicted
away.
upon them years ago. We moved when we were ready.
Slithered away.
House Maxwell was arrested without incident. Like Epstein, Ms. Maxwell chose to blatantly disregard the law and her responsibility as an adult, using whatever means she had at her disposal to lure vulnerable youth into behavior they should never have been exposed and which creates lasting harm. We allege that from at least 1994 through at least 1997, Ms. Maxwell assisted Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of minor girls by helping to recruit, entice, groom, and abuse children under the age of 18. She befriended the innocent, attempted to normalize sexual abuse, and worked to put victims at ease, aware the entire time of the abuse that would follow. When questioned about her conduct in 2016, we allege Ms. Maxwell lied under oath. I'd like to take a moment again to speak directly to the victims. There never was, nor shall there be an excuse for the criminal behavior you were subjected to. We know that your quest for justice has been met with great disappointment and that reliving these events is traumatic. When we met you, we told you that in the eyes of the FBI, you come first. I would like to thank you for the trust you place in our investigation as we work to hold the adult perpetrators accountable. For the many victims of other adult perpetrators who may be listening or get word of today's announcement, the example set by the women involved in this investigation has been a powerful one. They persevered against the rich and the connected, and they did so without a badge, a gun, or a subpoena, and they stood together. I have no doubt the bravery exhibited by the women in this investigation has empowered others to speak up about the crimes that they have been subjected to. If you are listening today and are the victim of child sex trafficking, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI or contact us online at tips.fbi.gov. If you are an adult who believes a child or a teen is being exploited, or believe a child or a teen has exhibited signs of exploitation, please contact law enforcement. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's website is a great resource for information about the indicators of sex trafficking. Take a few minutes to educate yourself. Click on the issues section of that website. Take a moment to learn how to spot the vulnerable and protect them. The website is missingkids.org. Finally, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the task force in New York, the leadership and the prosecutors of the Southern District of New York. You have quietly and professionally executed your mission as public servants, advocating for the most vulnerable in society and holding perpetrators accountable, regardless of their perceived wealth, connections, or the passage of time. Thank you for putting the victims first. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Shea.
Good afternoon, everyone. Audrey, Bill, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. And I'll echo really their words. In my view, we are here for one reason today and one reason only, for the victims, for the survivors of these heinous crimes. And I will remind everyone that although we are talking about periods of time 20 or close to 30 years in the past, for the victims, the survivors of these sexual assaults, these crimes are as fresh today and the impact that they caused on their psyche as they were then. I want to take a special moment to thank Chief Rodney Harrison and the men and women of the New York City Police Department that worked on this case hand in hand with Bill Sweeney's special agents. Thank you.
I'll take questions. We'll take questions.
Quick question on the investigation. How long did the tracking Ms. Maxwell and what is this like original file? I think this kind of gives us a sense of when it's like the tracker and then point. You know, you lost track of what was going on.
Well, I think that Bill Sweeney has given you a sense of that an eye was being kept and information was being collected. And then the indictment was just recently voted and filed, and that was when we were able and prepared to move to arrest her. I'm not going to comment on anyone's status in this investigation, but I will say that we would welcome Prince Andrew coming in to talk with us. We would like to have the benefit of his statement. Yeah, I have no further comment beyond what I just said, which is that our doors remain open, as we previously said, and we would welcome him coming in and giving us an opportunity to hear his statement. We were working hard on this investigation this past year. It's not easy to put together a case that goes back that far, but it was not, there's nothing other than we did the investigation and we were ready at this time to proceed.
Audrey?
I couldn't hear your question. I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not going to comment on that. And that too, I will not comment on. That's where we found her.
Audrey,
this morning.
In making the decision to charge, you reached back to an era in the mid-90s. Is there any physical evidence, or is it merely the word of the women, the unnamed victims that are mentioned in the court papers?
Again, I won't comment on beyond the scope of the indictment. You can read the indictment and see the kind of allegations we made, and therefore the evidence that we will bring forward to prove those you can kind of figure out. But I'm not going to comment on the specific evidence in the case. That will be seen in the event that she goes to trial. That I cannot speak to. You just see one indictment covers one period and the other covers the other, and whatever is not said is not something I can speak to. It's beyond the scope of the indictment. Not at all. Not at all. We will be seeking detention, and we are sensitive to that concern, and certainly will be in dialogue with the Bureau of Prisons about it.
Perjury charges, will undermine your ability to use their testimony against co-conspirators, i.e. if you were willing to testify against others, doesn't that undermine that?
This sometimes happens where there are perjury charges, and people can go on from there and become cooperators, if that's what you're asking. So I'm not concerned about that. In the event that she were to become a cooperator, I think that we can deal with that.
Hopefully she becomes a cooperator.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak to that. We're not going to talk about that. Thank you.
All right. Well, Audrey's done.
Jury selection begins today in the federal sex trafficking trial of Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. She's accused of recruiting underage women for Epstein to allegedly sexually abuse from 1994 to 2004. Maxwell says she's innocent of the charges. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, joins us now from outside the courthouse in New York City. Tom, good morning. So before we get into the jury selection, I'll ask you about that in just a moment. Let's first remind our viewers what Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of. What was her involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, and what is she charged with?
Right, so she faces a host of charges here, including a sex trafficking conspiracy charge for, as you said, Savannah, activity from 1994 to 2004. Now, that's important because that predates the investigation in Florida, and it all has to have a nexus here to New York City. That's why federal prosecutors, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, were able to bring these charges. The grand jury handing up an indictment saying that she tried to entice minors to travel for the purposes of sex. She was involved in that sex trafficking conspiracy, allegedly, as I just mentioned, and then as well that she was involved in the abuse. They say that she was personally involved in the abuse. So there's a whole host of charges centered around that, and that's what she's facing here as this trial begins in earnest.
Now, jury selection, as you mentioned, is underway. So what do we know so far about the process?
Right. So over the past couple of weeks, jurors have been coming here to the courthouse, filling out questionnaires, essentially evaluating whether or not they can even be here for this trial, or if they have any particular conflicts with some of the names and some of the individuals that might be coming up here at this trial. So for folks, this trial expected to last for 6 weeks through the holidays. For people that have to travel for the holidays, for people that have business commitments, they can't be here. But as we stand here today, 213 people have qualified. They're going to be called before the judge, one person at a time, answer a question from the judge, I should say, this morning as to whether or not they can be impartial and whether or not they move on to the final pool of 50 to be picked.
And now, Tom, when can we expect that selection process to wrap up? And then when does that mean that oral arguments will begin? Walk us through the timeline for this trial.
It really depends on how quickly they can get through this questioning period, how quickly they can get to a pool of approximately 50 or so, that then both sides can use their strikes to challenge them and get down to that final jury pool. This may go up until opening statements on November 29th. They may pick from that pool on that morning, but we do anticipate opening statements on the 29th. The jury will be seated then, and as I mentioned, trial going 6 weeks through the holidays.
All right, Tom Winter, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. We got a former prosecutor that's going to analyze the case right now.
This case and bring. All right, let's get some more analysis on this case and bring in Jessica Roll, the former New York federal prosecutor and professor at Cardozo Law. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
It's my pleasure.
So I want to ask you about the timing of this arrest. I mean, this is a year after Epstein was indicted and after the FBI had been tracking her for months. So what do you make of that?
The timing is certainly intriguing that here we are about a year after Epstein was charged and arrested. We're also about 2 weeks out from Jeffrey Berman having been ousted as U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. So those are, important points of reference, I think. Not sure what to make of them yet. I think we're still going to be watching to see what else we learn. Some other sort of milestone events that I noted today, thinking about this and doing some research, include that in June, a judge approved a compensation fund for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein that was put together through litigation brought by the Attorney General in the Virgin Islands. And I think that fund went into effect June 15th. So that's interesting to think about. If I were still a prosecutor, I might take comfort from knowing that that fund is up and running to compensate the victims, regardless of the outcome of any criminal case that I might pursue now. So that's an interesting thing to think about, again, for context. And then, of course, there's the ongoing civil litigation involving Maxwell, including the ongoing release of documents from some of the civil litigation filed against her. A couple months back, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals had ruled that some of those documents had to be released to the public, and there's been this sort of steady release of those documents. There were filings even yesterday by lawyers for Maxwell opposing the release of some of those documents. And so it may be that prosecutors felt that their hand was forced a little bit here because perhaps they thought that the release of more damaging information from that litigation would have motivated Maxwell to flee more so even than before.
And Maxwell's indictment covers a time period in the 90s, but Epstein's charges covered a much larger period. So is that significant?
Certainly, that is another thing that jumped out to me right away. Like the time frame for the Maxwell indictment is 1994 to 1997, whereas the time frame for the Epstein indictment is 2002 to 2005. And there's no reason, nothing we're aware of, to suggest that they parted ways between those two time periods. So I think that's quite interesting that the Southern District focused these charges on that earlier time frame. In the press conference today, Audrey Strauss, who's the acting U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, characterized the Maxwell charges as a prequel to the Epstein charges. And in fact, they read just like that. We have exactly the same pattern of conduct just happening at an earlier point in time.
Just a prequel there. Okay. And this has been handled by your old office. How would you prosecute a case like this? And what kind of key facts do you need to establish?
Well, I mean, the most important evidence in this case is going to be the testimony of the victims. And certainly many of them are already on record accusing Maxwell of having been intimately involved in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes in the ways described in the indictment that was filed today, as having groomed them, been in communication with them to set up appointments, and even having been physically present for and participated in some of the sexual abuse. So the testimony of those victims will be critical, and I'd be working with those victims to be comfortable, make sure that they're comfortable, and we've thoroughly prepared their testimony. But then I'd be looking for corroboration, and there should be plenty of that here in the nature of documents. There were a lot of payments being made here, a lot of money moving around. There were plane trips taken for the victims, and in fact, that's part of the charges here, is that Maxwell engaged in the interstate transportation of minors for the purpose of criminal sexual acts. So there's going to be records of that travel. There should be phone records, and then of course other corroborating testimony of non-victims, maybe the pilots, other witnesses, housekeepers, people who would have had firsthand knowledge, if not direct and circumstantial, about what was happening.
And given your history, I'm sure you've seen and heard it all. What kind of defense do you think that you might get from Maxwell?
Well, she's already accused the victims of lying. That's been her defense in the civil litigation that's been brought against her, saying that this just didn't happen. What's sort of interesting here is that two of the charges that were filed against Maxwell today were perjury charges, alleging that she lied under oath in 2016 and in a deposition in the context of that civil litigation, when she effectively denied having participated in this criminal activity. So I would expect that the first line of attack is simply just a factual denial of her involvement, and perhaps suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein, who is now dead, was solely responsible and not her.
All right, Jessica Roth, thank you so much. We really appreciate talking to you.
All right, that was Jessica Roth. She's a professor. Next, we're going to talk about how she was denied bail. So let's see what they got to say.
The risks are simply too great. The words of the judge refusing bail this evening to Ghislaine Maxwell, the one-time girlfriend and alleged accomplice of the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Ms. Maxwell pleaded not guilty at the hearing by video link on charges she helped recruit and groom minors as young as 14. She'll spend the next year in jail, facing trial on July the 12th of 2021. Her lawyers had offered bail of up to £4 million and argued that coronavirus could endanger her life behind bars. Tonight, the judge said that no combination could reasonably assure her presence in court if bail were granted. Our US correspondent David Grossman joins us from Washington. David, was this expected?
Well, the legal presumption, Emily, in a case like this involving the sexual predation on a minor, alleged sexual predation on a minor, is that bail will be denied. And added to that, the government contended that there was an exceptional flight risk in this case. They gave new details about Ghislaine Maxwell. They said that when she purchased the property in New Hampshire, where she was eventually arrested, she did it through a company and used the fake name of Jen Marshall to the real estate agents. Now, her legal team, Ghislaine Maxwell's legal team, said that was all about trying to evade press detection, public detection. But the government said, the prosecutors in the case said, that when the FBI went to the property, they saw Ghislaine Maxwell through the side windows of the door, but she, instead of letting them in, fled to another room. And when they got in, having broken down the front door, they found that Ghislaine Maxwell had wrapped her cell phone in tinfoil in what they described as a mistaken attempt to evade detection by the government, not by the press or the public.
Fascinating. We heard a lot of legal argument today during the bail hearing, but there was one very poignant moment when we heard from an alleged victim who also spoke.
Yes, a lady named Annie Farmer, who gave her thoughts on whether Ghislaine Maxwell should be given bail or not. This is what she told the court via video link again. She said, "I met Ghislaine Maxwell when I was 16 years old. She was a sexual predator who groomed and abused me and countless other children and young women." She went on, "We may never know how many people were victimized by Ghislaine Maxwell, but those of us who survived implore this court to detain her until she is forced to stand trial and answer for her crimes." In the end, the judge agreed with that. She said that although, of course, Ghislaine Maxwell had the absolute presumption of innocence at this case before she stands trial, she said the combination, this is Judge Alison J. Nathan in summing up, she said the combination of the seriousness of the crimes, the potential length of the sentence, the strength of the government's case at this stage, the defendant's foreign connections, and the defendant's substantial financial resources all create both the motive and the opportunity to flee. What happens now? Well, things will move quite slowly. The government has until November to present all the evidence that they have to Ghislaine Maxwell's legal team in the process called disclosure. And then the trial date, as you said, is set for July the 12th of next year. In the interim, we now know that Ghislaine Maxwell will be detained at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York, in conditions that her legal team say amount to solitary confinement, and in a cell where she is unable to talk to her legal team because of COVID-19. She's unable to meet them in person, that is, and in which, because she is viewed as a suicide risk, the lights are kept on 24 hours a day.
David, thanks very much indeed. Well, joining us now from Chicago is the former federal prosecutor, Renato Mariotti. Did this decision surprise you, Renato?
Well, a little bit. Often in cases like this where you have someone who is well-financed, who's able to put up a lot of money in bail, you do have situations where there can be circumstances that are worked out for a bond. But here I have to give the prosecutors credit. They put a lot of work into building up their evidence. But ultimately, in the end, Ms. Maxwell really hurt herself here through her own actions, as your correspondent mentioned. The wrapping of the cell phone in the tin foil, the use of alias names and so forth really seemed to sway the judge.
A lot of people will be remembering the circumstances around Epstein's imprisonment. He died in prison or jail, as you say.
Or got suicided, remember?
Risk to Ghislaine Maxwell's safety in prison, a risk for her victims and those seeking justice.
Yeah, there is a risk. I will say when I prosecuted individuals who engaged in the exploitation of children, they were usually concerned about their safety, even if they weren't famous, because sometimes they wouldn't fare so well in prison. And so I think for her, that has to be a concern. And I also will say, as somebody who now, after many years as a federal prosecutor, now represents people accused of crimes, all of my current clients are very worried about potentially being incarcerated during the pandemic. So I think her safety, one way or the other, is going to be a paramount concern to her and her team. And I think as a result, there's going to be more pressure on her to cooperate or reach a deal with prosecutors.
I'm going to ask you to talk us through a system which is obviously a bit alien to the UK audience, the plea bargain system, how common that is in the US and what you would expect. I mean, could she, for example, offer one big name from her little black book and do a deal on that?
No, that's not how it works. So in the United States, first of all, plea bargains are very common, but a cooperation deal like you're talking about, what is required by prosecutors is that the individual tell them everything they know about all criminal activity, including criminal activity they were involved in, as well as other criminal activity they're aware of. So they really have to be an open book, so to speak, and then she can't pick or choose who she would cooperate against. She would have to agree to cooperate against anyone that the government asks her to cooperate against. And then in exchange for that, she would receive some amount of consideration from the government. But I think it would be very difficult for me to imagine a plea agreement with the government in which she did not plead guilty to a felony and be subject to a significant prison sentence.
We know she's pleaded not guilty today. She's charged in relation to 3 incidents. How strong do you think the actual case is against her?
It's not as strong as what you would think watching a press reports or documentaries, because what we've seen publicly is a whole slew of victims, many different victims accusing Ms. Maxwell. And the indictment only refers to 3 specific victims during a limited period of time. So it's much narrower than what we have all watched and seen on television and then read in newspapers and magazines. And so as a result of that, I think the jury is going to get a limited picture. And a lot is riding on the testimony of one particular victim who says that she was actually abused herself by Maxwell, in addition to being abused by Epstein. So I think the government's case is beatable for Maxwell, but I think now it's going to be hard for her because for potentially years, she's going to have to be incarcerated. And that is, in many ways, she's already going to be serving some punishment even before the trial happens.
Renato Mariotti, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
A little insight for y'all. Here's a little story about her on 2020.
Ask you about all the allegations that have come out, Ghislaine.
It shows her walking along the street in New York, and somebody is following her in front of her, trying to ask her questions, since she's wearing a white coat with the fur hoodie.
The monster that we all know could not have existed without Ghislaine Maxwell.
Maxwell may be the final chapter in the saga of alleged serial sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein.
Ghislaine Maxwell and you have devised several schemes to lure underage girls to you for sex. Isn't that correct?
Where is Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend? She's vanished.
So all of us were playing this game. Where in the world is Ghislaine Maxwell?
The theories ran rampant. She was hiding in a submarine, which she's licensed to pilot.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Question is, where is she?
Une femme, Ghislaine Maxwell.
She's got 3 passports, British, French, and American.
It was
So they said that she has 3 passports. French, British, and American passports.
Ghislaine Maxwell, who gave Jeffrey Epstein entree into this world of the rich, famous, and powerful.
The Little Black Book contains the names and phone numbers of very prominent, rich, and powerful people.
Presidents, heads of state.
There wasn't really anybody that Ghislaine didn't know or couldn't get to know very quickly.
We began with the FBI's arrest of Jeffrey Epstein's longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Maxwell played a critical role in helping Epstein to identify, befriend, and groom minor victims for abuse.
There are 4 unnamed victims in the indictment. Annie Farmer is the only one who has come forward publicly.
It's just so clear how much they were grooming me to sexually abuse me. Maxwell has denied all charges.
The Maxwell family feels they need to speak out. This is the first television interview that Ian Maxwell, Ghislaine's brother, has given in 30 years.
My sister's fighting for her life. I have to come out and stand up and tell people this is wrong. We believe that Ghislaine is innocent.
She was only charged after Jeffrey Epstein died. She is a substitute for Jeffrey Epstein. The mob wants somebody.
We look at her face and we ask ourselves, is this the face of a monster or, as she claims, a scapegoat? That's the question.
Well, that was a tidbit I picked up from the William Angel channel. So we'll do a shout out to them. Next, we have a upcoming where Ghislaine Maxwell, she's going to set to spend Christmas Day, her 60th birthday. I guess her birthday's on Christmas, huh? What if that's made up or if that's for real? We'll see.
Ghislaine Maxwell could celebrate turning 60 in prison after prosecutors in her sex abuse trial asked a judge to ensure jurors could sit beyond Christmas. The British socialite is set to enter the dock on November 29 over charges of sex trafficking a minor, sex trafficking conspiracy, and grooming a 14-year-old girl to engage in sexual acts with pedophile Jeffrey Epstein from 2001 to 2004. Now New York prosecutors and Maxwell's defense team have laid out their expected timetables for Judge Allison Nathan, both agreeing the trial could go beyond December 25, Maxwell's birthday. Prosecutor Damian Williams told the court the government estimates that it would rest within 4 weeks from the start of the trial. That estimate is conservative, and the government anticipates that it could rest as early as the 3rd week of trial, provided that the cross-examinations of witnesses do not exceed the length of direct examinations. In an abundance of caution, however, the government projects approximately 4 weeks for its case in chief. As the defense notes, conversations between the parties about the length of trial are ongoing. He added, the defense anticipates it will present a defense case, which it currently estimates will last approximately 2 weeks. That estimate may change after the defense has had an opportunity to review the government's witness and exhibit lists which were made available to defense counsel.
So this list that they have is private. It's a private list. And it can't go public because it's too sensitive for what the situation is. So for now, we're just going to have to play it by ear and figure this thing out on our own together.
Williams concludes, accordingly, the parties jointly request that the court seat only jurors with availability beyond the Christmas holiday. A source close to Maxwell said although she is being realistic, she has not given up hope of being cleared and released before her birthday. The Brit, a friend of Prince Andrew, has maintained her innocence since her arrest by the FBI in July last year and has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Epstein, once the socialite's boyfriend, killed himself in August 2019 in a Manhattan federal jail as
That's what they say. There's no way. So this is Lorraine.
Ghislaine Maxwell, as I'm sure you know, appeared in court via video link yesterday for her first day, facing charges of sex trafficking for Jeffrey Epstein, to which she has pleaded not guilty. She'll now face a year in jail without bail to await trial next July, they reckon. Well, lawyer Lisa Bloom is representing 6 of the victims and joins me now. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. And it would have been extraordinary, wouldn't it, if she had been granted.
What did she say? Lisa Bloom? She's the
Ghislaine Maxwell, as I'm sure you know, appeared in court via video link yesterday for her first day, facing charges of sex trafficking for Jeffrey Epstein, to which she has pleaded not guilty. She'll now face a year in jail without bail to await trial next July, they reckon. Well, lawyer Lisa Bloom is representing 6 of the victims and joins me now. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. And it would have been extraordinary, wouldn't it, if she had been granted bail?
Well, typically people are granted bail, at least the opportunity to try to make bail, because they are innocent until they're proven guilty. So it was unusual that she was denied bail, but the facts here really required it. She has 3 different passports. She has over $20 million, and it appears as though she has been hiding and evading the law over the last few months. So it made sense to deny her bail.
What did you think of her demeanor? What did you think of the way that she sort of presented herself, if you like?
Well, from what I saw, she cried at the end when bail was denied, because she probably knows that means she's going to be incarcerated at least until trial, as you say, at least 1 year, and maybe for the rest of her life, maybe for decades. And so I'm sure that was real. She, the consequences of her actions are catching up to her.
Why are we waiting or having to wait for a whole year for that? Is that quite usual to wait for a year for a trial like this?
It's the most aggravating part of what I do, the slow turning of the wheels of justice. Yes, it is common to get a trial date a year out. And I can tell you, with COVID slowing everything down in the courts, it could be quite a bit longer than that before she gets to trial.
And so far, the reaction from the women that you represent to the fact that she has been charged, how are they feeling now?
Well, as you say, I represent 6 women who allege that they were abused by Jeffrey Epstein, and one of those also has claims against Ghislaine Maxwell for sexual abuse. And she was really upset and traumatized at the mere mention of Ghislaine Maxwell's name. It's not a happy day for her. She hates, she wishes she would never hear the name again. But she is pleased that the wheels of justice do seem to be turning, and that the courts are finally taking this seriously. It's been decades that these victims have been trying to get justice.
Well, as we said, we know that she's going to be in jail until July in remand. We do know what happened to Jeffrey Epstein in jail, that he took his own life. Although some, I'm sure you know of the conspiracy theories, some say that he was murdered, that's out there. Enormous pressure on the authorities to make sure that she actually stays alive, that she will go to trial.
Well, yes, absolutely, because my clients were devastated when Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to escape justice by taking his own life, if that's what happened, as you say. There's a lot of suspicion around that. And so, of course, they should keep a close eye on her. And frankly, they should keep a close eye on everyone who's incarcerated to make sure that they're doing okay, that they're not taking their own life. You know, we have the camera technology. They should be watched 24/7. It really shouldn't be that hard or even that expensive. But with Ghislaine Maxwell, it's absolutely imperative that they do keep an eye on her.
Do you think, though, ultimately she will be in a courtroom? Because, you know, there are people are saying she could cut a deal if she decides to sing like a canary. You know, there could be plea bargaining, all of this. What's your gut feeling?
95% of our cases end in plea bargains, so that would not surprise me. But I don't think at this stage the prosecutors would give her a deal if it did not include very serious prison time. And I don't think she would accept that at this point. Her lawyers have some technical arguments to make, trying to get the case thrown out on statute of limitations grounds, which is saying that it was filed too late, saying that there was a deal that Jeffrey Epstein made, a non-prosecution agreement deal that should get her case thrown out. So I think her lawyers will make those arguments first. If they fail, and I think they will fail, then the two sides could very seriously start talking about a plea bargain. I know a lot of people think that Ghislaine Maxwell is going to sing like a canary and talk about other powerful people, and that's why she was arrested. I don't really agree with that. I think she was the primary target. She was arrested for her own actions, which were very significant over decades, affecting scores of girls and young women. She may have information about others, but I don't think that would give her much lighter of a deal.
And are there implications here for Prince Andrew, who, as has been well documented, was a friend of Epstein? I mean, could he potentially, should it go to court, and be called as a witness?
Certainly he could. He's not above the law. No one is above the law. People from the US testify in cases in the UK and vice versa all the time. We have cooperation agreements. Our countries are friendly. I hope it remains that way. And we help each other get justice in cases. So, of course, because he's a royal, it's a little bit more complicated. He initially said he would cooperate, and then he has not cooperated. His attorneys say he offered to give a written statement, but that's not really how investigations work. So I think it's all the more important that he does cooperate now and sit down with investigators. You know, he previously said, I wasn't all that close with Jeffrey Epstein. Really, my friend was Ghislaine Maxwell. Well, she's the one front and center now, so all the more reason for him to talk to the investigators.
Something that was very powerful yesterday, and I am aware she's not a client of yours, but Annie Farmer, who was one of Epstein's victims, she made a very powerful statement in court. And I think in all of this, you know, with the royal involvement and all of that, you sometimes forget about what happened to these girls. And that was incredibly powerful, wasn't it?
Yes, and I'm so glad you said that, because it's all about the victims for me, for my clients, for Annie Farmer, and really should be for all of us. Annie Farmer and her sister Maria Farmer have been trying since the 1990s to get justice against Jeffrey Epstein. They were turned away, they were ignored. Law enforcement did not take them seriously. Jeffrey Epstein got a sweetheart deal in 2008. So for her to be speaking out now is just a testament to her tenacity, her perseverance, her strength. She is truly an inspiration to me.
Lisa, do you think that justice will be done? Do you actually have high hopes that this will end well for the people that you're representing?
I'd say I'm cautiously optimistic, Lorraine. You know, the justice system has let these victims down before, but we are in a new era. In the Me Too era, victims are increasingly believed, and I don't think these prosecutors would have brought the charges if they didn't think they had the proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So at a minimum, I think they're going to fight hard for the victims, and that's a very encouraging sign.
Lisa Bloom, as always, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, that was Lisa Bloom. She is I guess she's an attorney for the victims. All right, so here's Robert Gruller. He's an attorney. He's going to talk about the bail and the ways that she tried getting out.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in hot water. Now she's running out of money, in addition to all of the other problems that she's facing. So she is now set to sell her home which she's not living in currently, to afford her attorney's fees, which are, I would expect to be massive. I was on another show, Sean Atwood's show, and we were talking about this, and we were sort of speculating about what her hourly rate for her attorneys might be, and I was saying it could easily be $2,000 an hour.
Wow.
It could easily be more than that. I'd say I can't imagine in any world where it's less than $1,000 an hour. Spending a ton of money, and her attorneys are doing a ton of work. I mean, a ton. We've gone through the docket here on the show, and you'll notice that like every day they're doing something. They're always communicating with her, so they are racking up a massive bill. And it's funny that we were just talking about it because this story came out today. Now, she may have to sell her home. This came over from the WashingtonExaminer.com. There it is, WashingtonExaminer.com. It says, Ghislaine Maxwell, the British socialite with ties to disgraced pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, will soon be selling her home so she can pay her legal fees, her family spokesperson said. The house is located in London's Belgravia district. The sale will be completed soon, said Brian Basham, spokesman for the family. Houses in the area have sold for the equivalent between 3.6 and 11.2 million. One of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts Guthrie, alleged that she was forced to have sex with Prince Andrew at this property in 2001 when she was 17. Member of the royal family has disputed the allegations. She's nearing a deal to sell the property despite her bank, Barclays, deciding to close her accounts in February, according to the Wall Street Journal. Her brother, Ian Maxwell, accused the bank of closing her account to protect Barclays CEO Jess Staley, who visited Epstein's private island multiple times when he was an executive at JP Morgan Chase & Co. So you see how deep the hole goes. We have no idea what Staley got up to with Epstein, but whatever it was, it's his problem. And he should not be taking his problems out on my sister. Staley is playing at Pontius Pilate with my sister's life, Ian Maxwell said, though a bank spokesperson rebutted the claim, stating, as a matter of course, the group CEO would not be involved in decisions to close accounts. And so we're going to go through, first of all, that's obviously a big problem for her. If she runs out of money, her attorneys stop working, and that's not good for her. So we are going to take a look now at her the response to her motion to get out of custody. So remember, earlier in February, she submitted her third bail motion, which is a request to get out of court, get out of custody, so that she can get back to preparing her court case. She's tried to get out. She originally submitted a proposition to get out of custody that included massive amounts of collateral, tens of millions of dollars, multiple properties, even giving up her citizenship in France and I think England, amongst other places, forfeiting her passports, saying that she's going to get on an ankle monitor, communicating with people. They even went so far as to appoint a federal or find a former federal, I think, judge and prosecutor to monitor her bank accounts so that she could only withdraw at any given time $5,000. Anything more than that would be subject to oversight from the federal judge, former federal judge, and a former U.S. attorney, a former prosecutor. They're both going to be monitoring this. I mean, this is massive. I mean, this is the type of it's one of the most expansive attempts to get somebody out of custody that I've ever seen, and they're on their third attempt. I can't specifically trying again. So they submitted that prior request. The government is now responding to this, and they're saying, no, you're not going to get out. Here she is. This is from electronic mail, electronic court filing, document 165. This was filed a couple days ago, March 9th. And it says here, Dear Judge Nathan, the government, we're not going to read all of this. There's a lot of text in this, but we're just going to kind of skim through it. The government respectfully submits this letter in opposition to the defendant's number three, motion for bail that was submitted back on February 23rd. We've had extensive briefings. We know that she poses a serious flight risk and that no condition or combination will secure her appearance in court. They're saying if we let her out, she's gone. There's no way we're going to get her back in court. Doesn't matter what she promises. Doesn't matter if she gives you the house, gives her the passports, whatever. If she steps foot out of this prison, she's gone with the wind. On December 28th, after the defendant renewed her first motion by restating her prior arguments and giving a more significant and specific bail package, this court concluded she plainly poses a flight risk and denied the release. They appealed again in 2020. Now they ask the court yet again to consider its decision. They proposed 2 additional bail conditions to supplement the bail package previously considered and rejected. For the reasons set forth below, should be denied. Number 1, why should it be denied? The court does not have jurisdiction to grant the third bail motion. The defendant has appealed that December opinion to the second court. So they're talking about, which I didn't even realize that they appealed that. That's insane. they're talking about the fact that because that second motion is being appealed, that this court can't consider any current pending motions until that other matter is resolved. We sort of saw this issue in the Chauvin case that we've also been talking about. That third-degree murder charge was appealed. Both sides didn't want the trial to continue because the court really didn't have jurisdiction until it came back down. Judge went ahead anyways, and then they got that stuff sorted out. So the prosecutor here is also saying, no, we can't even argue this, can't even decide on this because they're already appealing attempt number 2 up to the Court of Appeals. Second, even assuming that this court had jurisdiction to grant the latest bail application, the court should adhere to its prior rulings because she continues to pose an extreme risk of flight, and the additional bail conditions do not justify the reversal. So they're saying this should be denied. A little bit of background here. Court's document in December 16, 2020. Court originally denied it. They submitted a substantially larger bail package. Court denied that. January 11th, they filed a notice of appeal to the Second Circuit. February 23rd, then, about a month later, over a month later, they submitted the third bail motion package. And here's what they wanted to do. They wanted a renunciation of the defendant's French and British citizenship. So she's going to give up those passports and the citizenship entirely. And I'm going to show you, we actually have a statement from the French that detail how this works in their country that was attached as an exhibit to this motion. Number 2, they want to place a portion of her and her spouse's assets that are overseen by an asset monitor. So that was the 2 individuals that I was talking about that are going to oversee all of her assets. They're going to dump everything, all of the assets from all over the place into one bucket, and they're going to put a couple people in charge of monitoring that. The court, as they said, does not have jurisdiction to grant the third bail motion. So you can see a lot of this stuff is just sort of law. As a general matter, the filing of notice, blah, blah, blah. This is all procedural stuff. A lot of case law here, stuff that's not particularly interesting, but we can just kind of skim through this. Then we go on, subsection number 3. The court should not reverse its prior well-reasoned and thorough bail decisions. Even if this court had jurisdiction to grant the bail motion, the motion should be denied. Court has already twice made the determination that the defendant poses a risk of flight. In particular, the court has found that the charges carry a presumption of detention and are serious and carry lengthy terms of imprisonment if convicted. The evidence proffered by the government, including multiple corroborating and corroborated witnesses, is strong. Defendant has substantial resources and foreign ties, including citizenship in a country that does not extradite its citizens, and the defendant, who lived in hiding and apart from the family to whom she now asserts important ties, has not been fully candid about her financial situation. So yeah, this has been something that has been interesting, right? She was already in hiding for a long period of time. And one of the principal arguments that was in her underlying third motion was my husband and my family, and I want to get connected with all of these people, but I can't because I'm in custody. And that's something that's pretty common, but the prosecutor here, I think, is rightfully pointing out, well, you didn't care about him before you got taken into custody, so why do you care about him so much now? In seeking bail for a third time, the defendant's motion rests principally on 2 additional bail conditions. Neither of these conditions, and those 2 conditions were, of course, giving up her citizenship and dumping the assets into a monitored bucket. Neither of these conditions will reasonably assure her appearance in court. Neither outweighs all of the other factors. Moreover, the court should reject as premature the assertion that her pretrial motions have weakened the government's case. The motions have not been adjudicated, and thus the reasons set forth in the opposition memorandum, the defendant's motion, have no merit. In short, all 3 of the relevant Bail Reform Act factors, the nature of the offense, the strength of the evidence, and the history and the characteristics of the defendant continue to weigh heavily in favor of detention, and the defendant's motion does not present any information that warrants a revisiting of the well-reasoned and detailed prior decisions. So let's take a look. This is a long opinion. Let's take a look if there's anything else worth covering. We have the applicable law, so they're going to tell us what the law is. We got that. Defendant's motions rest on 3 arguments. Renounce the foreign citizenship, claiming that this eliminates the risk that she will flee from prosecution. Second, offers to place some of her assets in a monitorship. And third, claims that her pretrial motions have diminished the strength of the government's case. So let's take a look at each one of those. Here we have the defendant's willingness to renounce her foreign citizenship. So what if she does give it up? She contends that she has materially strengthened her proposed bail package by offering to renounce her foreign citizenship if the court so requires. She claims that such a renunciation will eliminate any opportunity for her to seek refuge in France and the UK, or remove any incentive the court and government believe she may have to seek refuge in those countries. The defendant is wrong. That she is, quote, willing to renounce her citizenship would do nothing to prevent her from fleeing and fighting extradition once abroad. It does nothing to diminish the risk that the defendant could choose to flee to another jurisdiction altogether, including one with which the United States does not have an extradition treaty and from which extradition is impossible. The court previously found the likelihood that the defendant would be able to frustrate any extradition requests weighs strongly in favor of detention. Motion provides no basis for disturbing that finding. We go on to number 3. The willingness to renounce the citizenship is an offer with unclear validity. We're going to talk about that. The defendants have offered no authority for the proposition of her renouncing foreign citizenship, whether that would have any impact on the extradition proceeding. So they don't even know if she can do it. They don't even know that if she did in fact renounce her citizenship, whether that would ultimately preclude them from not extraditing her. And so let's go through that. Here is subsection 2. They should reject the proposed monitorship condition. So this is the monitoring of the bank account. They're saying that she's going to place a portion of her and her spouse's assets into a new account that will be monitored by a retired federal district court judge and a former U.S. attorney who will function as the asset monitor. They're going to have co-signing authority over the account. The proposed condition, the details of which are vague, is insufficient to assure that she appears in court. So do you think that she really would include all of her assets, everything, into this bucket, truthfully? Does she have anybody else who might be able to lend her $1 million in order to escape the country? I have a hard time believing that everything would go in there. And lastly, we have the defendant's pending pretrial motions have not diminished the strength of the government's case. So this is based around the idea that they're saying that they've been doing a lot of work on the case. They've been submitting motions after motions after motions, and that is going to weaken the case such that this justifies her, supports actually a not guilty verdict, right? It supports that there is no likelihood of criminal conviction here, which, of course, if they have a weak case, then that goes against the elements of holding somebody in custody. It goes against the nature and the context surrounding the underlying offense. And so they're saying because the case is getting weaker, there's sort of an inverse relationship there. The stronger the case, the less likelihood of her getting out. But if the case is weaker, then there should be a stronger likelihood of her getting out. The government just says, no, that's not we're not going to do that. It says here, numerous substantive pretrial motions now before the court amply challenge the purported strength of the government's case, but they cannot merely point to the sheer volume of briefings that she has filed to suggest the strength has been diminished. And so the prosecutor even knows this. I've been saying it. I've been saying that they have been filing a ton of stuff, and they're pointing this. Merely the sheer volume of the briefings, that doesn't mean anything. To the contrary, the government has set forth in detail in its memorandum, the pretrial motions are entirely without merit. In any event, it's premature for the defendant to claim that her pretrial motions, which have not been adjudicated, have altered the court's original determination that the government's case is strong. Signed here by Maureen Comey, Allison Moe, Laura Pomerantz, all out of the Southern District of New York. And so I think that the deadline for Ghislaine and her attorneys to reply, so remember, you file a motion, you get a response, and then the moving party gets to reply to the response, and that's the end of the conversation. And so I think their reply is due by Monday. If I can, I might be off on that, but it's coming soon. And so next week we're probably going to see a ruling on this third bail attempt. I do not think that it is going to go Ghislaine's way. This is kind of an interesting case because truly, we talked about this yesterday with Chauvin, and we talked about this yesterday with maybe not yesterday, but previously in the week about Jacob Chansley, who is the QAnon shaman who is not being granted bail either. He's got no criminal record. The judge was talking about him using drugs as evidence of criminality. The judge also said that because he committed a crime that he's being held for, that fact alone makes it likely that he's going to commit another crime, something like that. Asinine opinion, one of the worst opinions I've read recently from a judge in a federal court like that, but whatever. And it's an interesting thing here because we were talking about this on Clubhouse last night. We were saying that, well, Rittenhouse got out of custody. He had a $2 million bond. Chauvin got out of custody. He had a $1 million bond. Other murderers get out of custody. Ghislaine Maxwell didn't murder anybody that we know of, right? Some sexual assault crimes. Okay. Heinous, horrendous, awful, reprehensible conduct. But other people got out of custody and they killed somebody. Why wouldn't she get out of custody? Well, maybe she should. Maybe the factors,
because she killed so many babies. That's why.
Her getting out of custody if you compare it to other defendants who have been similarly situated. But if I were the judge, I don't care what the law says, right? You go through, you do your analysis, and she does not get out of custody regardless of anything, because of the simple fact that the risk of her flight is so high, so massively high, that basically anything that they propose, I don't think the judge is going to consider that at all. So here is the last little bit from France. So this is what they say. So they sent a letter over there. This is the Ministry of Justice, the Directorate of Criminal Affairs and Pardons. This comes from Paris, March 9th. His Honor and Keeper of Seals, the Minister of Justice, which is pretty awesome. A Keeper of Seals. Sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. From the Department of Justice, as I hereby inform you that in France, all removal proceedings and conditions are governed by Article 696 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. That code provides the French government is able to remit to foreign governments upon their request any individual who is not a French citizen, who is subject to a lawsuit brought on behalf of the requesting state, and who is subject to a sentence passed by the court of said requesting state, and who is located on the territory of the French Republic. So if you are not a citizen, we're going to wrap you up and you can go. We're going to send you overseas. However, Article 694-4 expressly specifies as follows: removal is not granted when the individual claimed to have French citizenship, said citizenship having been assessed at the time of the offense on the basis of which removal is being requested. Removal is not granted for that. And so citizenship having been assessed at the time of the offense, well, she had citizenship at that time. She has citizenship now. She hasn't given it up yet. So she's had it at the time of the offense on the basis of which removal is requested, whereby the fact that the wanted individual is a French national constitutes an insuperable obstacle to his or her removal. As long as said nationality is assessed at the time of the offense was committed, any loss of nationality subsequent to said offense has no bearing upon the removal proceedings and shall not supersede the said assessment of nationality signed off by Philippe, head of the International Criminal Assistance Bureau. So what they said is, if she was not a citizen, yeah, we'd send her right back. But she was a citizen at the time, therefore, we're not sending her back, even if she renounces her citizenship now. Sorry, we're going to consider it at the time of the offense. So if she left and fled to France, according to their own specialized criminal justice subdirectorate, Philippe something, she doesn't come back to the States. So this judge is not going to let her out of custody. We have some questions coming in from locals.com on our Watching the Watchers group. Says Paula MK, if Maxwell is selling because she's running out of money, how does she expect to use all of that collateral as bail? Also, is this a ploy to get out of saying that she no longer has the means to flee because she's supposedly running out of money? Yeah, probably. I mean, I think this is probably theater, right? If Epstein was worth several hundred million, a lot of that money is still floating around. I'm sure she's got access to mounds of cash. And this is a nice little liquidation of certain assets in order to accumulate those assets that she can expend towards her legal fees. But does anybody really think that she doesn't have access to millions of dollars? I don't. We have News Now Wyoming. Last question of the day says, Rob, do you think if she hadn't made them search for her when they arrested her, that would have changed her chances for bail? If I remember right, it took them a while to locate her after the warrant was issued. Yeah, it actually might have, right? If she knew, as soon as she knew that they were looking for her, if she just hired an attorney and said, all right, look, make contact with them, negotiate some bail conditions, negotiate release conditions for me, she might have been able to negotiate those things out. And I don't know if she did that. I don't know if her attorneys attempted to do that or what the underlying investigation looked like that ultimately led to her capture. But certainly, one of the things that judges look disfavorably upon is when you are fleeing formal court process, when you're fleeing being served, when the court has summoned you to be a part of the process and you just leave. The court does not like that, not at all. And here, because she was running around the country, sort of in hiding for a long period of time, the judge may look at that and say, no, you were not forthcoming. You're saying now that you're going to come back to court, but you didn't at the first time. So how are we supposed to believe you? And I know you're going to give up all this stuff, but Do you think that we believe that you don't have any assets to get out of the country? And you said you'd give up your French citizenship, but the French don't even say that that matters. So I think the judge is just going to deny this one again, and she's going to remain in custody. But as you can see, they are filing these motions, in my opinion, to set a very strong foundation of appealable issues. They're going to say that because she was in custody, as you can see, they're already appealing this to the to the Court of Appeals. If they don't let her out of custody, they're going to make all sorts of due process claims, all sorts of procedural violations, that she doesn't have the opportunity to consult with her attorneys enough, that she's getting treated inappropriately, sort of almost an equal protection claim, that other prisoners are treated one way. She's being treated differently because of the severity of her claims. And so they're just laying the foundation for this stuff, that when she goes to trial and gets convicted, everything's going to get appealed again. And they want to get her out of custody so that, well, she's not in custody. What happens after that, who knows? But I wouldn't hold my breath on her getting out anytime soon. I think that's the right call. All right, so those questions came over from locals.com/watchingthewatchers. I want to thank those of you who have shown your tremendous support for the show. Big thanks to Miss Faith Joy and to Ma Fox in the house. Thank you both. We've got Liberty or Death who chimed in today, along with Miss Liberty or Death. Good to see you both. Thanks for being here. Jen McClellan, we got Saline Sal. Who else do we have chiming in? We got Scuba Babe. We got Chairman of the Board. Sharon Quidney was in the house. Saw her today. We got Chris Wiseman, usually in the house. We got Danny Girl, Realtor Patty. Where's Paula MK? There's Paula MK. We've got the Mariner. We have Britt Reed.
All right, so that was Robert Gruler, Esquire. He is an attorney, and he's been talking about the case for some quite time now. Today I found some new information for disposition, and they have a 1 to 9 different series. But right now we're going to go to an interview from an insider of what's going on with her inside her jail cell.
Ghislaine Maxwell has spoken for the first time about her living hell behind bars, claiming that she has been assaulted and abused by prison guards, purposely deprived of sleep and given rotting food to eat. In a world exclusive, Ms. Maxwell, who had her £21 million bail application denied for the 4th time last week, also claims negative media coverage while she has been in custody and the deliberate withholding of evidence have made it impossible for her to receive a fair trial. Speaking from her 10 feet by 12 feet prison cell inside New York's notorious Metropolitan Detention Center, where she has spent the past 16 months in solitary confinement, Ms. Maxwell said, "I have been assaulted and abused for almost a year and a half. I have not had a nutritious meal in all that time. I haven't slept without lights on, fluorescent lights that have damaged my eyes, or been allowed to sleep without constant interruptions. I am weak, I am frail, I have no stamina, I am tired, I don't even have shoes which fit properly.
Boo-hoo-hoo.
They feed me rotten food, one apple had maggots in it, I have not been allowed to exercise." Ms. Maxwell, who faces the rest of her life behind bars if convicted of abusing and procuring young girls for billionaire financier Jeffrey Epstein, charges that she vehemently denies claims. Some will say that a woman accused of sexually abusing young women, including a 14-year-old girl, deserves no sympathy. Others will argue that the American justice system is inhumane. Either way, she remains innocent in the eyes of the law before her trial.
Try getting arrested in another country. See how that goes
At
for you.
59, the Ghislaine of today is a far cry from the glamorous woman who was once a fixture on the international social scene, where she mingled with world leaders such as Bill and Hillary Clinton and was close friends with royalty, including Prince Andrew. Today, the designer outfits have been replaced by the shapeless overalls of prisoner 02879-509. Her trademark hair, once coiffed by French stylist Frédéric Fekkai, is streaked with grey and fashioned into a shoulder-length style she managed to craft using toenail clippers while peering into a 3 inches by 5 inches hand mirror. Despite her grim surroundings, she manages to force a smile as she describes how prison guards were so impressed by her hairdressing skills that they gave her paper-cutting scissors and joked that she should open her own salon. But the harsh reality for a woman dubbed a socialite, a term she fiercely objects to, has been what she describes as a living hell ever since more than 20 armed FBI agents swooped on her 156-acre, £800,000 New Hampshire home in July 2020. She has remained in custody ever since, surviving mostly on a diet of rice and beans with unsalted peanuts for protein and mayonnaise for fat. Her arrest came 11 months after Epstein, her ex-boyfriend and longtime friend, killed himself in jail while facing child sex charges. Until Epstein's suicide, Maxwell had never faced criminal charges. Her lawyers are expected to argue she is being punished by proxy for Epstein's heinous crimes because, as one source close to the case maintains, someone has to pay for what he did. Maxwell has told friends, "I fear it will be impossible to get a fair trial. I have tremendous fear that overwhelmingly negative media stories will poison my jury pool and affect the outcome of my trial despite the evidence that will demonstrate everything the jurors thought they knew isn't true. I look forward to finally having my day in court to prove I played no part in Epstein's crimes." She cannot discuss the specifics of her case on the advice of her powerful legal team. Jury selection begins tomorrow, with the trial starting on November 29. The charges are grave. U.S. authorities have described her as a procurer of underage girls for convicted pedophile Epstein. She also faces multiple felony charges, including transporting a minor for the purposes of criminal sexual activity and conspiring to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. Maxwell's trial will also put Prince Andrew's relationship with her and Epstein back under the spotlight. The Duke of York's accuser Virginia Roberts, who claimed she was sex trafficked to Andrew 3 times, the first when she was 17 and under the legal age of consent, has vowed to attend the trial. Andrew has vehement.
If everybody wants to know what the legal age of consent is, you could go to my channel, my page here, and I have a 1 out of 7 series started for the legal age of consent, and it's very interesting. And after I do the other 6 that I need to do, then you'll understand how I'm going to wrap this whole thing up. But continuing on.
He denied Ms. Roberts' claims. His friendship with Ghislaine stretches back decades, and he was notoriously photographed with his arm around Ms. Roberts' waist inside Maxwell's London Mews house. One lawyer associated with the case said, "This will thrust Andrew back under the spotlight. It is inconceivable his name won't be introduced by the women who will testify against Maxwell. He must be dreading it." Ghislaine, the Oxford-educated daughter of disgraced newspaper tycoon Robert Maxwell, was transferred to the Brooklyn prison in July last year and has been seen by the public only in court sketches since then. In real life, the 20 pounds she has lost is obvious. Her cheeks are sunken and her skin pale. I first met Ghislaine in 1992 when I interviewed her mother, Robert Maxwell's widow Betty, following the tycoon's extraordinary death off the coast of Tenerife. Just before it was discovered he plundered his newspaper's pension funds. Ghislaine had just relocated to New York and joined her grieving mother at the Plaza Hotel. Ghislaine was pretty, she was smart and articulate, yet she also seemed vulnerable. She was Daddy's little girl and clearly grieving deeply. At the time, she told me she was living in a small studio on Manhattan's Upper East Side given to me by a friend, Jeffrey. She was working on certain things to make money. "I must make money," as she put it. She went on, of course, to live a glamorous jet-set life, moving between Epstein's homes, in Florida, his New York mansion, the biggest private home in Manhattan, his private Caribbean island and his ranch in New Mexico. She also ended up owning a New York townhouse, which she sold for £12 million, and having a successful career including founding Terra Mar, a charity focused on oceans. I reconnected with Ghislaine 3 months ago when my friend Susan Zirinsky, the first female president of CBS News, asked me to get involved with a major new documentary, Ghislaine, a 4-hour show which will air on ITV in the UK and CBS Paramount Plus at the end of the 6-week trial. With my partner Erbil Gunarsti, I've interviewed members of Maxwell's family, including brother Kevin and sister Isabel, have spoken to friends and have obtained exclusive quotes from Ghislaine herself. She said, "In my most recent court appearance, I was in leg irons for more than 12 hours and had to climb up and down stairs with my arms and legs shackled to my waist. My ankles are raw, I've been given food so over-nuked it looked like Chernobyl after the nuclear fallout. The salads are wilted with mold, an apple had maggots, they gave me a black soggy banana.
Ooh, boo-hoo. Give you
There
a
was
banana.
bread so wet, water came out when you squeezed it. I used to take a shower every day but I've stopped because of the creepy guards who stand close and stare at me the whole time. I used to go to the loo with an open sewer drain and a friendly rat would regularly visit. I told the guards, but nothing was done until the rat popped out and charged a guard, who screamed in terror. Finally, the sewer drain was covered. She claims guards tried to intimidate her. On one occasion, she said she was accused of having illegal contraband after she spilled the painkiller Tylenol, prescribed by a prison doctor, onto the floor. Another time, her reading glasses were broken. She added, "I was laughing at some absurd rule and the guard said, 'There is nothing funny here. He'll teach you what it's like to be a prisoner.' He threatened me with disciplinary action that would have resulted in no contact with my lawyers for a month. I was also threatened with punishment when I used a hair tie to secure my legal documents. I was accused of being untidy, with food and crumbs on my bed and told I would be disciplined. I had to prove the food and crumbs were stains on the linens. I washed my own clothes. The dryer is so loud it's nicknamed the Space Shuttle because it sounds like it might take off. My mail, both legal and personal, has been tampered with. Legal mail that was hand-delivered to the jail took a week to get to me, even though the prison rules say it should have been delivered within 24 hours. Most alarming was it had a postage stamp which wasn't there when it was hand-delivered. The bottom of the envelope had been opened. On one occasion, she says, she was frisked in a way she considered overly intrusive. I was given a pat-down so aggressive and violent, my underwear found itself in a place it doesn't belong. The first underwear they gave me were enormous granny pants. You could have put 5 of me in them. I'll spare you descriptions of the stains. When I pick up the phone to make a perfectly legitimate call, the guards rush towards me with such speed it leaves them breathless. They report on everything I do, in real time. Prison life has forced her to develop a dark sense of humor and a peculiar relationship with the captors who, she says, so often make her life a misery.
All right, well, I don't really care how she's getting treated in there, as long as they keep her alive. So we're gonna move on. This young lady named Fuller Shiz, that's her handle. She's gonna be talking about the disposition, and she has a little bit of a series. So let's see how it goes, and if she's on point, then we'll stay listening to her. If not, we'll move on.
Hi guys, I hope everyone is well. Today's video is a little bit different to the ones that I've been posting more recently. This video is around the Ghislaine Maxwell case. So those of you who don't know me, I am obsessed with anything to do with true crime, court cases, anything like that. I get really obsessed with. I end up researching them and I like to know the facts. Something that I have found really, really helpful when I go down these kind of little rabbit holes of research is YouTube videos that basically narrate and give kind of, you know, all of the information as per the document. So I thought I would do one of those. I don't know if that's what people want or like, I don't know, but I was going to read it anyway. And I thought, why not? So it's a huge document. It's I'm just scrolling it so that I can actually add that to the video as well so that you can physically see the document as I'm reading it. It's 465 pages long. So I'm going to be breaking this up into probably about 3 or 4 videos. So yeah, I'm going to be reading it completely word for word as it is from its public records now. It was decided at the beginning of this week that it should be released to the public, and it's the deposition from 2016, Ghislaine Maxwell. Throughout, obviously I'm going to read it, you know, word for word. However, you know, apologies if I do misspell or mispronounce names. That's obviously not my intention. Sometimes I refer to people by their initials, but obviously you can follow along. As I say, I am kind of recording it so that you can actually see the actual the actual document for yourself as well. Again, this is about factual information that is out there for the public currently. I'm not going to be commenting on whether I think she is guilty or not guilty. This really is just about the facts and the documents that are out there that are made accessible to the public. So yeah, I will get on with it.
Okay, so she's about to start reading the disposition.
So, to start the document, Exhibit 6. The first page details about the court case, who it includes, who it's for and against, etc. I will refer to the names as their initials, just as I said at the beginning, just so you know, I'm not going to be saying their full names each time, just because I want to try and keep up. So a little bit about who is videotaped, another address.
Just be patient, she's just getting started.
Is all about the appearances, so who is actually there, the address of where they are, by the looks of it, or actually the address of where the attorneys, each of the attorneys and the defendants are from. And then obviously the videographer as well.
All right, let's see what she's up to. Okay, so we're just going through the disposition now, talking about who everybody is. This disposition was put out through Magna Legal Services. In the disposition of Ghislaine Maxwell in the matter of Virginia Glofrey versus Ghislaine Maxwell in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York today, on April 22nd, 9 a.m., the disposition is being taken at Lexington Avenue in New York at the request of Sirgid McCauley of Boyces, Scholler, and Flexner. The videographer is James Christie, so get a hold of that guy, James Christie, and we need to demand the live trial from him because he's the videographer. Let's see. So it says that something's confidential. Mr. Baluka
Gone to detail Ghislaine Maxwell
and Laura Menninger on
called
behalf
as
of
a
Ms.
witness.
Maxwell. So she's registering as a Ms. Maxwell, not Ms. Maxwell. I think she got rid of her husband, or they got separated in 2016 when all this stuff started going down. Maybe he didn't want to.
Macaulay actually opens up, good morning. She's going to explain some of the rules.
Yeah, so they're going to have a reporter and a videographer.
Have you ever been to post before? I have not. So it's just saying about the fact that it's going to be videoed.
It is going to be videoed.
And they need to give their responses. The fact that you can't give non-verbal response. So in other words, nodding a yes or a no, they need to hear verbal responses so that they can record it on their transcript. So she just reminds her of the importance of that. Is there anything that would prevent you from giving truthful testimony today? There is not. You are not on any medications or anything that would inhibit your ability to remember or give truthful testimony. I am not. Mr. P, could you identify the assistant in the room? Ms. M, this is Emma Rosen from our New York office. She is our paralegal. Ms. Maxwell, can you please state your address for the record? Currently, blank. What is your date of birth? Blank. When did you first recruit a female to work for Mr. Epstein? Mr. P, I object to the form and foundation of the question. I believe this is confidential information. I ask anyone who is not admitted
She doesn't want to
in
answer
this
the
case to be
questions.
excused from the room, please. Ms. M, so the response to that question would, Mr. P, the subject matter of this question is confidential and I'm designating it as confidential. Ms. M, I just want to make that clear for the record. Mr. Edwards, so we don't delay the deposition, I will step out of the room, but I think it's important to lay the record that, Mr. P, I'm sorry, you are not admitted in this proceeding, so you are not entitled to make any record. If Ms. Macaulay wants to make a record, she can. Mr. Edwards, I can make a record right now. Mr. P, maybe we should get the judge on the phone and talk about it. Mr. Edwards, the record will be short. This is the precise reason why Ms. G wants me in this case, and I'm unable to effectively represent her at this time because I'm unable to have access to confidential information, which includes apparently the entire deposition of Ms. Maxwell. But for the sake of not further delaying this, I will be outside the room. Ms. Macaulay, thank you. I would like to just wait for him to leave. That's fine. I would just like to clarify the address. It's in the process of selling the house, so while I still receive mail there, it's not my actual physical address. It's in the process of being sold. It still requires some final paperwork to be done, so just for the purposes of clarity. Do you have a new address where you will be living? I do not. For the purpose of the record, if there is something I ask you that you later remember, something else, or need to correct your testimony in some way, you can do that. Just let me know what it is and we will go back to the question and can you clarify. Of course. I just wanted to be clear there is still some paperwork pending for final release, but it's in the process of sale, but I don't have another address currently. So whilst that should still be of record, that the mail could be forwarded there, so for purposes of clarity, I wanted to be clear. I appreciate that. So, Ms. Maxwell, when did you first recruit a female to work for Mr. Epstein? Mr. P. Again, I object to the form and foundation of the question. You cannot.
So they're reading the disposition where they first started talking with her. And she's reading on behalf of both the prosecuting attorney and on behalf of Ghislaine Maxwell. So she's asking and answering the questions as they are on this disposition. And if y'all don't know what a disposition is, it's an event that occurs to let everybody know what's going on, and this usually takes place in court. And keep in mind that she's not being tried by any particular state. She's being tried by the United States. So this is a federal court case.
Answer the question. First of all, can you please clarify the question? I don't understand what you mean by female. I don't understand what you mean by recruit. Please be more clear and specific about what you are suggesting. Are you a female? Is that the sex that you are? I am a female. That's what I'm referring to, a female. And I'm asking you when you the very first time you recruited a female to work for Mr. Epstein. Again, I don't understand what female. I am a 54-year-old woman. I'm not making an age, any age of female that you recruited.
See, just like with anything, if you don't ask the right question, they can dance around the answer all day. So whenever you're talking to people, ask the exact question, and they have no choice but to answer it because it's an exact question. If you know how tricky the language is, so if you ask a question and it's not 100% of the question that needs to be asked, they'll dance their way around it. And they always do.
To work for Mr. Epstein. Again, I was somebody who hired a number of people to work for Mr. Epstein, and hiring is one of my functions. And when is the first time you hired someone to work for Mr. Epstein, a female? As best as I can recollect, a woman the age probably of about 40 or 50 was in sometime in 1992. How long did you work for Mr. Epstein? I started working for him at some point in 1992, and the nature of my work relationship with him changed over time. So from around 2002, 2003, the work lessened considerably. When did you, Mr. P, can I object for a moment? If we are talking about background, Ms. Macaulay, I'm in the middle of the question. Let me finish it, and then can you interject? When you say 2002 and 2003 that the work lessened, when did you complete working for Mr. Epstein? When was the last time you were employed by him? The last date? I believe I was still helping him in a very nominal way, maybe an hour or two a year at some time, 2008 and 2009. Mr. P. So, if you are going to be talking about general background, I don't need to designate that as confidential. So, if you want to have them come back in, that's fine. I assumed by your first question you were going into more sensitive areas. I will leave it up to you. But if this is general background, it will not be designated as confidential. Ms. Macaulay, I appreciate that. I will jump back into my other questions. Mr. P. So we will keep it as confidential. When you were first employed by him in 1992, what were you hired to do? First, I was consulting on what I did. I helped with decorating houses and in hiring staff to help run those houses. Did your duties change over the course of 1992 to 2009? Mr. P. Object to the formal foundation. My job entailed running the homes that he had, but much more importantly,
Here's Margot Robbie in a bubble bath to explain.
So whilst in 1992 there was no construction project, there was construction projects that began after the
Sorry about that, everybody.
And I was in charge not only of hiring architects, I was also in charge of all the filings or overseeing them, like a general contractor would. I also helped with hiring the architects, hiring the builders, reviewing the contracts for the builders, coordinating the building projects, coordinating how the projects would lay out, the timing of the projects and all the various materials that they would require to run a very substantial building project. That's the nature of the job I was dealing with. How old was the youngest female you ever hired to work for Jeffrey? Mr. P. Object to the formal foundation. You can answer. I have not any idea exactly the youngest adult employee that I hired for Jeffrey. When you say adult employee, did you ever hire someone that was under the age of 18? Never. Did you ever bring someone who was invite someone under the age of 18 to Jeffrey's home? Any of his homes? Mr. P. Object to the formal foundation. Can you repeat the question? Did you ever invite anybody who was under the age of 18 to Jeffrey's homes? Mr. P. Same objections. I have a number of friends that have children and friends of mine that have kids, and in the invitation of my friends and their kids, I'm sure I may have invited some of my friends' kids to come. Anybody that is not a friend of yours, any female under the age of 18, did you invite them to come to Jeffrey's home? Mr. P. Object to the formal foundation. Again, as I said, I am not aware of inviting anybody other than friends of mine who have children to the house. Did you invite Virginia G to come to Jeffrey Epstein's home when she was under the age of 18? Mr. P. Object to the form of foundation. Virginia Roberts held herself out as a masseuse and invited herself to come and give a massage. My question is, did you invite Virginia Roberts when she was under the age of 18 to come to Jeffrey Epstein's home? Mr. P. Object to the form of foundation. Again, Virginia Roberts was a masseuse. I'm asking, not asking if she was a masseuse, I'm asking if you invited her to come to Jeffrey Epstein's home. Again, there would be no cause to have a conversation with Virginia unless she held herself out to be a masseuse. I'm not asking that question. I'm asking if you invited her to come to Jeffrey Epstein's home when she was under the age of 18. Again, I repeat, she was a masseuse, and in the form and as my job, I was to have people who he wanted for various things, including massage. She came as a masseuse. So you invited her to his home to come to give a massage, is that correct? Mr. P. Object to the form of foundation. This takes the witness's testimony. Again, I did not invite Virginia Roberts. She came as a masseuse. She who invited her to come as a masseuse, she just showed up at the front door. Mr. P. Object to the form of foundation. Ms. Roberts held herself out. Not asking how she held herself out. I'm asking how she arrived at the home. Did you meet her and invite her to come to the home, or how did she arrive there? Mr. P. Object to the form of foundation. Ms. Roberts held her to be a masseuse, and her mother drove her to the house. When did you first meet Virginia Roberts? I don't have a recollection of the first meeting. Do you recall meeting her at Mar-a-Lago? Like I said, I don't have a recollection of meeting Ms. Roberts. So you recall Ms. Roberts being brought to the home by her mother. Is that your testimony? That is my testimony. And that is the first time you met her. Like I said, I don't recall meeting her for the first time. I do remember her mother bringing her to the house. Are you a member at Mar-a-Lago? No. Have you visited Mar-a-Lago? Yes. Did you visit Mar-a-Lago in the year 2000? I'm pretty sure I did. When Ms. Roberts arrived at the home with her mother, what happened? I spoke to her mother outside of the house, and what I don't recall is exactly what happened, because I was talking to her mother the entire she was in the house. Did you introduce Ms. Roberts to Jeffrey Epstein? I don't recall how she actually met Mr. Epstein. As I said, I spoke to her mother the entire time outside the house. Did you walk Ms. Roberts up to the upstairs location at the Palm Beach house to meet Mr. Epstein? Mr. P. Object to the form of foundation. You can answer. I just explained. I spent the entire time talking to Virginia's mother outside the home, so the answer to the question is no. No, did you not walk her up and introduce her to Mr. Epstein? I just said no. Did you participate in a massage this first time when she first came to the home and you were speaking with her mother? She was in the home, is that correct? You brought her into the home. Mr. B, object to the form of foundation. I will repeat again, I was standing outside with her mother, so very difficult for me to do anything else at that time, so no, I did not take her upstairs. Did you participate? Virginia lied 100% about absolutely everything that took place in that first meeting. She has lied repeatedly, often, and is just an awful fantasist. So very difficult for anything to take place that she repeated because I was with her mother the entire time. So did you give a massage with Virginia Roberts and Mr. Epstein during the first time Virginia Roberts was at the West Palm Beach house? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. Yes or no? No. Have you ever given a massage with Virginia Roberts in the room and Jeffrey Epstein? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. No. Have you ever given Jeffrey Epstein a massage? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. And I'm going to instruct you not to answer that question. I don't have any problem with you asking questions about what the subject matter of this lawsuit is, which would be, as you've termed it, sexual trafficking of Ms. Roberts. To the extent you are asking for information relating to any consensual adult interaction between my client and Mr. Epstein, I'm going to instruct her not to answer because it's not part of this litigation and it is her private, confidential information, not subject to this deposition. You can instruct her not to answer, that is your right, but I will bring her back for another deposition because it is part of the subject matter of this litigation, so she should be answering these questions. This is civil litigation's depositions and she should be responsible for answering these questions. Mr. B, I disagree, and you understand the bounds that I've put on it. Ms. Macaulay, no, I don't. I will continue to ask my questions and you can continue to make your objections. Did you ever participate from the time period of 1992 to 2009? Did you ever participate in a massage with Jeffrey Epstein and another female? Mr. B, objection. Do not answer that question. Again, to the extent you are asking for some sort of illegal activity as you construed in connection with this case, I don't have any problem with you asking that question. To the extent these questions involve consensual acts between adults, frankly, they're none of your business, and I will instruct the witness not to answer. Ms. Macaulay, this case involves sexual trafficking, sexual abuse, questions about her having interactions with other females to relevance this case. She needs to answer these questions. Mr. B, I'm instructing her not to answer. Ms. Macaulay, then we'll be back here again. Have you ever given a massage to Mr. Epstein with a female that was under the age of 18? Can you repeat the question? Yes. Have you ever given a massage to Mr. Epstein with a female that was under the age of 18? No. Have you ever observed Mr. Epstein having a massage given by an individual, a female, who was under the age of 18? No. Have you ever observed females under the age of 18 in the presence of Jeffrey Epstein at his home? Mr. B, object to the form foundation. Again, I have friends that have children. I'm not talking about friends, I'm talking about individuals. Mr. P, I'm going to object to you interrupting the witness. She was answering your question. The question was, have you ever seen anyone, female under the age of 18, at the house? And that's the question she was answering. If you want to strike that question and ask another question, feel free, but let the witness respond, please. Ms. Macaulay, I will do that. Have you ever observed a female under the age of 18 at Jeffrey Epstein's home that was not a friend, a child, one of your friend's children? Again, I can't testify to that because I have no idea what you are talking about. You have no idea what I'm talking about in the sense you never observed a female under the age of 18 at Jeffrey Epstein's home. That was not just a friend's children, is that correct? Mr. B, object to the form of foundation. How would I possibly know how someone is when they are at his home? You are asking me to do that. I cannot possibly testify to that. As far as I'm concerned, everyone who came to his house was an adult professional person. Are you familiar with the police report that was issued in respect to the investigation in this matter? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. Are you familiar with the police report that was used in this matter? The investigation of Jeffrey Epstein has been produced as a document in this matter. I have seen a police report. Maxwell Exhibit 1, police report marked for identification. The police report that you have in front of you, you can turn to page 28 of that report. The number is on the top at the corner. You will see some redactions in this report, Ms. Maxwell. The redacted information is redacted because it reveals the names of a minor, someone who is under the age of 18. On page 28, in the third paragraph, about halfway down, it says blank stated she performed the massage naked. At the conclusions of this massage, Epstein paid blank $200 for the massage. He explained, I know you are not comfortable, but I will pay you if you bring some girls. He told her the younger the better. Blank stated, once tried to bring a 23-year-old to Epstein, and he stated the female was too old. Have you heard Mr. Epstein use the phrase, the younger the better? I have no recollection of hearing that. Have you used the phrase in talking to blank and asking her to recruit females to Mr. Epstein, the younger the better? Mr. P, objects to the form of foundation of the question. First of all, can you break the question apart? Have you used the phrase, the younger the better, in speaking to blank and asking her to recruit females to Jeffrey Epstein? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. You can answer, it's yes or no. No, that's absolutely not true. On the second part of your question, I have not asked Virginia to recruit females. And the first part of your question, if you can repeat that again, the question you asked. Will you read back the question? I believe I answered the latter part of the question. The first part of the question, it's impossible for me to recall events that took place 16 years ago, but it doesn't sound like something I would say. On page 28, that same paragraph, Blank was asked how many girls in total she brought to Epstein. Blank stated that she can remember blank, stated that she brought, and it's redacted there, and the victim in this case. Let me ask my question. I have a question pending right now. Are you testifying that you are unaware of any underage, under the age of 18 females coming to Jeffrey Epstein's home to perform massages? Mr. B, object to the form foundation. You need to straddle that question in a different time period. When I was there, at the time I was present, the people that gave Jeffrey, men and women who gave Jeffrey massages, were adults over the age of 18. Never in your time at any of Jeffrey Epstein's homes were you present when a female under the age of 18 was there to give Jeffrey Epstein a massage. Mr. P, object to the form foundation. First of all, as I said, when I was present, it is a yes or a no. No, it is not. You can answer the question in full, but please provide yes or no as an initial matter. I cannot answer yes or no. It's not bounded by time. It's entirely possible I could have been in a room or even in the vicinity of Palm Beach when somebody came and I would not know. How would I know when somebody was in the house? There is no way I can know. Did you stay at Jeffrey Epstein's home when you were in Palm Beach? Most of the time. So how is it that you wouldn't know if there was a female in the home under the age of 18 if you were staying there? Well, first of all, when I'm staying there, the house is actually quite large and I have a very busy job and I have an office with a door. So the door would be shut and I would be working. I'm not responsible for what Jeffrey does and I don't always pay attention to what happens in the house. I'm very busy. So you're testifying that you never observed a female under the age of 18 at Jeffrey Epstein's West Palm Beach home. Mr. P, object to the form foundation. I already answered that question, I believe. You didn't answer my question. I did. Did you observe a female under the age of 18 at Jeffrey Epstein's home in Palm Beach? Like I said, I work. I don't sit there and watch people coming in and out of the house. I cannot possibly tell you if I'm in the home that somebody was there that I did not see. I cannot comment on it. I have no idea. Did you observe females at Jeffrey Epstein's home that were laying topless in the back of the home? In other words, without a shirt on. So that's just another of Virginia's lies. So let's be clear. At the time when I was there and present, frequently at the house, it was unusual to see people without their clothes on. When you say unusual, did you observe people without their clothes at Jeffrey Epstein's home? Can I answer? Sometimes people in the privacy of a house and swimming pool. I have seen people from time to time take their top off. I have seen people from time to time do that. Very unusual. Naked people around people's at any frequent period of time. I have never seen. Were they under the age of 18? As I was saying, people when I was in the house were of an adult age. If there were children, friends of my family or friends that were there, they may well have been because I have nieces and nephews under the age of 18. I cannot testify to anybody else. Just another one of Virginia's many fictitious lies and stories to make this a salacious event to get interest in press. It's absolute rubbish. Were you in charge of hiring individuals to provide massages for Jeffrey Epstein? My job included hiring many people. There were 6 homes. As I sit here, I hired assistants, I hired architects, I hired decorators, I hired cooks, I hired cleaners, I hired gardeners, I hired pool people, I hired pilots, I hired all sorts of people. In the course, and a very small part of my job was, from time to time, to find adult professional massage therapists for Jeffrey. When you say adult professional massage therapists, where did you find these massage therapists? From time to time, I would visit professional spas. I would receive a massage, and if the massage was good, I would ask that man or woman if they did home visits. Did you ever hire a masseuse that was under the age of 18? Mr. B, object to the form foundation. Did you? Again, I don't hire massage therapists, so that was not my job. You just said you did. You just said you hired massage therapists for Jeffrey Epstein. I'm asking if you hired a massage therapist who was under the age of 18. Let me correct myself. When I meant hire, I didn't mean hire in the way you are doing it. What I say is that I went to spas and I met people And if they did home visits, Jeffrey would then, in fact, hire them. I'm not responsible for hiring someone, and they were not full-time, so it's not a correct characterization. Did you ever, your term is meet, did you ever meet a person that was under the age of 18 that Jeffrey then hired as a masseuse? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. First of all, Virginia Roberts, who you are referring to, was a masseuse aged 17. We all now know. So your story that you keep pushing out to the press that she was a 15-year-old, you and I both know was a lie, correct? You are not asking my question. You and I both know that was a lie, correct? You are not answering my question. I'm asking you whether you ever met a female under the age of 18 that Jeffrey then hired as a masseuse. Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. The only person I can talk about who clearly was a massage, age 17, a masseuse, was Virginia. Did you meet her and then introduce her to Jeffrey? I don't know. I already testified. I don't recall meeting her. Maxwell, Exhibit 2, email, marked for identification. So I'm showing you a document that we have marked as Maxwell Exhibit 2. It's a document you produced in this matter labelled Confidential GM 00109. It's dated Sunday, June the 12th, 2011. It's from Jeffrey Epstein to you. If you can turn to page 4, can you turn to the first page, the cover page initially, which is 00109. If you look under the timestamp, it says June the 12th, 2011 at 4:12 p.m. It says blank. Is that your email address? It is. Under that, it says thank you. I have it now, and I'm working on a little. I will send the final version tomorrow, and whatever it will be factually accurate. Do you see that on page 1? I do. Then I would like you to turn to page 4, please. The second paragraph down on page 4, it states, after some thought, I recall that I first met Ms. Roberts when she was working at Premier Resort, claiming to be 18 years old and a professional masseuse. Mr. B, what line are you on, counsel? Second paragraph down. Mr. P, I got it. Is that a statement that you wrote? It appears to be. So does that correct your testimony that you did meet Ms. Roberts at Mar-a-Lago? Again, this was written in, when were you saying? 2011. So by 2011, Ms. Roberts had already perpetrated so many lies and stories, it's hard for me to accurately tell you today what I remember back then. As I sit here today, the testimony I give you today, I do not recollect it. Do you have a reason to say that this document that you wrote is incorrect? It's in 2011. I can't possibly tell you what I remember in 2011. Are you questioning that this document is incorrect? This document, this email that you wrote. I wrote an email. I was trying to be accurate, so you know, with all the rubbish that you guys have put out there in the press that I read. Maybe in the moment I wrote it, a memory came to me, but I don't know. But as I sit here today, and the testimony I gave you today is, I don't recollect it. Does this refresh your recollection that you recalled meeting Ms. Roberts at Mar-a-Lago? It does not. So your testimony today is that you don't remember meeting Ms. Roberts at Mar-a-Lago. I do not. I just want to clarify, when you read so much stuff and so much rubbish that comes out from Virginia Roberts, you don't know what's up and down. At the time I wrote this, I believe I had a memory, but as I sit here today, I do not. Ms. Maxwell, when did you first meet blank? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. I have no idea when I met her. Do you know how old she was when you met her? I have no idea how old she was when I met her. Is it possible she was 13 years old when you first met her? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. Blank, blank, blank. May have been in the house when Jeffrey was in the house. I have no idea how old she was. I understand blank, blank. I'm asking if blank was 13 years old when you first met her. I have no idea. Was she under 18 when you first met her? I have no idea how old she was when I first met her. Did she look like a child when you first met her? I don't remember what she looked like at the time she was in the house. How many years have you known her? I can only recall the last time I saw her. When was the first time you met her? Again, I just told you I don't recall the first time I met her. Did blank travel with you on Jeffrey's planes? I wouldn't remember if blank was on the plane or not. Did you ever have sex with blank blank? No. Did you ever observe Jeffrey having sex with blank? No. Were you aware that Jeffrey was having sexual contact with blank when she was 13 years old? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. I would be very shocked and surprised if that were true. Were you in the house when blank blank was in the house in a private area with Jeffrey Epstein? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. Can you repeat the question? Were you ever in the Palm Beach house when Jeffrey Epstein was in the house with blank? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. I've already testified that I have met her and that she was there. Blank, blank. I don't understand what your question is asking. So you have never seen blank? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. Is that your testimony? I already said I don't recall all the times I've seen her and I have no memory of that. Have you ever seen blank in the house with Jeffrey Epstein, blank blank? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. I just told you I don't recall seeing blank. Were you ever involved in an orgy with blank? No, absolutely not. Can you tell me, do you know an individual by the name of blank? I do. How did you meet blank? At some point, she was a friend of Jeffrey's, and I recall meeting her at some point. Did you hire her? First of all, I don't hire girls like that, so let's be clear. I already testified to that, and I have no idea what you are referring to. When you say girls like that, what do you mean? I hire people who are professional at the house. You are asking if I hired somebody to do what? I don't know what you are talking about. I hired people to work in the homes. What was Nadia M doing? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. I have no idea what Nadia M was doing. I didn't hire her and I don't know what you are referring to. You met Nadia M. I testified I did. Did she work for Jeffrey Epstein? I have no idea what she did. Have you flown on planes with Nadia M? I don't recollect. I don't know if I did. How many times have you flown on Jeffrey Epstein's planes? Too many times. More than 300? I really couldn't tell you how many. More than 400? Again, I said I cannot tell you how many. A lot. How many times with blank blank? I already testified I have no idea. How old was blank when she first became involved with Jeffrey? I have no idea. Was she 14? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. I have no idea. Did she look like a child the first time you met her? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation, asked and answered. Did she look like a child the first time you met blank? I don't know what you mean if she looked like a child. Did she look like she was under the age of 18? No. Did she look like she was under the age of 16? I just testified. First of all, I couldn't tell you how old she was. She didn't look like a child. Leave it at that. Did you know that she was a child? Mr. P, object to the form of foundation. I just answered I did not know how old she was, and she looked like an adult. In the times that you travelled with her on Jeffrey Epstein's planes, did you ever ask her how old she was? Mr. B, object to the form of foundation. Assumes facts, not in evidence. The witness already testified she doesn't remember. You can answer that question. Did you ever ask her on the many flights you were with her, on the many times you were with her at or at the house? First of all, I don't know. I was on many flights with her. You are making stories up again as usual. And secondly, if I was on a flight with her, there would not be any reason why I would ask her how old she was. You don't recollect having any conversation with her about her age. I already testified to that. Do you know what blank was hired to do for Jeffrey? I already testified I didn't know she was hired, and I don't know that she did anything. I don't know how to answer that question. Was blank at the house, the Palm Beach house, when you were present at that house? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. I have no recollection of her being at the house at the same time as me. When did you first meet blank blank? I already told you I don't recall. Do you recall anything about blank blank? That she was tall and blonde? Do you recall blank interacting with other females at the house? No, I do not. Did you arrange to get a visa for blank to come into this country? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. Absolutely not. Did Jeffrey arrange for a visa for blank? Mr. P. You need to give a break so I can pose an objection. Object to the form and foundation. You can answer. What was the question? Did Jeffrey arrange for a visa for blank? I don't know what Jeffrey did. I cannot testify what Jeffrey did. Was blank involved in sex with Jeffrey and other girls? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. Girls under the age of 18. Mr. P. Same objection. I have no idea. Was blank involved with sex with Jeffrey and girls over the age of 18? Mr. P. Same objection. I have no idea. Did blank recruit other girls for sex with Jeffrey? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. I have no idea. Do you still talk to blank? No. Blank? I have no idea. Blank, 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 blank.
A lot of the stuff's
I have no
redacted.
idea. Are you a pilot? I am. Have you flown with blank? I have. Have you flown with blank blank? What do you mean flown?
But she understood
Have
the
you
first
been on a
question,
plane
but not
with
the
her?
second one.
I already testified I don't recall having her on a plane with me. Do you know blank? I do. When did you first meet her? I don't recall exact dates. Did you meet her with the purpose of hiring her to work for Jeffrey or having Jeffrey hire her? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. No. What was her relationship with Jeffrey? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. I don't know exactly the nature of her relationship, but she worked for him. What did she do? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. At the time she was with him, I believe she travelled with him and helped with his travel arrangements. Did she bring girls to the house to give massages to Jeffrey? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. I don't know what blank did. So you never observed blank bringing girls to the home to give massages to Jeffrey? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation. I don't understand the question. What did you mean bring? Did you ever observe blank inviting, bringing, walking anyone into the home to give a massage for Jeffrey? Mr. P. Object to the form and foundation. I don't recollect anything. Mr. P. Object to the form. Are you aware that blank was a co-conspirator named as a co-conspirator in the case involving Jeffrey Epstein? Mr. P. Object to the form foundation and also calls for a legal conclusion. Ms. McCauley, I'm just asking if she is aware of that. I am aware. Who paid blank? I have no idea. Did you ever arrange payment for any of the employees at the home? Mr. P, object to the form. What do you mean by arrange? Were you ever in charge or responsible for paying individuals at the home that work there? People had salaries and they were paid by the office. Did you ever pay any individual? Did you ever hand an individual cash for work they performed? Mr. P, object to the form. Can you be more specific about what you are asking me? Did you ever hand any individual who was working at the home cash as a payment for something that they performed at the home? Mr. B, object to the form. To the best of my recollection, there were very few times when I would leave some cash for people for work performed. And what type of work was being performed where you would be doing this? If I left cash for the pool guy, I would have left potentially some cash for the gardener, potentially for exercise instructors, and sometimes for massage therapy. How much were the massage therapists paid? Mr. B, object to the form and foundation. They get paid between $100 and $200. Did it vary based on what sexual acts they performed? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. No, it varied depending how much time. Some massage therapists charge more and some charge less. Did the massage therapists that were hired to come to the home perform sexual acts for Jeffrey Epstein? Mr. B, object to the form and foundation. What are you asking me? I'm asking if the massage therapists, are you asking me about underage girls? I'm asking in general, did any of the massage therapists in the home, are you asking if they were paid for sexual acts? I'm asking if they performed sexual acts. Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. Did any of the massage therapists who were at the home perform sexual acts for Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know what you mean by sexual acts. Did any of the massage therapists who were working at the home perform sexual acts, including touching the breasts, touching the vaginal area, being touched while Jeffrey is masturbating, having intercourse, any of those things? Mr. P, objection, form and foundation. To the extent any of this is asking for you to your knowledge any consensual sex act that may or may not have involved you, I'm instructing you not to answer the question. I'm not asking about consensual sex acts. I'm asking whether any of the massage therapists performed sexual acts for Mr. Epstein, as I have just described. I have never seen anybody have sexual intercourse with Jeffrey, ever. I'm not asking about sexual intercourse, I'm asking about any sexual act. Touching of the breast, did you ever see? Can you read back the question? I'm not addressing any questions about consensual adult sex. If you want to talk about the subject matter, which is defamation and lying, Virginia Roberts, that you and Virginia Roberts are participating in perpetrating her lies, I'm happy to address those. I never saw any inappropriate underage activities with Jeffrey, ever. I'm not asking about underage, I'm asking about whether any of the masseuses that were at the home performed sexual acts for Jeffrey Epstein. I've just answered the question. No, you haven't. I have. No, you haven't. Yes, I have. You are refusing to answer the question. Let's move on. I'm in charge of the deposition. I say when we move on and when we don't. You are here to respond to my questions. If you are refusing to answer, the court will bring you back for another deposition to answer these questions. Do you understand that? Mr. P, you don't need to threaten the witness. Ms. McCauley, I'm not threatening her. I'm making sure the record is clear. Mr. P, certainly, can you reply to have someone come back and the court may or may not have her come back again? Again, she is not answering questions that relate to adult consent, sex acts, period. And that's the instruction, and we can take it up with the court. Ms. Maxwell, are you aware of any sexual acts with masseuses and Jeffrey Epstein that were non-consensual? No. How do you know that? All the time that I've been in the house, I have never seen, heard, nor witnessed, nor have reported to me that any activities took place, that people were in distress, either reported to me by the staff or anyone else. I base my answer based on that. Are you familiar with a person by the name of blank? I am. Has blank given a statement to police about you performing sexual acts on her? I have not heard that. Okay, that's the end of part 1 of the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. Join me for part 2 and like and subscribe my channel, leave any comments.
All right. So let's go ahead and get into part 2. And after we listen to the disposition, we'll be able to discuss the case in more detail. See, in the first disposition that we just heard, it sounds like it's the same old song and dance that they all do. They dance around the question. They don't answer the question. In their mind the whole time, whenever they get asked a question, they answer it subconsciously, but they don't verbally out loud say it. And so they're trying to filter and finagle the questions so it fumbles everybody. And in the industry, we call this kung flu. What is it, kung flu? Or no, what's the word that we call it? I'll get back to it later. But it's a metaphor that's used for what they do and how they act. But let's go ahead and get on into the part 2 of the Ghislaine Maxwell disposition for the court case. Shout out to Fuller Shiz for making this disposition.
I have not heard that. Has blank given a statement to police about Jeffrey Epstein performing sexual acts on her? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. I have not heard that. How do you know blank? Blank, blank, blank. Was blank under the age of 18? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. I don't recall how old blank was. Did she tell police that Jeffrey Epstein assaulted her sexually? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. I never heard that. Did blank recruit or bring girls to the home that were under the age of 18? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation, and I think this has been asked and answered already. You can answer the question. I have no idea what blank did. You never observed blank with girls under the age of 18 at Never observed. Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. The answer is no, I have no idea. Do you know blank? I do. What is your relationship with blank? Mr. P, object to the form. What do you mean, what is my relationship? Are you friendly with him? How do you know him? He is the husband of blank. Is blank one of your friends? Yes. Did you ever send Virginia to blank to give him a massage? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. No. Did you ever instruct Virginia Roberts to have sex with blank? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. I have never instructed Virginia to have sex with anybody, ever. How old was blank when she met Jeffrey? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I have no idea. Was she under the age of 18? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I just testified. I have no idea how old she was. You testified she was your friend. You don't know how old she was when she met Jeffrey. That happened sometime in the 70s. How would I know? Or 80s? I have no idea. Can you testify to what your friends did 30 years ago? You don't ask the questions here, Ms. Maxwell. What about blank? When did you first meet blank? I don't recall the exact date. Did you hire blank? I don't hire people. She came to work at the house to answer phones.
She's just a contractor.
I just testified. I don't recall exactly when I met her. Was one of your job
How could she not know? She's the recruiter.
That would be then hired by Jeffrey? That was one of my responsibilities. Do you recall interviewing blank? I don't recall the exact interview, no. Do you know what tasks blank was hired to perform? She was asked to answer telephones. Did you ever ask her to rub Jeffrey's feet? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I believe that I have read that, but I don't have any memory of it. Did you ever tell blank that she would get extra money if she provided Jeffrey massages? I was always happy to give career advice to people, and I think that becoming somebody in the healthcare profession, either exercise instructor or nutritionalist or professional massage therapist, is an excellent job opportunity. Hourly wages are around $7, $8, $9 an hour, and as a professional healthcare provider, you can earn somewhere between, as we have established, $100 to $200, and be able to travel and have a job that pays. That is a wonderful job opportunity. So in the context of advising people for opportunities for work, it is possible that I would have said she would explore that as an option. Did you tell her she would get extra money if she massaged Jeffrey? I'm just saying, I cannot recall the exact conversation. I give career advice and I have done that. Did you ever have blank massage you? I did. How many times? I don't recall how many times. Was there sex involved? No. Did you ever instruct blank to massage blank? I don't believe. I have no recollection of it. Did you ever have sexual contact with blank? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. You need to give me an opportunity to get in between the questions. Anything that involves consensual sex on your part, I'm instructing you not to answer. Did you ever have sexual contact with blank? Again, she is an adult. I'm asking you, did you ever have sexual contact with blank? I've just been instructed not to answer. On what basis? You have to ask my lawyer. Did you ever have sexual contact with blank that was not consensual on blank part? You can answer non-consensual. I've never had non-consensual sex with anybody. Not blank? Mr. P, objection. I just testified I never had non-consensual sex with anybody ever, at any time, at any place, at any time, with anybody. So, if blank were to testify that she did not consent to a sexual act that you participated in, I just told you I have never ever, under any circumstances, with anybody, at any time, in any place, in any form, had non-consensual relations with anybody. Did you introduce blank blank? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. Claims that she met, or that she said she met blank. I don't know if I was one of the, if you made the introduction or not. Do you know a female by the name of blank? I do. How do you know her? Blank. So she worked for you? Yes. Did you hire her? Again, Jeffrey hired people. Did you have sex with her? Mr. P, this is the same instruction about consensual or non-consensual. Was blank under the age of 18 when you hired her? No, I didn't hire her. As I said, Jeffrey did. Did blank ever have sex with Jeffrey? Mr. P, objection to the former and foundation. How would I know what somebody else did? You weren't involved in the sex between Jeffrey Blank and yourself. Were you involved with sex between Jeffrey Blank and yourself? Mr. P, everyone is talking over each other. You heard the question. Again, you know what the instruction is. If there is any consensual issue involved, I instruct you not to answer. Moving on. So you are refusing to answer that question.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Thank you for tuning in.
By my lawyer. Did you ever have sex with Jeffrey, Blank, Virginia, and yourself when Virginia was underage? Absolutely not. Mr. P, we've been going for about an hour. I would like to take a 5-minute break, please. Ms. McCauley, I'm almost done. Mr. P, you are not going to allow a break. Ms. McCauley, as soon as I get through my line of questioning, which is perfectly appropriate. Did Blank travel with you and Jeffrey to Europe? I'm sure she did. What is she doing today? I have no idea. Do you speak to her regularly now? Do you speak to her? No. Do you know where she lives? No. Do you know what country she lives in? No. Where is the last place you knew that she lived? Last place I knew for sure was in Los Angeles. When did she stop working for you? 2001, 2002? What tasks did she perform for you? She helped me with moving in and out of houses.
So what I was explaining to everybody yesterday is whenever we have a pause, just think of it as like going through a red light, you know, or a yellow light. We just kind of wait. Sometimes we yield. Sometimes we're stuck in traffic.
Instruction. She was a general help. She helped with buying things that needed to be.
You know what I'm saying? So whenever you hear that pause, it's just buffering and the broadband is catching up to the video. So what do you guys think of this disposition so far? This basically breaks down everything that she's being accused of, and these are the questions that she's being asked in court for this disposition. And then we will have another one here in the future. But the trial starts on the 29th. Type it in for you. Supposed to go So while that's buffering, we're going to go ahead and move on to some different information. Here's a video that I found by the WION. And this says Epstein sex files unsealed, and it has a lot of information on Ghislaine. So let's see if this is interesting. And if not, we'll push forward to a different subject.
We weren't even a human being to them. We were just another toy to be passed around.
I thought I was going to a legitimate audition for Victoria's Secrets.
Maxwell was among Epstein's closest associates and helped him exploit girls who were as young as 14 years old.
Without Ghislaine was able to gain access to dozens and dozens, if not over 100 female victims, he couldn't have existed.
Prince Andrew should be panicking at the moment because Ghislaine doesn't really care about anyone else but Ghislaine.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady.
He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan.
You could binge watch the entire first season of Afterlife. Season 2 is on the way, so in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself. Just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up! I know he's your friend, but I don't care. You like to make your own way here, your own plane, didn't you?
More skeletons are tumbling out of the closet in the sensational Jeffrey Epstein case that rocked the world last year. Maxwell's arrest comes just a few days before the anniversary of Epstein's arrest last year on sex trafficking charges.
Sprawling over 156 acres, a secluded place with a no trespassing sign. A luxury timber-framed home surrounded by pine and oak trees. A hideout in rural New Hampshire, United States. A stone with the words "tucked away" carved into it. This is where English socialite Ghislaine Maxwell was hiding. The former girlfriend and longtime associate of the late disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein has been arrested in the United States on charges of luring underage girls so that Epstein could sexually abuse them. Her arrest is the latest twist in the incredibly complicated Epstein case. The 66-year-old was found hanging in a New York City jail last August. He was awaiting trial on federal charges of trafficking and facing up to 45 years in prison for allegedly abusing dozens of underage girls as part of his sex trafficking operation. An apparent suicide, his death brought a sudden and unexpected close to the criminal case against him and came as a blow to his accusers, who had hoped to confront their alleged abuser in court. Prosecutors allege Maxwell helped lure at least 3 girls, one as young as 14, to be sexually abused by the late Epstein.
Maxwell enticed minor girls, got them to trust her, then delivered them into the trap that she and Epstein had set for them. She pretended to be a woman they could trust. All the while, she was setting them up to be sexually abused by Epstein, and in some cases, by Maxwell herself.
The arrest led to a renewed focus on Maxwell and Epstein's high-profile associates. Epstein saw himself as a collector of famous friends. "I invest in people, be it politics or science," he once said in an interview in 2002. Some of the most powerful people in the world, including former President Bill Clinton and President Donald Trump, have been linked to Epstein. Well-known figures such as British royal Prince Andrew and controversial filmmaker Woody Allen have been known to visit his private island, flown on his private jet, and had him as a guest in their homes. Now his pal Ghislaine Maxwell faces up to 35 years in jail for allegedly grooming underage girls. Will she tell all to get a lighter sentence? 2 down. Who is going to get convicted next? Let's unravel the Epstein saga. So who was he? Born to Jewish parents in 1953, Epstein grew up on Coney Island in New York. Said to be a maths whiz, he studied at a division of New York University, but did not graduate. He went on to teach calculus and physics before becoming a trader and a fund manager to the rich and powerful. He has been widely called a billionaire, but the source of his money is obscure. According to a will signed just 2 days before his death, he was worth $577,672,654. Like his life, his death too is shrouded in mystery, but this person holds the key to resolving his crimes.
Ebola, nuclear threats, Syria, the Ukraine. These are all newsworthy front page stories that have the possibility that they could change the way that we live our lives and threaten our very security. In fact, you could argue that for some people it keeps them awake at night.
These talk shows, campaigns for climate change issues are some of the things she was known for. But topping her resume is the global sex traffic business involving underage girls she ran with her partner in crime, Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell, the youngest child of disgraced publishing tycoon Robert Maxwell, came to the United States after her father's death in 1991. Robert Maxwell fell to his death from his yacht, the Lady Ghislaine. Around this time, she also broke up with Italian aristocrat Count Gianfranco Zigogna, a member of the wealthy Siga Hotels clan and a stunt pilot who later died in a plane crash in 2012. The split and her father's death are said to be the two reasons why she decided to move to New York. Exactly how Maxwell met Epstein is unclear. Some say they met in the early 1990s at a New York party, but the two reportedly dated for a short period of time around 1992, then remained close friends after breaking up. Call her Epstein's confidant, former girlfriend, or just a business partner. The nature of their relationship is complex. What's apparent is this. The British socialite had all the contacts and Epstein had all the money. In a 2009 deposition, several of Epstein's household employees testified that Epstein referred to her as his main girlfriend, who also hired, fired, and supervised his staff starting around 1992. She has also been referred to as the lady of the house by Epstein's staff and as his aggressive assistant. In a 2000, my best friend. But she was more than a best friend. She was Epstein's enabler.
Several times, I was in the car with her, and she would ask the driver to stop the car. And she'd dash across to the school or the park or wherever she was going, and she would like write down her phone number for a child, a young girl. And then I'd see that child at the house. And she'd say, they're auditioning. You know, I found a model in the park. Basically, they brought me to the, Ghislaine escorts me to Jeffrey's room, and he's lying there, and he goes, well, here, sit down, you know? And so right next to him, and then Ghislaine sits on the other side, and they began assaulting me. But really, while I was lying there the whole time, I'm thinking, my sister's been around these people. My sister was 16. She's been around them alone.
It was an integral part of the grooming process. And for some of them, it was years later before they really realized that that's what had happened. But not many who really knew her liked her. And most of them, after a while, grew to realize she was deceiving them all along and helping to facilitate what turned out to be some pretty brutal crimes.
During the 1990s, Maxwell has also been associated and photographed with Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, and lawyer Alan Dershowitz. All these men have been accused of sexual misconduct. She was also a guest at Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010. She introduced all of them to Jeffrey Epstein. Their association had an ugly, sordid side. According to the victims, Ghislaine helped smooth the way for Epstein to sexually molest the young girls recruited to massage him.
She was in charge, and without Ghislaine, the Jeffrey Epstein that everybody grew to know, the monster that ultimately was able to gain access to dozens and dozens, if not over 100 female victims, he couldn't have existed. She created him.
Has provided this photo of Mr. Epstein and herself. The photo is of Jeffrey Epstein and Tila Davies. It is Tila's first time on a helicopter. They are flying over the United States Virgin Islands. She is smiling because she did not yet realize that he had a predatory plan for her.
In 2008, Epstein was convicted of soliciting a minor for prostitution and served 13 months of an 18-month jail sentence. Following Epstein's release, Maxwell distanced herself from Epstein and went underground. After Epstein's death in 2019, she was pictured just once at a burger outlet in Los Angeles, but their past could not be forgotten. And now she has been finally nabbed by the FBI. She will appear remotely by video for a courthouse arrangement and bail hearing on July 14th. With her arrest, many well-known names may be tossed into the investigation. Maxwell is known for her long-standing friendship with Prince Andrew, the second son of Queen Elizabeth II. Andrew has said on record that he has known Maxwell since he was at Oxford University. In the 1990s, Maxwell notoriously escorted Prince Andrew to a hookers and pimps social function in New York. She introduced Epstein to Prince Andrew, and the three often socialized together. Andrew has been accused of having sex with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, one of Epstein's alleged underage victims, 3 times in 2001 when she was 17. In a civil lawsuit and in interviews, Giuffre said she was recruited and groomed by Maxwell to have sex with Epstein and to provide sexual services to his famous and powerful friends. In a televised interview just a few weeks before Epstein's death, Prince Andrew defended his relationship with the convict. It brought a storm of negative coverage and forced Prince Andrew to relinquish his public roles.
One of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts, has made allegations against you. She says she met you in 2001. She says she dined with you, danced with you at Tramp nightclub in London. She went on to have sex with you in a house in Belgravia belonging to Ghislaine Maxwell, your friend. Your response?
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her?
The Duke has not been questioned by U.S. authorities yet, although his legal team has denied claims that he is deliberately evading investigation. Soon after Ghislaine was arrested, a photo of her sitting alongside actor Kevin Spacey on the Queen's throne in Buckingham Palace went viral. Who invited them into the throne room? The British royal family remains mum on the issue. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. This is what Donald Trump said about Jeffrey Epstein in 2002. Cut to 2020, and it is not surprising that the President of the United States has changed his mind about the convicted pedophile.
I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan.
How did Jeffrey Epstein know Donald Trump? The two were neighbors in Palm Beach, Florida. Trump owned the Mar-a-Lago resort in the area, which Epstein was spotted at regularly. This resort is where Epstein met Virginia Robert Giuffre, where she worked as a locker room attendant. In 2017, Trump nominated Alexander Acosta to be Labor Secretary for the United States, and he was confirmed by the Senate. Acosta, too, was connected to Epstein. As a U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Acosta had instrumented a secret plea deal in 2008 for saving Jeffrey Epstein. It granted Epstein and 4 named co-conspirators immunity from all federal criminal charges. The agreement was conducted without consulting the victims and led to Epstein serving 13 months in a private wing of a Florida jail. After Epstein's arrest in July 2019 on sex trafficking charges, Acosta faced renewed and harsher criticism for his role in the 2008 non-prosecution agreement. There were calls for Acosta to quit as Labor Secretary, and he did resign. However, many questions remain unanswered. Why did Acosta agree to a cushy Jeffrey Epstein plea deal in 2004? And didn't President Trump know about the infamous deal while selecting Acosta to serve as Labor Secretary? Epstein's brother once said in an interview, "They were good friends. I know Trump is trying to distance himself, but they were." Trump's phone number, as well as numbers for his wife Melania and other members of his inner circle, were found in Epstein's little black book of contacts. Investigators also found that Trump called Epstein at least twice in November 2004. More than 20 women have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. In 2016, a woman had alleged that Trump and Epstein had raped her in 1994 when she was a 13-year-old aspiring model. Trump denied the allegations as being categorically false, and the woman dropped her lawsuit. Nothing has been proved yet. Little St. James, a 70-acre private island in the Caribbean. Jeffrey Epstein bought it in 1998, and over the years it has achieved fame in the worst way possible. It has nicknames like Island of Sin, Pedophile Island, and Orgy Island. Virginia Roberts Giuffre, one of the accusers, also said that the ex-president was on the island, but had never behaved inappropriately. After Epstein was busted in July 2019, Clinton admitted to riding on the financier's private jet 4 times, but denied all other accusations. In a statement, a Clinton spokesperson said, and we quote, "He has never been to Little St. James Island, Epstein's ranch in New Mexico, or his residence in Florida." But look at these pictures. These are from 2002. Clinton was photographed smiling with Ghislaine Maxwell at the entrance of the financier's plane during a humanitarian trip to Africa, which was allegedly hosted by the former president's foundation. This was the same private plane that Epstein used to shuttle underage girls between his properties, and it has been dubbed the Lolita Express. And in this one, the woman with Clinton in this picture is Chauntay Davis, a personal masseuse for Epstein. She too had accused Epstein of raping her multiple times over several years. Epstein, Clinton, and Maxwell were accompanied on this trip by actor Kevin Spacey and comedian Chris Tucker. In 2002, Clinton said, and we quote, "Jeffrey is both a highly successful financier and a committed philanthropist with a keen sense of global markets and an in-depth knowledge of 21st century science." But the question is, how could a former president with access to the best intelligence not know anything about a millionaire he chose to hobnob with?
So they just showed a picture of Bill Clinton sitting in a woman's dress. There's a blue dress with some red heels on.
Another famous name linked with Jeffrey Epstein, Lex Wexner, is the CEO and founder of L Brands, the parent company to Victoria's Secret. One of America's longest-serving CEOs, his net worth is $4.8 billion. Fashion mogul hired Epstein to be his financial advisor in the late 1980s and later gave him power of attorney. Wexner paid Epstein millions of dollars in fees over the years. For his part, Epstein exploited a string of women by luring them with the promise of work with Victoria's Secret.
We weren't even a human being to them. We were just another toy to be passed around.
I thought I was going to a legitimate audition for Victoria's Secret.
Wexner has been accused of failing to take action when complaints were raised against Epstein. With powerful associates like Wexner, Epstein got away with decades of predatory behavior until 2019. Epstein was arrested on July 6th and found dead on August 10th in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. An autopsy concluded that he hanged himself, but questions linger. Many reports suggest he feared for his life and was directing money in other inmates' accounts in exchange for protection. Did Jeffrey Epstein kill himself, or was he killed by someone who did not want him to reveal any secrets? 2 correctional officers who were assigned to guard him on the night he died in his cell have been indicted for negligence. A year later, with Maxwell's arrest, there is some chance of unraveling this case. Interestingly, fearing a repeat of what happened with Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell was reportedly given paper clothes upon checking into the detention center in Brooklyn, New York. Her bed sheets were taken away. She is now far removed from a life of orgies and scandals. Born into privilege, Epstein's alleged madame was used to mixing with royalty, presidents, and movie stars. Now she is an inmate. Will she reveal the secrets Epstein took to his grave? And will more skeletons come tumbling out? We will continue to track this case on WeOn.
All right, y'all, what'd you think of that one? What's up, Wild Fungus? You said, I love this guy. Maybe this case will get resolved this time. He doesn't sound very optimistic. Man, you know what I mean? He's just trying to spit some other facts. But earlier, for y'all that are just tuning in, we were going over the disposition, and it was buffering around the second part of the disposition. So we're going to go ahead and continue that because it looks like it has some broadband to it now. But before we do that, I'm going to play a little video, audio video for y'all from Daniel from Flat Earth, and let's see what he has to say about this whole case.
Would you look at that? So I guess to the person telling me to calm down, there's no need to get upset. The trial doesn't even start till the 29th. Did you not know jury selection is part of a trial?
Yeah, it is.
The part where the evidence is presented may not start till the 29th, but the trial has started. And I guarantee you many more people knew about Kyle Rittenhouse during his jury selection than they do Ghislaine Maxwell. So either Gateway Pundit sees it too, or more people listen to me than I thought. And when you scream and bring attention to it, somebody's got to address it. I know the left never wants to address it. They always say silly things like, calm down, when you talk about things they don't want to talk about. Look at that. The biggest child sex ring case in history kicked off this week with little attention from big media. Shocker. Oh, and poor Ghislaine, she's in such deplorable conditions, if she's in any conditions at all, because no one's seen her leave any courthouse or anything since she's supposedly been in custody. Maybe we'll be granted the displeasure when the real trial starts, right?
Yeah, he has a point there.
So anyways, just found that funny. Someone was posting exactly what I've been saying. A quote-unquote highly read Trump rag, semi-mainstream news company. Oh, Mike Lindell and what's his sleepy time pillow? Sleepy and don't pay attention to Trump and Epstein pillows. Get your pillow for the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. It's a sleeper.
All right, y'all. I got my dog over here begging to go outside, so I'm gonna put the disposition part 2 where we left off last time for y'all. Let's keep tuning in. Here we go.
I needed her to stand in for me during meetings. It was a very wide-ranging job. Did you ever bring females to perform massages for Jeffrey? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. What are you asking me? Did blank, was it ever blank, responsibility to bring females to the house for the purpose of massaging Jeffrey? Blank job was to help me with the house and work in homes. It was not her job to, whatever you just said, bring masseuses. Did she do that? I have no recollection. I have no idea. Did you pay blank or did Jeffrey pay her? Jeffrey. Do you recall how much she was paid? I do not. Ms. McCauley, I think we can take a break now. It's 10:02 and we are off the record. Recess. It's now 10:18. We are back on the record and starting disc number 2. Ms. Maxwell, I asked you about Virginia Roberts earlier. Can you describe what Virginia Roberts' duties were when she was with Mr. Epstein? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I believe that Virginia was a masseuse. Was Virginia required to dress up in any way for massages? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I have no idea. Did you provide Virginia with outfits to wear for certain massages? I have no idea what you are talking about. For example, did you ever provide Virginia with a schoolgirl outfit to wear for a massage? I have no idea what you are talking about. So you didn't provide her with that. As I just testified, I have no idea what you are talking about. I was trying to interpret whether you didn't understand what a schoolgirl outfit was or you were saying that didn't happen. I clearly know what a schoolgirl outfit is. I have no recollection of providing anybody with a schoolgirl outfit. Did you have a set of outfits used by the massage therapist that would include things like schoolgirl outfit or a black patent leather outfit or anything of that nature? Mr. P, object to the form and foundation. That would just be another of Virginia's lies. You didn't have anything like that. I did not. Did you have a basket of sex toys that you kept in the Palm Beach house? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. First of all, what do you mean? A laundry basket that contains sex toys in it. Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. Can you ask the question again? Did you have a laundry basket that contains sex toys in it in the Palm Beach house? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. Did you have a laundry basket of sex toys in the Palm Beach house? Mr. P, same objection. You can answer. I don't recollect anything about a laundry basket of toys, sex toys. Do you recollect having sex toys at the Palm Beach house? You have to define what are you talking about. A sex toy meaning a vibrator of some kind. Sometimes they are called dildos of that nature, anything like that. I don't recollect anything that would formally be a dildo, anything like that. How would you describe sex toys? I wouldn't describe sex toys. Did you have anything that was an electronic nature that would be used during sex? Objection to the form and foundation. I have no idea what you are referring to. Maxwell, Exhibit 3, transcript marked for identification.
So the rest of the stuff is just redacted. Redacted means it's just blacked out. They took it back. That they didn't actually make public, so we're just scrolling down.
Mr. P, objection to
Page
the form
74
foundation.
now.
First, I have to read this. Sure. Ms. Macaulay, I will stop the clock while the witness is reading. Mr. P, no. Ms. Macaulay, yes, if she is going to read the whole document, I will stop the clock. Mr. P, if you give her documents to refresh her recollection, we are on the clock here. Ms. Macaulay, then we will take it up with the judge. Mr. P, read whatever you need to answer the question. Ms. Macaulay, I'm going to set the document aside and I'm just going to ask you a question, independent of the document. Do you recall having a basket full of sex toys? I already told you I did not. We were talking a moment ago about Ms. Roberts and her position as a masseuse. Do you know what she was paid for working as a masseuse for Jeffrey Epstein? I do not. Did you ever pay her? I don't ever recall paying her. Do you know what happened during the massage appointments with Jeffrey Epstein and Virginia Roberts? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. No. Were you ever present to view a massage between Jeffrey Epstein and Virginia Roberts? I don't recollect ever seeing Virginia and Jeffrey in a massage situation. Do you ever recollect seeing them in a sexual situation? I never saw them in a sexual situation. Did you ever participate in sex with Virginia Roberts and Jeffrey Epstein? I never ever at any single time, at any point ever at all participated in anything with Virginia and Jeffrey. And for the record, she is an absolute total liar. And you all know she lied on multiple things, and that is just one other disgusting thing she added. Did you help her obtain an apartment in Palm Beach to live in? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. Was that part of your responsibilities for Jeffrey? First of all, I didn't know she had an apartment in Palm Beach. I only learned that from the many times you guys have gone to the press to sell stories, so no. Did you help her get a cell phone? Was that one of your responsibilities for Jeffrey? To get her is a cell phone as part of her masseuse obligation. Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I don't know what that means. Masseuse obligation. I don't know what you are referring to. Would you like to ask the question properly? I think it was proper. I will ask it again. Did you ever assist in getting Virginia Roberts a cell phone to use during the time that she worked for Jeffrey Epstein? I have no recollection of doing anything of that nature. Did you ever tell Virginia that you wanted her to have a cell phone so that she could be on the call regularly? I have no recollection of that conversation. How often would Virginia come over to the house in Palm Beach to give massages? Mr. B, objection to the form foundation. Ask the question again, please. How often did Virginia Roberts come over to the house in Palm Beach to give massages? It's important to understand that I wasn't with Jeffrey all the time. In fact, I was only in the house less than half the time, so I cannot testify to when I wasn't in the house, how often she came when I wasn't there. What I can say is that I barely would remember her. If not for all of this rubbish, I probably did come from time to time, but I don't recollect her coming as often as she portrayed herself. How many times a day on average would Jeffrey Epstein get a massage? Mr. P, objection to the form foundation. When I was at the house and when I was there with him, he received a massage on average about once a day. Just once. Yes. Were there days when he received 4 or 5? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. When I was present at the house, I never saw something like that. Do you know if Virginia was required to be on call at all times to come to the house if Jeffrey wanted her there? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I have no idea of the arrangements that Virginia made with Jeffrey. When Virginia was in New York, would Virginia sleep at Jeffrey's mansion in New York? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I don't recollect her being in New York, and I have no idea where she slept. You don't ever remember seeing Virginia Roberts in New York? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I would barely recollect her at all except for this story. Do you recall Virginia Roberts calling you because she was having a medical crisis and you and Jeffrey taking her to the hospital? I have heard this absurd story, and if any part of it were true, I remember that. I do not. You don't remember taking her to the hospital? It's not that I don't remember it, it didn't happen. How do you know it didn't happen? That's the sort of memory you would recall. Do you recall you said you don't remember her being at the New York mansion when you were in New York? Would you stay at the New York mansion with Jeffrey? I stayed from time to time. Do you recall Virginia being at the New York mansion when blank came to visit? Objection to the form and foundation. Like I told you, I don't recall her being at the house at all. How many homes does Jeffrey have? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. When I was working for him, I think he had 6, maybe. Would Virginia stay with him in these homes? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I can only testify for when I was present with him, and I cannot say what she did when I wasn't present with him. When you were present, would Virginia stay in the house with him? I don't recall her staying in the houses. Did you train Virginia on how to recruit other girls for massage? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. No.
So it's just showing a redacted. All right, she's about to start reading it. We're on
Did you
page
train Virginia
82.
on how to recruit other girls to perform sexual massages? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. No, and it's absurd, and her entire story is one giant tissue of lies. And furthermore, she herself has, if she says that, you have to ask her about what she did. Does Jeffrey like to have his nipples pinched during sexual encounters? Mr. P, objection to form and foundation. I'm not referring to any advice on my counsel. I'm not talking about any adults' sexual things when I was with him. When Jeffrey would have a massage, would he request that the masseuse pinch his nipples while he was having a massage? I'm not talking about anything with consensual adults situation. What about with underage? I'm not aware of anything. You are not aware of Jeffrey Epstein ever having sex with an underage minor and asking them to pinch the nipples? I'm not. So I'm going to direct you to, I believe it's Maxwell Exhibit 1, the police report. Are you aware that over 30 underage minors gave testimony to police that they were engaged in sexual acts during quote-unquote massages? Mr. P, the witness needs to find Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1, if you can hand me that, please. So now with respect to the police report, are you aware that over 30 underage girls, meaning under the age of 18, gave reports to police that they were assaulted sexually by Jeffrey Epstein during massages? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I read the police report, that's all I can testify to. Are you aware of what is in the police reports? Are you aware that there were 30 girls? I did not count the number of girls and I did read the police report. I can only testify to what I read. So you are aware that the police report contains reports from 30 underage girls. I can't testify to what the girls said. I can only testify to the fact that I read the police report that stated that. When you working for Jeffrey, you said you worked for him as on until 2009, is that correct? I helped out from time to time. So you were working with him during the time period when these underage girls were visiting Jeffrey's home. Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I was not. What year? I need years. How about, let's say, 2005? I'm not sure I was at the house at all in 2005. Maybe one day, maybe. How about 2004? I was present for his mother died in 2004, so I was there for his mother's death and the funeral, and I was at the house maybe a handful of days again. I would like to direct you to, you have it pulled together now, it's page 39, date stamped GUFA 00040. Can you repeat that please? Sure. 00040. Yes. At the top of that document, about 3 lines down, you see the redacted portions there is black, so it blacks out the name. I see black redacted portions. That's a black redaction of the name of the minor, and there is, I will represent for the record, that's what it is. You can contest that, but I'm not asking about the name of the minor. 5 lines down, it says she was just 16 years of age. Do you see that? I have to read that if you want me to testify to some things. I'm asking if you see where it says she was just 16 years old. No, I have to read it. It's 5 lines down on the first paragraph. I do see that. Then the next paragraph down, it says, this is the next full paragraph. It says, Epstein entered the room, introduced himself. Epstein lay on the table and told her to get comfortable. Blank could not remember if he was naked or if he entered the room with a towel. Blank stated she provided the massage, wearing her panties. She continued rubbing his thighs and feet. Blank advised he turned over on his back.
True what you say.
His legs with oil. Epstein touched her breast and began to masturbate. I asked her if she knew what circumcised and uncircumcised meant. She stated circumcised is when the penis had no foreskin. Then, jumping down to the next paragraph, it says Blank became upset, crying hysterically, and stated she was paid and also instructed to have sex with Epstein and Blank by Epstein. Do you see that there? I do. Are you aware that there were underage minors in the Palm Beach house that were required to give sexual massages to Jeffrey Epstein? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. This has been asked and answered already. How you are just reading a document. Mr. Cooley, I am allowed to take this deposition. I already testified. Are you aware there were underage girls, 30 of them, in this police report that were assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein in the Palm Beach house during the time you were working there? I'm aware that Virginia has lied repeatedly. I'm not asking about Virginia. I'm asking if you're aware that there were over 30 underage girls who gave reports to police officers during the time you worked for Jeffrey Epstein. Are you aware of that? Mr. P, counsel, what is your factual basis for asserting there are 30 underage people who gave reports? Ms. McCauley, I don't have to answer that. Mr. P, are you representing as an officer of the court that you have personal knowledge that there are 30 people referenced in these police reports? Ms. McCauley, that's my understanding, that there are 30 girls. Mr. P, how is it that you're understanding if these are redacted reports? By reading through the reports. Mr. P, so you have personal knowledge there are 30 people. Ms. McCauley, just like can you if you can read through. I will not argue with you, counsel. She can answer yes or no. Are you aware there were over 30 individuals who were minors who gave reports to police, just like the one we just read, that they were sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein in the Palm Beach home during the years that you were working with him? Mr. P, objection to Spawn Foundation. You can answer if you have knowledge. I already testified I was limited in the house a couple of days. There is no way I knew. I have read these reports. I cannot testify to 30. Given the experience I've had with Virginia's lives, it's very hard for me to testify about what I see. I can tell from you, my personal knowledge, I did not know what you are referring to. You did not know there were underage girls in the home that were being assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein during this time you were working there. Based on the lies that I have already been told, I cannot comment on any. Are you saying these 30 girls are lying when they gave these reports to police officers? I'm not testifying to their lies, I'm testifying to Virginia's lies. I'm not asking about Virginia's lies. I can only testify to Virginia's lies. I can testify to having read these reports. I cannot testify to anything else about them. So your testimony is that during the time you were working there, you did not know that these minor children were being abused in the home while you were there. What I've already told you, and I will repeat, I was in the house very limited time, very few times. I do not know what you are referring to. I've read these reports, but based on the lies that Virginia has perpetrated, cannot tell you what is true or factual or not. You said you were in the home a very limited time. So average in the year, for example, 2004, how many times would you have been in his Palm Beach home? Very hard for me to say, but very little. How about his New York home? Same. Were you his girlfriend in that year, in 2004? Define what you mean by girlfriend. Were you in a relationship with him where you would consider yourself his girlfriend? No. Did you ever consider yourself his girlfriend? That's a tricky question. There were times when I would have liked to think of myself as his girlfriend. When would that have been? Probably in the early 90s. In your responsibilities in working for Jeffrey, would you book massages for him on any given day so that he would have a massage scheduled? Would you take a call, for example, and book a massage for him? Mr. B, objection to the Foreman Foundation. You can answer. Typically, that was not my responsibility. He would either book the massage himself or one of his other assistants would do that. From time to time, you have to do that. Mr. B, objection to the form and foundation. Like I said, typically it was somebody else's responsibility. If you are unable to book a girl for a massage on a given day, would that mean that you were responsible for giving him a sexual massage? Mr. P, objection to the form foundation, and I instruct you not to answer any questions about any of your consensual adult sexual activity. So you are not going to answer that question. You just heard my counsel. Have you ever said to anybody that recruiting other girls to perform sexual massages for Jeffrey Epstein takes the pressure off you? Mr. P, object to the form foundation. Repeat the question and break it out. Have you ever said to anybody that you recruit girls? Stop right there. I never recruited girls. Let's stop there. How break down the question? Have you ever said to anybody, by girls, we are talking about underage people? You said girls. Are you talking about underage? We are not talking about consensual acts. This is a defamation suit. I'm asking the questions. I know what this case is about. I will ask you questions. If you don't understand the question, I can break it down to you. I'm happy to do that. Break it down a lot, please. I will do that. The question is, have you ever said to anybody that you recruit other girls? Why don't you stop there? Let me finish my questions. Have you ever said to anybody that you recruit girls to take the pressure off you so you don't have to have sex with Jeffrey? Have you said that? That's the question. You don't ask me questions like that. First of all, you are trying to trap me. I will not be trapped. You are asking me if I recruit. I told you no. Girls meaning underage, I already said I don't do that with underage people. And as to ask me about a specific conversation I had with language, we are talking almost 17 years ago when this took place. I cannot testify to an actual conversation or language that I used with anybody at any time. Have you ever said to anybody that you recruit other females over the age of 18 to take the pressure off you to have sex with Jeffrey? I totally resent and find it disgusting that you use the word recruit. I already told you I don't know what you are saying about that, and your implication is repulsive. Answer my question. I just did. Have you ever said to anybody that you recruit females? I don't recruit anybody. That's an answer, so you never said that. I'm testifying that I cannot testify to an actual language. It's a yes or a no. I will not testify to an actual statement made 17 years ago, so I cannot testify to actual language. So you won't testify to anything I'm asking you 17 years ago about a statement you made. How do you know it's 17 years ago? We are talking about a time in 2009. Have you ever said that to anybody? I'm 54 years old, so you are asking me in my entire life, what words are you asking me in my entire life? Your entire life is limited by the time you were with Jeffrey. This is your question. Let's time limit the question you are asking me. So from, let's say, I think you said you started with him in 1992. Is that correct? And finished with him in 2009? So from 1992 to 2009, have you ever said to anybody that you recruit others, and we will start with girls to take the pressure off you to have sex with Jeffrey? Mr. P, objection to the form foundation. First of all, I resent and despise the word recruit. Would you like to define what you mean by recruit and by girls? You mean underage people. I never had to do anything with underage people. So why don't you re-ask the question in a way that I'm able to answer it? I'm asking if you ever said that to anybody. So if you don't understand the word recruit and you never use that word, then the answer to that question would be no. I have no memory as I sit here today having used that word. Did you ever meet an underage girl in London to introduce her to Jeffrey to provide him with a massage? Mr. P, objection to the form foundation. Run that past me one more time. Did you ever meet an underage girl in London to introduce her to Jeffrey to perform a massage? Mr. P, same objection. Are you asking me if I met anybody that was underage in London specifically to provide a massage to Jeffrey? Is that your question? Yes. No. Do you know who blank is? I don't recall her right now. Do you know if... Strike that. During the time that you were working for Jeffrey, did you ever observe any foreign females, so in other words, not from the United States, that were brought to Jeffrey's home to perform massages? Mr. P, objection to the form of foundation. Females, what age are we talking? Any age. Can you repeat the question? During the time you were working for Jeffrey, did you ever observe any foreign females of any age that were at Jeffrey's home to perform a massage? Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. Are you asking me if any foreigner, not an American person, gave Jeffrey a massage? Yes. Well, as I sit here today, I can't think of anyone who is foreign. Certainly. I just can't think of anybody right this second. How about any foreign girls who were under the age of 18? I already testified to not knowing anything about underage girls. Were there foreign girls who were brought to Jeffrey's home by blank for the purposes of providing massages? Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. I'm not aware of blank bringing girls. I have no idea what you are talking about. You have never been around foreign girls who are under the age of 18 at Jeffrey's homes. Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. I already testified about not knowing about underage girls. Did you provide any assistance with obtaining visas for foreign girls that were under the age of 18? I've never participated in helping people at any age to get visas. Was it Jeffrey's preference to start a massage with sex? The objection to the form and foundation. I think you should ask that question of Jeffrey. Do you know? I don't believe that was his preference. I think you have to understand a massage. Perhaps you are not really familiar with what massage is. I am. I don't need a lecture on massage. I think you do. Mr. P, no question pending. She will ask you another question now. Massage is for health benefits. When did you first meet Jeffrey? Some point in 1991. And did Jeffrey know your father? No. How were you introduced to Jeffrey? Some friend introduced us. Can you describe your relationship back in 1991? Was it friendship, or was it girlfriend relationship, or was it a work relationship? What was your relationship in 1991? It was friendly. Then I believe you testified you began working for him in 1992, is that correct? Yes. In 1992, I know you gave me the description of the work that you were performing for him. How much was he paying you? Do you remember? I don't recall. Do you know, for example, in 2001, how much he was paying you? I don't recall. Did it change over the years, or did the payments remain the same? I believe over the course of time it increased a little bit. Was that payment was the payment made with respect to the jobs, the work you were performing for Jeffrey? Was that your sole income at that time? Mr. P, I object to the form. I'm also going to instruct you not to answer about sources of your personal sources of income outside of Mr. Epstein at all. Ms. McCauley, what's the basis for that? Mr. P, it's confidential, it's not part of this lawsuit. Ms. McCauley, we have a protective order and it is part of this lawsuit with respect to our damage claims. Mr. P, it's not, and in fact, you are not entitled to ask financial information of a defendant in this kind of case. In a defamation case, unless and until there is finding that you are entitled to punitive damages, that is clear in New York case law, both state and federal. Ms. McCauley, we disagree on that point and we will come back to that. From the source of payment, from the source of Jeffrey, from your work, can you give me a range on that? Do you know, was it over $100,000? I just testified, I don't recall. You don't know if it was $500,000? It was less than that. Somewhere between 100 and 500. Would that be fair to say? I believe it was between $100,000 and $200,000. Did Jeffrey, during the time that you were working for him, purchase a townhome for you? subject of the townhouse is I worked for it and I had a loan. We did loans. So a loan through Jeffrey. I don't recall the exact transaction. Did he purchase for you a helicopter during the time you were working for him? It was his helicopter. When did you obtain your pilot license? I believe it was in 98 or 99. Was that for both airplanes and helicopters or just helicopters? Just helicopters. Have you ever flown blank blank on your helicopter? That is another one of Virginia's lies. The question is, have you ever done that? I have never flown blank blank at any time ever in any helicopter, in any place, any time, in any state, in any country, at any time, anywhere. Have you ever had dinner with blank at Jeffrey's home? At any of Jeffrey's homes? No, I don't believe so. Have you travelled on Jeffrey's planes with blank? Yes, I have. Would that have been in 2002? It's very hard for me to recollect exact dates, but that sounds about right. Was that during the time that Virginia was working for Jeffrey? I don't know that Virginia ever did work for Jeffrey. I don't exactly know if she testified to her so-called duties. We know she is a serial liar, so I can't testify to what she did or didn't do. So I object to that characterization of her. So repeat the question, please.
All right, y'all. We got to part 2. That was part 2 of the disposition. Coming up next would be part 3.
I have not heard that.
Of course, a big shout out to Full of Shiz. She's the one covering the disposition. So, one up to her. I'm gonna keep playing this. This is the Don, and this is what he has to say about the whole situation.
So while everybody out there wants to leave their opinion on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, how, oh my God, white privilege, all that fucking nonsense, we know already. We fucking know the history of this country. But why are we not talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's trial? Started today, Friday, November 19, 2021, which is way more serious. We talking about child sex trafficking. She was the closest affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. That's not live stream, her child. And nobody else is talking about a trial like that. All I see is Kyle Rittenhouse black, white fucking bullshit. What about the kids, y'all? The unheard voices. Let's make this go viral. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles out. Everybody out there wants to leave their opinion on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. How, oh my God, white privilege, all that fucking nonsense. We know already. We fucking know the history of this country. But why are we not talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's trial? Started today, Friday, November 19, 2021, which is way more serious. We talking about child sex trafficking. She was the closest affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. That's not live stream, her child. And nobody else is talking about a trial like that. All I see is Kyle Rittenhouse black, white fucking bullshit. What about the kids, y'all? The unheard voices. Let's make this go viral. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles out. So
You know what I mean? All right. We'll go ahead and get into part 3.
So repeat the question, please. Can you read the questions back? Record read. You can answer the question. What was the question again? When you were travelling on the plane with blank, was that during the time? It was 2002. That you were on a flight with blank. Was that during the time Virginia was working for Jeffrey? Mr. P. Object to the form. Misstates the witness's answer, and if you can answer the question, you can answer it. Well, like I said, I don't recall exactly when I've been with him. I don't recall when Virginia. We know that Virginia claims when she left, so I can't answer the question. I have no idea. Do you know blank? I do. How long have you known him? A very long time. Since you were a child? It's so long, it's really a long time ago. I just don't recall. Do you remember how you first met him? No, I do not. Did you introduce him to Jeffrey? That would be another of Virginia's lies and the lies you perpetrate. I never introduced blank to Jeffrey Epstein at any time ever.
Liar.
So just to add that, the long list of lies. Jeffrey no blank. Really he knew them. I think we have that answer, but how? Yeah. Do you know how Jeffrey met blank blank? I do not know Jeffrey met blank blank. What I do know is that I did not introduce them. That is one of the many lies, and we are.
Whenever they say blank blank, that means that they redacted it and they put a black line through it, and so we can't see or read the names of the people at the moment.
Tallying all the lies. Do you know when Jeffrey met blank blank? I do not know when Jeffrey met blank. Did you ever introduce blank blank to any girls under the age of 18 who were not friends of your children? I have not introduced blank to anyone that I am aware of, other than friends of mine who have kids under the age that he may have met socially through me. Did you ever introduce blank blank to Virginia in London? I understand her story about blank, but again, her tissue of lies is extremely hard to pick apart. What is true and what isn't. Actually, I wouldn't recollect her at all, but for her tissue stories about this situation. So did you ever introduce blank blank to Virginia in London? I have no recollection. Did Virginia ever stay at your home in London, your town home? I know she claims she did, but if you are asking me here today to remember specifically, I cannot. Do you remember taking a trip with Virginia to travel over to Europe, including London? So I have seen her reports and I've seen the plane reports. I see she says she was on that, but again, I really have no recollection of her. Did you know that she was 17 at the time of that trip? Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. Did you know she was 17 at the time of that trip? Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. I didn't even know she was on the trip. Did you hold her passport for her when she was travelling? Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. I have no recollection whatsoever of her even being on the trip, nor holding her passport. Maxwell Exhibit 4 picture marked for identification. I'm showing you what we marked as Maxwell Exhibit 4. Can you take a look at that picture for me? I've looked at it. Are you in that picture? I am. Blank blank? It is. Mr. P. I don't believe this has been produced to us in discovery by you. Ms. McCauley. The picture? Mr. P. Yes. Ms. McCauley. It has. Mr. Menninger. Is it the same exact photograph? Ms. McCauley. I believe so. We will find one. The picture has been produced a number of times. Mr. P. I've seen different iterations of this. I don't believe I have ever seen this. Ms. McCauley. We could then blow it up on a page so she could see it. We could use an article. While you are looking for that, I will skip ahead. Hold that until we can find one that has the base range on it. Do you recall Virginia being at your London town home? I do not. Do you recall going to dinner with blank, Jeffrey Epstein and Virginia Roberts in London at any time? Not. Do you recall going to a place called blank blank, Jeffrey Epstein and yourself and Virginia Roberts? I would just like to state for the record, blank 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 blank. I do not have any recollection of it and I doubt it actually happened. You don't recall that? Do you recall taking Virginia shopping when you were in London to buy an outfit to meet blank? No, I don't. Where in your town home, we will come back to that. Do you have guest bedrooms in your town home in London? I do. How many? 2? Did blank ever visit Jeffrey and you in New York? Yes. Do you remember him visiting you and Jeffrey in New York in the spring of 2001? Again, I can't testify to any specific dates, so you don't have a recollection of that. I have a recollection. You've asked me if I have a recollection of being in New York, but if you're asking for a date, I cannot confirm the date. Do you remember blank being present in New York for a party where blank was also present? I don't recollect. Do you recall ever giving blank a gift of a puppet that was insane, that looked like him? I never gave him the gift of a puppet. Did Jeffrey ever give him a gift of a puppet? No, not that I'm aware of. Have you ever given him any gifts? Mr. P. Objection, foundation. I know blank. Have you ever given him any gifts that you remember when he came to Jeffrey's home in New York? I don't recall giving him any gifts in New York. Maxwell, Exhibit 5, picture marked by identification. I think I directed you to page 0034. Is that a picture that was taken at your London townhome? I have no idea when this picture was taken. I know what she purports it to be to, but I'm not going to say that I do. Do the surroundings look like your London townhome? They are familiar. Do you know who took this picture? I do not. Did Jeffrey Epstein take this picture? I just testified I don't know who took the picture. So you don't know if Jeffrey Epstein took the picture. When I tell you I don't know who took the picture, it doesn't mean him. I don't know who took the picture. You can come up with 50 names, I still do not know who took the picture. Did you observe blank go into a room with Virginia alone in your townhome? I cannot recall. As I've said, no. Did blank ever tell you that he had sex with Virginia Roberts? He did not. Did Jeffrey Epstein ever tell you that blank had sex with Virginia Roberts? He did not. Did blank ever visit? Let me back that up for a moment. We talked about Jeffrey's home. Did Jeffrey have a home in the US Virgin Islands called Little St. James? Yes. Did blank ever visit that island? Are you aware of blank ever visiting Jeffrey's island? I'm aware of that, yes. Do you know how many times he visited? I do not. Do you know if he visited when Virginia was on the island? I do not. Were you present on the island when blank visited? Yes. How many times? I can only remember once. Were there any girls under the age of 18 on the island during that one visit that you remembered that were not family or friends or daughter of your friends? Mr. P. Objection to the formal foundation. There were no girls on the island at all. No girls, no women other than the staff who worked at the house. Girls meaning I assume you are asking underage, but there was nobody female outside of the cooks and the thieves. Did you, as part of your duties in working for Jeffrey, ever arrange for Virginia to have sex with blank? Mr. P. Objection to the formal foundation. Just for the record, I have never at any time, at any place, in any moment, ever asked Virginia Roberts, or whatever she is called now, to have sex with anybody. Did you ever provide Virginia Roberts with an outfit of sexual nature to wear for blank? Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. I think we addressed the outfit issue. I'm asking if you ever provided her with an outfit of a sexual nature to wear for blank. Categorically no. You did get that. I said categorically no. Don't worry, I'm paying attention. You seem very distracted in that moment. Maxwell, Exhibit 6, flight logs, marked for identification. Do you mind if I take a break for the bathroom? It's 11:08 and we are going to go off the record now. Videographer, it's now 11:09. We are off the record. Recess. Videographer, it's now 11:26. We are back on the record and starting disc number 3. Ms. Maxwell, I think I handed you right before the break. Did I hand you the flight logs? They look like this. Did I mark those yet? I thought I did. I don't believe I have it. These admittedly are a little difficult to read, so what I'm going to provide you with to assist is I have a chart that has the airport codes, because it will have, for example, just for the record, reflects that the first page of document blank. It will have a code in the form, in the from line that says PBI, for example, to TEB. So I have a chart that matches up, just in case you don't understand what those letters mean. PBI meaning Palm Beach, TEB meaning Teterboro, which is New Jersey. For others are more difficult, but just for you to be able to understand the logs, I will provide you with that. Mr. P, so we are clear, if the witness has personal knowledge of what these are, that's fine, but I don't know what these are, and I don't expect the witness to accept the representation that they are what they are. Ms. McCauley, if she can testify to what city it is, she can state that on the record. Mr. P, if she knows what it is, she knows what it is. We are not putting any affirmatively on the record until you ask your questions. So I'm going to ask you, and I think we flagged a few of the pages which may direct us a little bit easier, but I will do it by basis number, which is at the bottom of the document, kind of at the side. The first I will direct your attention to is blank. Does it have a cap? It should. Let me make sure. Yes, it does. So I'm directing your attention to the bottom, 2 lines up from the bottom. There is a flight. Mr. P, are you on blank? Mr. McCauley, blank. So this flight is from the one I'm looking at. I think it's highlighted on your copy, on the far corner on the date. It says blank at the top, and this would be the blank, and then the blank. Other 2 I'm going to direct your attention to. On that first one, on the blank, you will see the column reading PBI. In the from column to TEB, in the to column, and you will see some initials. You'll see JE for Jeffrey Epstein, GM for Ghislaine Maxwell, blank or blank, and then Virginia. I have to object. Mr. P, you don't get to object. She is turning into a lawyer already. I would like to. Let me ask the question, and if you have an issue. So with respect to this flight, do you recall being on a flight in the blank blanks going from Palm Beach to Teterboro? No, I don't recall any Pacific flight. Do you recall flying with Virginia on a flight with blank and Jeffrey Epstein at any time? I don't. How often did you fly on a plane with a 17-year-old? Mr. P, objection to form and foundation. I have no idea what you are talking about, other than friends of mine that had kids. Did you regularly fly on Jeffrey's plane with individuals who were under the age of 18? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. Can you repeat the question? Did you regularly fly on Jeffrey Epstein's planes with individuals who were under the age of 18? I regularly flew on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane, but I cannot testify as to flying with possible under the age. I don't believe that I did. Why wouldn't you remember flying with a 17-year-old? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. How would I know, one, that she is 17? How would you know that? How do you know I'm on the plane? Are you saying you are not on this flight? So this is a Palm Beach to Teterboro. This says the JE, GM, blank, and Virginia. The GM you are saying is not you. Mr. P, I object to the form. You can answer the question if you know. How do you know the GM is me? Is it your testimony that on the flight logs when it represents GM, that it is not you flying on the plane? Mr. B, objection to the form and foundation. GM can stand for any level. It could be Georgina, George. Are there any people that flew with Jeffrey Epstein that have the initials GM? I don't know. Do you recall flying with Jeffrey Epstein on his plane over 300 times during the period of 1999 to 2005? I cannot testify to how many times I was on his plane because that would just be impossible. You were on his plane regularly, would you say? I already testified I was on his plane regularly. Is it your testimony, and I'm referring now to the line that we were just talking about, that you were not on the flight from Palm Beach to Peterborough, that lists JE, GM, blank, and Virginia? I'm not testifying to that. I'm just saying that you cannot be sure that is me. So, as you sit here today, you don't believe you flew on that plane. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying you cannot be sure that's me. Do you have reason to doubt that when it says GM on these flight logs, that represents you? I cannot testify to that. I'm just saying it may not be me. In looking at the flight logs and look up, let's move up a couple of lines. If you start at the top, you are going to see JE blank, then JE blank blank, JE blank blank, JE GM, JE GM, JE GM blank, reposition, JE GM, JE GM blank, JE GM blank blank blank, female blank, repositioning, JE GM blank blank, JE GM blank blank, JE GM blank, Virginia, JE GM blank, Virginia, repositioning, and then a certification. So is it in your testimony, in looking at that you do not believe that GM represents you? Objection to the form and foundation. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you cannot, I can't sit here and tell you, sure, GM is me. And I cannot testify remembering being on a flight at that time. You don't remember being on any of these flights with the initial GM. I remember being on many flights. I cannot testify that is the flight I am on. Let's go to the next page, which is going to be blank. I want you to look at the line. So the date is at the top, so it's blank. And if you go down, you will see a line that says the blank. And if you scroll over, you will see PBI to TIST. If you look at the airport code TIST, it's going to be representative of the US Virgin Islands. And then you will see the list on the plane. JE, GM, blank, and Virginia Roberts. Do you recall flying from Palm Beach to the US Virgin Islands with Jeffrey, yourself, blank, and Virginia Roberts? Mr. P, I object to the form, and just for the record is clear, we don't agree with whatever your characterizations are. The document speaks for itself, and she can answer based on whatever her personal knowledge is. Mr. Bully, I understand. Do you recall flying with those individuals from Palm Beach to the US Virgin Islands? I have no recollection of any individual flight you are pointing out for. We're talking about 2001. How many years ago is that? I'm asking the questions. I'm not being difficult. I'm just asking. It's like 14, 15 years ago. It's impossible. I'm sorry. So your testimony is you don't recall flying on that flight with Virginia Roberts. I cannot testify to that flight. Let's look at the next flight, which is on the blank from the Virgin Islands back to Palm Beach. JE, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, blank, Virginia Roberts, the same individuals on the above flight. It doesn't say my name, it has some initials. I understand the initials GM. Do you recall flying on a plane on one of Jeffrey's planes from the Virgin Islands to Palm Beach with Virginia Roberts? I do not. Was there any other person that flew with Jeffrey Epstein with frequency during that time period in these logs that have the initials GM? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. We'd have to look at all of the flight logs. I have no idea. I flew frequently. Why don't you take a look at the next 3 pages and see if that refreshes your recollection? Mr. P, you are talking about blank, Ms. McGawley. She can pick any couple of pages. Those have a lot of individuals on them, so that is good sampling. Mr. P, so pick any pages you want. Does that refresh your recollection at all as to whether GM represents you or some other individual? Again, I can't testify whether that represents me or not. I don't see any other GMs, but you have to understand that even if my name is on the record, doesn't mean I was on the flight. So, are you contesting the accuracy of the flight logs? In other words, you said it doesn't represent you are on the flight, so is it your testimony? Just because a name is listed doesn't mean they were actually on the flight. Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I can't testify to what these are records that were produced by blank is on here. So these aren't federally mandated records, so I can't testify to what he produced. I would like you to turn to page at the bottom. The basis number is blank and the month is blank. Okay? If you go down the number, that is blank. That would be blank. You're going to see on that line blank, which is a blank. And then you will see blank, which is going to be, I'm going to pronounce it incorrectly, blank, blank. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Then you will see in the list, you will see JEGM blank, blank, blank. It looks like, I believe it says male, yes. Then blank, I believe, is that GM on this page, representative of you. Well, this would be a flight that I would potentially remember with blank on it, but I don't actually recall going to Russia. Are those your initials? Do you recall being on the flight? Those are my initials with blank. I don't recall this flight either, but I would be more likely to if I had a bit more time to study the timing of this. Your testimony is you don't recall flying with blank from blank to blank. I don't recall the blank to blank flight. I have definitely flown with blank. On that same page, you will see beneath there, beneath 22, you will see the indications, same as above, same as above, same as above in the column that originally had the initials. And the names. Do you recall flying with blank, blank, from blank to blank, blank? I do. So the GM that would be represented in that column would be you. I recall going to blank with blank, blank. So that is likely to be me. We were on Jeffrey's plane for that trip. I believe I was.
When they're saying blank, blank, they could say Bill Clinton,
I do not.
Prince Andrew.
I'm going back towards the front, which is going to
anybody
be
like that.
And you're going to see, hang on, I'm not. Take your time. Okay. Are you going to see in the date column, you will see blank, and then about halfway down, you will see blank.
Talk about all these names that were on the plane.
Then you will see the blank, which is the column, which is where I want you to start looking at the log. And there you're going to see blank, 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 blank. Okay? If you look at the column, if you go back up to the top on the blank, if you look at the column, you will see JEGM blank, Virginia Roberts, and I believe it says blank, blank. Sorry, I'm not reading that very well. Do you recall flying from, if you see the dates, the blank, blank? Do you recall a trip that went from the United States to blank? And the places I just mentioned where Virginia Roberts was on the plane with you? Mr. P, objection to the form and foundation. I already testified that I don't recall Virginia on any of these flights. I would like to mark as Maxwell 7, I will put it at the top. Maxwell Exhibit 7, photo mark for identification. Mr. P, has this document been produced in discovery? Ms. McCauley, yes. Mr. P, do you have a basis number? Ms. McCauley, this one doesn't. I'm going to ask you, Mr. P, I don't recall seeing this document, so I would like to see a basis number document before we ask questions about it. Ms. McCauley, can you go look for it and I will continue? We'll set that aside until we get Bates's number. You may want to leave that log up and set it up to the side, and we will bounce back to that. Do you recall, I think earlier, you said you visited Jeffrey's Island. I think they called it St. Jeffrey or St. James's, the US Virgin Island home, St. James's. Do you recall whether blank blank was ever on that island? Categorically, definitively, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, when I was present or at any other time that I am aware of, was blank ever on that island? I do not believe he went to that island, ever, ever. That is an absolute fabrication and an absolute flat-out lie. Was blank blank ever at any of Jeffrey Epstein's homes when you were present? Other than the island, I know you said that did not happen. The home in either New York or Palm Beach or New Mexico. I do not believe at any time blank was at any of Jeffrey's homes. I have absolutely no knowledge or otherwise that he was ever there. You don't recall having dinner with him at any of those homes. Again, Virginia is absolutely totally lying. This is a subject of defamation about Virginia and the lies she has told, and one of the lies she told was that President Clinton is on the island where I was present. Absolutely 1,000%, that is flat out total fabrication and lie. You did fly on planes, Jeffrey Epstein's planes, with President Clinton, is that correct? I have flown, yes. Would it be fair to say that President Clinton and Jeffrey are friends? I wouldn't be able to characterise it like that, no. Are they acquaintances? I wouldn't categorise it. You just allowed him to use the plane. I couldn't categorise Jeffrey's relationship. When you were on the plane with Jeffrey and President Clinton, did you observe Jeffrey and blank talking? I'm sure they did. Did they seem friendly? I don't recollect. Was Epstein one of the original people that conceived the blank blank? Mr. P. Objection to the formal foundation. Do you know? I don't know what you are talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about. Did you ever, not at any one of the houses, but did you ever eat dinner with blank blank and Jeffrey Epstein? Are you just talking in general, anywhere? In general. I believe on a plane of this nature we would have had a meal, but not outside of the travel on the flights. I can't recollect having a meal with them, but just so we are clear, the allegations that blank had a meal on Jeffrey's Island is 100% false. But he may have had a meal on Jeffrey's plane. I'm sure he had a meal on Jeffrey's plane. You do know how many times he flew on Jeffrey's plane? I don't. Do you know who blank is? I do. How do you know him? He used to work or still works for blank. Did you ever have a relationship with him? We're talking about adult consensual relationships. It's off the record. I'm not asking what you did with him. I'm asking if you ever had a relationship with him. Mr. P. If you understand the term relationship, certainly you can answer that. Define relationship. Somebody that you would have spent time together, either seeing them in a romantic relationship, or you need to be, what do you mean by romantic? I was friends with blank, but you are suggesting something more, so I want to be clear what you are actually asking me. You defined it, you said you were friends with him. If that's what you were, that's all I need to know. While you were on the trip with blank, do you recall where you stayed at these locations? In other words, would you leave the jet and stay overnight at a hotel? You have a recollection of this trip. I recollect the trip, but if you're asking me where we stayed, you can see it's a very fast-paced trip. It was very tiring, and I don't recollect where we stayed. Do you recollect if you stayed at the same place blank stayed? In other words, if you left the plane to go to a hotel, did you all go together in your recollection? I honestly don't recollect, no. Part of this trip we were just talking about, there is a flight that goes to Thailand. Do you remember being in Thailand? P, objection to the form of foundation. Are you asking me on the blank trip, are you referencing something? The part that, let me make sure I've got it here. The entry that would be the Thailand would be the one. Let me make sure I'm correct. I have you on the wrong page. It's actually the page before. It's going to be blank, and it's going to be the entry on blank, starting on blank, and then it goes down to where it has the same as above, to blank. I'm saying blank. Mr. P. That's what the document says. I'm not representing the date, but there it is. So the last leg of that, where it says same as above, has the second to last, I'm sorry, on the blank blank. Do you remember being in Thailand with blank? I do. Do you remember what the purpose of that trip was? I don't. Do you know whether, do you recall, did you stay the night in Thailand? I don't recall. Do you recall why you went to Thailand? I don't recall. Who is blank? She, I believe, was a stewardess on this flight. Did she perform any massages on the flight? I don't recollect any massages on the flight. Do you know who blank is? It doesn't, no, I don't know who that is. I can't recall. This is not in colour, it's a black and white, but it has the base's label on it. Should I take the sticker off, the one that has? I don't know if you want to swap it. Mr. P, let the record reflect I'm replacing this on the black and white copy of this exhibit with blank. So we were talking earlier, we were looking at the flight logs and we were talking about a trip. And let me just get you back to the page. Blank, 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 blank.
Thank y'all for who voted on the last poll.
Can I direct your attention to the picture, please? Of course. Can you tell me who is in this picture? Who is pictured here? And for the court's reporter's benefit, can you go from the left of the picture to the right of the picture, to the extent you can identify the individuals? Sure, I cannot identify the person on the left. I cannot identify the person next left. I can identify Jeffrey Epstein. I cannot identify the next person to his right, and the next person in the picture is myself. Is the individual all the way to the left at the beginning of the picture? Does that resemble blank? You might want to look at the colour version if that helps you all. I know it's not the marked one. I don't, if that's easy to see, they are both dark. That does not look like blank at all. Do you recall, Mr. P? Let's mark this then as Deposition Exhibit 8, since we are referring to it, and then you can give us copies as well. Ms. Menninger, it's different because it has other people in this colour photo. Maxwell, Exhibit 8, photo marked for identification. Do you recall who took this photograph? I do not. Do you recall this photograph being taken by Virginia? First of all, I don't know where we are. So you don't recognise the building. I don't recognise the building, and I don't recognise the only two people I recognise in the picture are Jeffrey and myself. Does this look like a picture of the building that you would have seen when you were on the trip in Europe?
Excuse me.
Objection to the form and foundation. I can't possibly answer that. Do you recall Virginia ever taking pictures? I barely recall Virginia, period. Do you recall her ever taking pictures? No, I don't. I'm going to direct your attention still within the flight logs to starting on the next page from where you were, just were, which is going to be blank. And the date at the top says blank, and you will see blank. And I'm directing your attention down towards the middle to the bottom where you will see the numbers blank. And we've got actually, I'm going to direct your attention to the one that starts with blank, blank. And in the line, the remarks line, you will see JEGM, blank, 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 blank. Mr. P, are you reading the 29th? Is that what you're reading? Mr. Ms. Macaulay, I'm reading the 29th, yes. Below that you will see JEGM blank blank blank. Do you see that? I do. Do you recall a trip from Teterboro to Santa Fe and Santa Fe back to the Palm Beach with these individuals? I don't. Do you recall being on a plane with Blank and Virginia Roberts? I don't. Do you recall ever witnessing any sexual interaction on one of Jeffrey's planes with any of these individuals? I do not, absolutely not. Did Jeffrey have a fold-out bed on one of his planes? There was a bed on one of his planes that folded out, yes. Do you recall whether, with respect to this being in Santa Fe, do you recall whether you were there for some form of a party? Mr. B. Objection to the form and foundation. I don't recall the trip at all, and this looks like a total work trip, not a party trip. What would be the difference between a work trip and a party trip? Just that I would be on trips for work, and I believe that this looks like blank, looks like it's one of the, probably one of the designers, and the time would meet with the trip to decorate the house. Just the timing of it. So would Virginia be bought on trips that were for the purpose of work and decorating the house? Like I said, I never worked with her, but you would have to ask Jeffrey what he bought her on the trip for. But she would travel with him when there was a work trip like this. I'm seeing that she is on this flight, but I have no idea what she is doing. He invited her. It would not be my job. What about Nadia B? Would she regularly travel with Jeffrey on flights? I have no idea. You would have to look through the flight logs. I have no idea. Your recollection is, what is your recollection? Do you recollect Nadia travelling often on flights with Jeffrey? Absolutely not. No, not at all. I don't recollect her actually on the flight at all. I think you can set that aside for a moment. Maxwell, Exhibit 9, message pad, pages marked for identification. We will mark as Exhibit 9 these excerpts from, we will identify what they are, but from the message pads. Did you want to correct anything? I want to make an addendum. Would you mind rereading the last question back to me? Record, read. I also just want to say that at this point, I cannot recollect flying to parties. Jeffrey went for work, so was this in Santa Fe? This flight as well? The flight we were looking at, yes, but it was to Santa Fe. I don't recall going to any parties in Santa Fe at any time, but certainly flying to Santa Fe for a party seems highly improbable. So I'm going to direct your attention to the document that I set before you, which is basis number blank, and it has different basis numbers because it's a smaller version of the larger production. These are the pages I will be asking about. You were working with Jeffrey in Palm Beach. Do you recall a process for taking anybody at the house taking messages when incoming phone calls came in? You are supposed to take a message and receive the message and write the message down. Who was the message was for, what time it was taken, and who took it, and what the message was, obviously. Does what's in front of you look familiar with respect to the message pads that you would have used at the house? It is familiar. I'm going to direct your attention to the second page of it. Mr. P, these all have SAO numbers on them or basis ranges, and I don't see any of your basis ranges on these. I know you have produced message pads, but those have your basis range numbers on them, and I'm wondering if these are different documents. Ms. Macaulay, it's the same, just ours have the bases underneath them. These were produced as part of the Rule 26 discovery. We can get the additional bases if you want. The one I'm asking about first is the blank. You can look at that and then I will identify the basis number referenced in this case. I want to direct your attention to the top right-hand corner just so I have an understanding of how these messages were taken. So I see that it says at the top of it, it says in the line, it says Ms. Maxwell and the date of blank. And then I see a number under the M line, it looks like blank or something like that. a phone number and a message saying returning your call, and on the bottom it looks like blank. Explain to me, does this represent blank? Taking down a message for you from blank. Is that how these work? Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. Go ahead. My question is, I'm trying to understand how the messages were taken. Looking at this message pad where it says signed blank, can you tell me who blank was? I cannot. You do not know? Typically, when these messages were taken in your practice, when you were there, would the individual who took the message write their name on the message? Mr. P. Objection to the form and foundation. I don't recollect. You can ask who wrote it so you can find out who it was. Do you know who blank is? I don't. I'm going to direct your attention. Do we have a basis number for that?
All right, y'all. That was the part 3 of the disposition. Thank you for hanging in there with me. I know it's a lot of listening, but I'm gonna lighten the mood up by playing a little rant of Flat Earth David Pratt. So here you go to lighten the mood a little bit.
Is Ghislaine Maxwell even in custody? Seriously. Since she's been purported to be in custody, we've got that one photo of her with the black eye, just like all the politicians have the photos with black eyes, mysteriously. That could have been taken anywhere. Doesn't prove she's even incarcerated, in custody, or in court at all. And all we get of her court appearances is drawings, artist illustrations. What is NASA running this trial? So all we're going to get is CGI and artist renditions of the trial of one of the most prolific child predator, child traffickers ever. And again, can anybody even prove this bitch is in custody? Where's Jason Goodman at? Is he in New York? Does anybody have any footage of an actual trial or her in the courtroom? Jeffrey Epstein mysteriously commits suicide, disappears, and we don't get one single second of footage of Ghislaine Maxwell in how many years? 2? Or a year and a half, or whatever it's been? I'm really starting to wonder if this bitch is even in custody. All they do is ever use the same stock photos and footage of her. It's unbelievable. Welcome to America.
Yeah. All right, that was a rant from, I don't know if it would be a rant, but it's a statement from your guy over at David Pratt Flat Earth. So you can go check him out. He's been a big contributor to what's going on in this live chat. So here in a minute, we'll go ahead and continue on to the 4th part of the disposition. But in the meantime, I'm going to give y'all a break and play a couple little instrumentals for y'all to relax to. So go ahead and enjoy. If you got anything to say, go ahead and say it. Chat, ask questions. I'll be glad to answer them as best I can. right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and play a few more songs, a few more instrumentals, put that mind at ease, and then we'll get back to the disposition. How's everybody doing out there? What's going on? How are you spending your Sunday? Thank you for spending it with me. I appreciate that. This channel is about total awareness for child trafficking. So that's the only thing we worry about around here.
Tis the season to save 50% on Christmas decor at Hobby Lobby, which means you can deck.
Right. I'd be sneaking them in there like that. All right. What's up? What's up? We got a request coming in from Margaret Dulles. She said to play some ICP to catch a predator. So I'm gonna go ahead and fulfill that request. So for all y'all that have kids listening or whatever, it says it has explicit lyrics. So you know.
I'm on the internet, posing as a little girl. I'm trying to lure evil into my world. I tell them that I'm curious, and I'm only 12. Mom and Dad are gone for the day, I'm by myself. Buckets I throw up are next to my computer, hoping that they show up, because what I'm about to do to them would make the devil sick. I sharpen my blade, front to this curve like I'm only in the 7th grade. The doorbell rings, I gotta get him inside. In my best little girl's voice, I'm like, hey!
Who are they? I'm putting on my bikini.
And when the door shuts, that's when I let them see me. Hi there. I stab them in the neck first, cause it hurts. Hit them when a blood squirts. Carve his whole face off and make him eat it. Chain him up by the foot in the basement. Bleed out.
We gonna burn for this. Ain't no lesson to learn
from this.
There's nothing I'ma earn, but it sure is fun. Said it sure is fun. It sure is fun. Probably gonna burn for this. Ain't no lesson to learn from this. There's nothing I'ma earn, but it sure is fun. Said it sure is fun.
Soon enough, Feds will be shutting down my service. Cause people out there think they don't deserve this. Until it's your kid and old man's finger fucking, titty sucking, then you want the knife stuck in. I don't blame you, that's why I catch him in advance. While his dick is still in his pants, they never get the chance. I tell him I'm alone and I'm only 13. Looking for a good time, you know what I mean? Bring me some onions and a Slurpee. Promise not to hurt me or give me herpes. And within 20 minutes, here comes a fucking doctor knocking on my door, a pedophile butt knocker.
Come in, have a seat.
And then I stroll in with the all-purpose hunting blade straight up his collar. I cut his hands off, he ain't touching nobody. Chain him up by the foot in the basement. Bloody.
Wait, Mr. Croucher, you don't have to do that.
Zip it.
Wait, I got money with you.
Shut it, fucker.
Please, we can work this out.
Silence, I said. I think I'm next to this other fool. Both left for dead. Every time I walk by him, I punch him in the head. Cut their fucking dicks off. Stick them in each other's mouth. Now what y'all talking about?
I'm probably gonna burn for this. Ain't no lesson to learn from this. There's nothing I'ma earn, but it sure is fun. Said it sure is fun. It sure is fun. I'm probably gonna burn for this. Ain't no lesson to learn from this. There's nothing I'ma earn, but it sure is fun. Said it sure is fun.
What's in the bag? Onions and condoms. What's in the bag? Onions and condoms. What's in the bag? Onions and condoms. Why did you bring condoms? I didn't mean to. The house is getting funky. Bodies in the basement stinking. What the fuck am I thinking? I put my face paint on, go downstairs and beat their ass sometimes, cause it eases my mind. Some of them are dead, and some are still living, but I'ma hurt them every chance that I'm given. I hit them with the nail gun or the stun gun. They can't run, so they both mad fun. I was sawing the head off when I heard the doorbell. I'm not expecting any predators, but oh well, I took my spot.
Come in, I'll be right there.
But I left the head sitting on the living room chair. He seen it and ran. I had to give chase. We cut across the lawn with my knife swinging for his face. I threw it, stuck him in the back of the neck, still in my drawers. I dragged him home, a bloody wreck. Ah, somebody! Hey! Zip it! Ah, shut it the fuck up! Ah, people are looking silent. A bus full of high school kids watched it happen. He kept screaming like a pansy despite my slapping. Plus the neighbors seen it, and so did the mailman. But they all never said nothing about it again.
I'm probably gonna burn for this. Ain't no lesson to learn from this. There's nothing I'ma earn, but it sure is fun. Said it sure is fun. And it sure is fun.
while back at the house,
Hey, come on in. What kind of alcohol did you bring?
I brought Absolute Citron, I brought Mandarin Orange, I brought a shot of Jägermeister.
Wow.
In several cases, the men were asked to bring food, alcohol, and condoms. Law enforcement says this helps show an intent to solicit a minor. What have we got here? A bag of Funyuns. Funyuns? What about condoms? Did you bring condoms? I did. You did?
All right, y'all. That song was a special request from Marguerite Doles. If I said that right, thank you. That was To Catch a Predator by Insane Clown Posse. So if y'all want to hear that again, go ahead and go to it right there. I'll drop a link for you right here. There you go. All right, if y'all want to hear that and play it again, you can do it right there. All right, so we're still in break mode. So we're going to take a little bit more break, and then we're going to get back to what are we on now? Disposition part 4, right, everybody? All right, so after this break, we'll be back to disposition part 4. right, y'all, we're going to close that out. Let's get back to some news about this Ghislaine Maxwell case. All right. I got another segment coming up right here. We're going to talk about how Ghislaine Maxwell's arrest puts focus on her celebrity friends. So that's what this next segment is about. All right. And the people that wrote this article, or the individuals that are all involved, they are from the Social CTV. So if you want to view it, you could go over there, and I'll also I'll give a shout out to them.
And with a huge.
Here we go.
So let's begin with a huge international story. British socialite and Jeffrey Epstein confidant Ghislaine Maxwell is appearing in court on Friday on charges that she recruited girls for sexual abuse. So Maxwell has so far denied these allegations, but there are reports that she might name names, that she might name high-profile Epstein associates and turn over sex tapes to save herself. What do we think of this, and what do we think of the focus on her famous friends? Marion, what do you think?
I mean, like, it's a horrifying, fascinating story. And the name of the list that has the most impact on me is actually Bill Clinton. Because it's obvious, looking back, that of course he was a womanizer and a predator. But for whatever reason, it was probably because I was younger and I was more clueless, and because he was charismatic and handsome, and also because he did an awful lot here in Ireland to facilitate the peace process in Northern Ireland. But I was always a bit kind of, oh, Bill, you and those two, and I for the ladies, you're such a bold boy. And now, you know, I'm completely, you know, recalibrating my relationship to that and thinking, no, like, that was appalling. He should never have been given that sort of leeway. And then I suppose, obviously, in this part of the world, I'm Irish, but the next country is Britain, Prince Andrew. And I presume that there's a lot of worry that, you know, he is going to be asked to come to the US and to testify. And there's a lot of conjecture going on in the UK at the moment. Like, some people are saying that, like, he'll never be sent because the UK want to protect their relationship with the US, and other people are saying that, like, she has already said she's not going to sell him out. But, like, it's seismic. Like, it's a massive, massive story.
It's massive because of some of the names that you've mentioned. And just for the record, you know, even though Bill Clinton we know is an associate or a friend of Epstein, he hasn't actually been charged with anything. However, moving on from that name and a Prince Andrew and so many other people who sort of orbited or were friends with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, that's where this story gets me. Because why the intrigue? You have some of the world's most powerful and rich and influential people that Jeffrey Epstein, just by the nature of his job, was friends with. And so now you have potentially this, you know, they call her a madam, and certainly the dozens of victims who have come forward against Epstein have almost all named her as an alleged accomplice in all of this. But it's a time of reckoning. You know, this has all the elements of what today is all about, which is a reckoning and an accountability for the most powerful people in the world. Whether you're a police officer who's accused of behaving badly, or the president of the United States, or Jeffrey Epstein, the question is, who is going to hold your feet to the fire and make you accountable? Because nobody is above the law. And I think if you have a woman like Ghislaine, who potentially is going to out some of the world's most famous people, potentially dozens, that is, to me, what this is all about. It's about protecting the most vulnerable, finally getting justice for the most vulnerable, and bringing down people who have operated their entire lives with the protection of power, money, and privilege.
You just said it, Mel. No one is above the law. In this story, there is some stink for everyone, regardless of your political affiliations. Maybe because the abuse of extreme power knows no political boundaries. And it's interesting how different political sides are using this story to politicize it in a sense. Donald Trump, for instance, Donald Trump Jr. rather, found a photo of Ghislaine at Chelsea Clinton's wedding and tweeted out the photo and said "birds of a feather." And then, of course, people on the other side tweeted photos of him, of Ghislaine with his father and his stepmother. So it's both sides are trying to use just any sort of affiliation as this gotcha moment. And I think it's far more complicated than that. This is going to be a massive, massive story, as it should be.
You know, I'll admit I haven't really been following this story closely just because it's so stomach churning. I will say that it does seem obviously like she was very complicit, in the same way that it was hard to believe that Harvey Weinstein's assistants didn't have some knowledge about what was going on behind the scenes. But then again, I mean, I feel like a lot of people, because they've been photographed with Epstein or with Ghislaine, have been sort of, you know, had this eye cast on them. And I'm not so sure we can easily and should easily just sort of be like, okay, well, then they're all complicit. We don't know that for a fact. It's a slippery slope just to be like, oh, well, you were photographed with this person, thereby you must have known, thereby you must be guilty to some degree. Like, for example, Naomi Campbell is one of those people. I think Epstein and Ghislaine were at one of her birthday parties. They were photographed together. Does that mean that Naomi knew? Does that mean, you know, she was in any way complicit? Probably not. I will say there are a lot of photos, as you've mentioned, with Donald Trump and with Melania Trump and that whole crew. Clearly, they rolled tight. So I can't help but have a tiny piece of hope that if there is some dirt on Donald Trump connected to Epstein, that it does come out and comes out soon with video evidence.
Yeah, there's so much that we don't know, but what we do know is that Ghislaine is very much at the center of this story.
All right, well, there is a bunch that we don't know, and she is at the center of the story. But we don't want to start drifting off too far. We got to get this disposition done before today's is over. So let's go ahead and continue on part 4.
Hi guys, I hope everyone is doing well. I just wanted to do a bit of a check-in. So welcome to part 4 of the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. Thank you so much for your comments and feedback on the videos so far. I know the sound quality hasn't been great throughout, to be honest, and certainly not on part 3, I think. But I am working on it and I'm trying to improve that. So do bear with me, and hopefully the next ones that I'm now doing will be better, hopefully. So part of that feedback was around where the Mr. P says objection, and it does go on. So what I've done is, when that is, I'm not going to mention his name. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. I'm just going to say the word objection, just so that you know that there was an objection that was inserted in there. But again, I won't say Mr. P or anything like that. I will just say objection. So yeah, hopefully I can get the sound right on these ones. I'm really hoping to get it finished, because I'm also really, really wanting to know what the next kind of part is and to kind of see how this pans out. So do let me know if you've got any more feedback. And if you haven't already, like and subscribe my YouTube channel. And here is part 4.
I'm going to direct your attention. Do we have a Bates number for that? Mr. Edwards, blank. Do you prefer blank for that one? I will direct your attention to the first page, which has the blank on it. Okay. Now, at the top of the document, on the right-hand side, the message that reads 4JE, dates blank, message blank, and then it's signed GM. Is that your signature? That's not my handwriting. Would other people take a message? How does this process work? Is there someone else in the house with the initials GM? Objection. I cannot answer that. It's not my handwriting. I'm trying to understand how this gets there. If you took a message and didn't write it down, would someone else record that message for you? Objection. All I can tell you, this is not my handwriting, so I cannot. I have no idea what that is. What's the practice? That was the practice when someone answered the phone with these message pads. What were they supposed to do? They were supposed to take a message and the time and date and give the message. Were they supposed to indicate who took the message? They were, but it wasn't. I don't really recall the actual process. I can see from here it looks like you were supposed to, but that's not my handwriting, so I can't say what that was. Do you know who blank is? No, I don't. Do you know whether blank was under the age of 18? I just testified I couldn't remember who she was, so it would be difficult to know how old she was. Do you know if she was coming to the house to provide massages? I don't remember who she is at all, so no. And then I would like to direct your attention to the message right underneath it, which says J.E. blank, blank, and has a phone number. And the message says, no, she should bring her friend blank tonight. What is that message referring to? Objection? I can't possibly know. If individuals at the house take messages for underage girls to come over and bring friends for the purpose of providing massages. Objection? How would I possibly know what you are talking about? Did you record messages at the house? It's not my job. You did from time to time record messages? Hardly ever. But you did from time to time do it. I'm just saying I hardly ever took messages very, 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 very infrequently. Do you know if blank brought her friend blank over on that night? Objection. One, I don't know what this message is. I don't know if I was in Palm Beach. I don't know who blank is. I don't know who blank is. And I don't know what this message is referring to. On January 2nd of 2003, were you in Palm Beach? I don't know. Where would you have been other than Palm Beach at that time? I could have been anywhere. Where did you typically live? What are you asking me? So, for example, in 2003, where was your primary residence? Was it wherever Jeffrey was living and staying, or was it independent of that? What was the date again? In 2003. The end of 2003? January, beginning. I don't know. I could have been anywhere. Jeffrey and I were leading almost separate lives by then. If you were at the house that day, did you recall seeing anybody by the name of blank? Objection. I don't know if I was at the house, so I can't testify to that. Let's flip back to the next page, the one we were on before, the blank, the message towards the bottom that says, for Jeffrey, message of Ghislaine. And it says, would it be helpful to have, and then redacted, come to Palm Beach today to stay here and help train new staff with Ghislaine? Who are you referring to in that message? Do you remember? Objection. The question is, do you recall this message? I do not recall this message. Do you recall training a female under the age of 18 at Jeffrey's home? Objection. I never trained a female under the age of 18 at Jeffrey's home. Did you ever say it would be helpful to have a female under the age of 18 come to Palm Beach today to stay here and help train new staff with Ghislaine? I never asked anyone under the age of 18 to come to help train new staff. I'm going to flip to the next page, which is blank. By the way, that is not my handwriting, and it's not dated, and I couldn't possibly tell you who that is. Did you hear that? You've got your testimony on the record. Blank. Yes. Refer blank. I'm going to direct your attention to the top right-hand corner. Mr. Epstein, blank, message blank, a phone number and called. Do you know who blank is? I don't. Do you know that blank was 15 at the time she left this message? Objection. I don't know who blank is. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom left, which is a message, JE message of blank. And the message says, you just did a good one. 18 years. She spoke to me and said, I love Jeffrey. Referring to sex with an 18-year-old in that message. Objection. How could I know that? Blank is referring to. Do you know if blank had sex with an 18-year-old that was reference to Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. How could I possibly know? Did Jeffrey Epstein or blank ever tell you that blank had sex with an 18-year-old? Objection. I have no idea what you're talking about. Did they ever tell you that? I have no recollection of ever hearing such a ridiculous thing. I will turn to the next page, which is SE 02841. Ms. Menninger, do you have a Bates number? The bottom right-hand corner, Mr. Epstein. The date, blank. Ms. Maxwell, it says, blank. It says, quote, it's available on Tuesday. No one for tomorrow. Is this a message you took? It's not my handwriting, and I don't know who you are. When it says Ms. Maxwell in the line there, is that you calling Mr. Epstein? Perfection. I didn't write it. I don't know when this message was taken. I don't even know what it's referring to, and I don't know what my name is doing on the message pad. I know you said you only took them a few times. Do you have a recollection of taking messages of females who would call the house to indicate whether or not they were coming over? Objection. Give me a date range. On the 7th of the 9th, 04. How would I know if I'm in Palm Beach? Most likely not. I'm asking if you have a recollection of taking messages for girls who would call the house. Girls, females who would call the house. Over the age of 18. Blank is 15. I don't know who blank is, so I can't testify anything to blank. Your name is on the message. I didn't put it there and I don't know what it's doing there. So your testimony is you didn't take this message. I obviously didn't take the message. It's signed by somebody. It's not my handwriting. You don't know if I'm in Palm Beach. Did you arrange for blank to have his friends come over on Tuesday of this week? I don't know who blank is, so it would be hard for me to arrange anything with someone I don't know. Why is your name reflected on this message pad? Objection. I have no idea. You would have to ask whoever took the message. Did you, in the course of your work, regularly take messages for Jeffrey Epstein? I already testified I hardly ever did. Would you, in the course of your work, regularly set up appointments for females to come over and give massages for Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. Can you specify females? You mean adults over the age of 18? Did you regularly set up for Jeffrey adults over the age of 18 to come for massages? I didn't regularly do that, no. Would you take messages with respect to females over the age of 18 to come over for a massage? I already testified I hardly ever did take messages. But would you? I already testified I hardly ever. I know hardly ever, but did you? Over the course of time, it is possible I may have taken a couple. I have no recollection. I hardly ever did, and I did so irregularly that it would be hard for me to pinpoint. Did you ever take a message for a female under the age of 18 to come over for a massage or for any other reason to be with Jeffrey Epstein? Action. I hardly ever took a message. I have absolutely no way of knowing. Maybe one of my friend's daughters called to say that they were coming to visit me. I have never taken messages. I don't know about how I would possibly know if somebody I spoke to 1 or 2 times I took messages, how old they would be, but I have never taken a message where I was aware of anything being under the age of 18. And I probably took it so infrequently it would be impossible. Can you turn to blank? It should be the next page. Do you see at the top, it says for Mr. J, 11th of the 8th, 04, and then the name is redacted. It says, I have a female for him. Why would a minor be calling Jeffrey to say they have a female for him? Do you know? Objection. First of all, I don't know. That's a minor. I don't know who took the message. I will represent to you, these are police reports, and minors' names have to be redacted for privacy purposes. Objection. Do you know why a minor child would be calling Jeffrey and leaving a message to say, quote, I have a female for him? Objection. I can't testify anything about this message. I don't know anything about it. I'm going to direct your attention to the next page, blank. If you look at the bottom left, you are going to see a message, Jeffrey, from blank. It says she doesn't have a number and left a message that she called. Did you know who blank is? I do not. Do you know that Blank was 13 at the time she placed this call to Jeffrey? I don't know who Blank is. Did Jeffrey regularly have 13-year-olds calling these messages? Objection. How would I possibly? These were messages taken when I was not at the house, and I have no idea who they are, nor how old they are, nor anything. How do you know you weren't at the house on this day? I was hardly at the house in 2005, so you could have been there. You just don't know. In the 5 days I might have been there in 2005, I suppose it's possible, but it's unlikely. Objection. I think it was my assumption it was missed by the police department. I would direct your attention to blank, so you will skip a page and go back. It's the final page in the message pads, and you will see on the top left for Jeffrey on the 6th of the 1st, 2005, from blank, with a phone number. It says, quote, he has a teacher for you to teach you how to speak Russian, not blonde. Lessons are free, and you can have your first today if you call. Do you know whether blank sent a Russian girl that was 16 years old over to Jeffrey Epstein's home? Objection. I do not know. Did you ever observe a Russian girl that was 16 years old come to Jeffrey Epstein's home? I'm not aware of any 16-year-old Russian girl that I can recall in Jeffrey Epstein's home. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein had sex with a 16-year-old Russian girl? Objection. I do not know. Videographer, it's 12:25. This will be the end of disc 3. We are off the record. 121, resumed and testified. Ms. Macaulay, videographer, it's now 121. We're starting disc number 4. We are back on the record. Ms. Maxwell, before the break we were talking about, and I think it's one of the exhibits that's marked in front of you. I'm not sure of the number, but the police report that I showed you earlier today. Now that you have the knowledge of the police report and the criminal investigation with respect to Jeffrey Epstein, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein abused any minor children? Objection. Can you repeat the question, please, and break it down so it's more understandable? Now that you have the police report that I showed you this morning, that you had an opportunity to look at, you gave it to me, I did not look at it. The questions that I asked you about the police report, you are aware there is a police report. I am aware there is a police report. You're aware there was a criminal investigation of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm aware that there was that. Now that you are aware of those two things, and having talked to Jeffrey Epstein, do you believe Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Objection. Can you re-ask the second part of that question, please? Sure. The two documents we were talking about, the document and the investigation, you said you are aware of, and after having talked to Jeffrey Epstein, do you believe Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Objection. What do you mean I talked to Jeffrey? You need to break the question down further. So you have the police report. I do. And you are aware of the criminal investigation. I am. Let's take those two things. After knowing those two things, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein abused minor children? Objection. Can you explain what you mean by the question, actually? I think the question speaks for itself. I will try again. I will say it one more time, because I want you to be able to understand it. Knowing that you have the police report here, and knowing about the criminal investigation, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Objection. I know what you put in front of me, and I know what I read. I'm asking what you believe. Do you believe Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? I can only tell you what I read and what you showed me. I'm asking what you believe from your own belief. Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein abused minors? I can only go from what I know personally, and what I know personally about what Virginia's Lies talked about. She is the only person I know that actually claimed that. And I can say with certitude that everything Virginia said was a lie. You are aware Jeffrey Epstein was sentenced for sexual abuse. Are you aware of that? Objection. Are you aware that Jeffrey Epstein served time for sexual abuse of a minor? Objection. I don't believe that's what he was sentenced for, actually. So you don't know that Jeffrey Epstein served time for sexually abusing a minor? Objection. I don't believe that's what he was sentenced for. Do you know that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted for procuring a minor for prostitution? Objection. I don't know exactly what he was convicted of. I don't know that he was convicted. I know he spent time in jail. Do you know that he spent time in jail related to an issue with a minor child? Objection. I did not know that. What did you think he was spending time in jail for? I only know he went to jail for it was alleged that he had an underage prostitute. So knowing that, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Objection. I can only tell you what he went to jail for. I'm asking what you believe. I'm not asking jail for. I'm asking for your belief. I cannot testify to what I believe. I can only say that I've seen in the reports and I know he went to jail. You can testify to what you believe. Do you believe? I can only testify. Let me finish the question so the record is clear. Do you believe Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Objection. You can answer. I can only testify to what I know. I know that Virginia is a liar, and I know what she testified is a lie. So I can only testify to that, what I know to be a falsehood, and half those falsehoods are enormous. And so I can only categorically deny everything she has said, and that is the only thing I can talk about, because I have no knowledge of anything else. I'm not asking about Virginia. I'm asking whether you believe that Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors. Again, I repeat, I can only go on what I know, and what I know is a falsehood based on what Virginia said. Do you believe Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Again, I repeat, Virginia is a liar, and based on Virginia's stories, that is what she lied, and I can only then talk about what you showed me in the police reports, and I know he went to jail. Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? I'm asking about your belief. Again, I just repeat, I can only go, my belief is Virginia is a liar. What is that belief? She is an absolute liar, and everything she said is a lie, and therefore everything that stems from that is a lie. So, do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Again, can we move on from here? No, you are going to answer the question. I have already. No, you haven't. I have. Do you believe Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Again, I repeat, the only person I know who has talked about these things that I have was personally present was Virginia, and I can only talk to Virginia, and she is a liar. Setting aside Virginia, take her out of the picture. It's my question. You're here today because of Virginia and her lies, because this is a defamation suit. Setting aside Virginia, do you believe Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? I cannot set aside Virginia because that's why we are here, and this is the only reason I'm sitting here in this room. And I will not set her aside, and I cannot comment about anything else except her, because she is the only person I actually know about. Are you refusing to answer that question? I'm not refusing the question. I can only testify about Virginia, who is an absolute total liar, and you all know she is. She lied about her age. You know she lied about absolutely everything. So I can only go on what I know as a liar, and she is a liar, an exaggerator, a fantasist, and absolutely true terrible person. I want you to listen very carefully. I am asking you to set aside Virginia. I can't set aside Virginia. I'm asking you to do that for the purposes of this question. Mr. P, she doesn't have to. Ms. Macaulay, she can refuse to answer the question. I'm not refusing to answer the question. You are refusing. My question has nothing to do with Virginia. Let me make the record here. My question has nothing to do with Virginia. I want it to be clear for the court. My question has nothing to do with Virginia. What I'm asking you is whether you believe Jeffrey Epstein abused minors. Objection. She answered the question. Fair reading of her answer is she doesn't have a belief because she doesn't have any personal knowledge. Ms. Macaulay, now you are testifying for the witness. Let her answer the question. Mr. P, it's a fair answer to the question. Again, I testified my only personal knowledge concerns Virginia, and everything Virginia has said is an absolute lie, which is why we are here in this room. If you are asking me to testify about things I have no knowledge of, other than the police report that you showed me, I'm not in a position to make a statement based on that, because you are asking me to speculate, and I cannot speculate. I'm asking you about your belief. I'm not asking you to speculate at all. I'm asking what you believe. You are asking me to speculate, and I won't speculate. I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm asking what you believe. Mr. P, she answered the question, and we can move on. Ms. Macaulay, she hasn't answered the question. Mr. P, we are not going to engage in this debate. She answered the question. If you want to mark it and move to compel an answer to the question, have at it. Okay. Ms. Maxwell, is it your belief that Jeffrey Epstein interacted sexually with minors? Again, you are asking me the same type of question, exactly, but with different language. Again, my only knowledge of somebody who claims these things that I have personal knowledge of is Virginia. Virginia is an absolute liar, and everything she has said is a lie. Therefore, based on those lies, I cannot speculate on what anybody else did or didn't do, because if Virginia is the example of what that story is, and everything she said is false, so everything that leads from that is false. So the 30 other minor children in the police reports are also telling lies about being sexually abused during massages with Mr. Epstein. Objection. Counsel, can you show me in these police reports who the 30 minors are? Ms. Macaulay, I'm asking my question. Mr. P, you are making a representation about numbers. You are making a representation on the record about what people said or didn't say. We have no knowledge about that. These are all redacted records, so these are bad questions. They don't lead to any admissible evidence. It is only being propounded to the witness to harass her. So we are done with these questions. Ms. Macaulay, are you done? Mr. P, yes. My question is, are you aware that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of having relations with a minor child? Mr. P, she answered that question already. Ms. Macaulay, I'm getting into my next question. Mr. P, ask your next question. Don't keep asking the same question. Ms. Macaulay, you are now shouting. I want the record to reflect that you are interrupting the deposition. I ask you to calm down, take a deep breath, and please let me ask my questions. The behaviour is inappropriate. I will ask you again. Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein interacted sexually with minors? Again, I go back to this. My only actual knowledge is with Virginia, and Virginia is a liar. So I can only talk to what Virginia's story, and as I said before, and there are so many examples, I mean thousands of examples of her lies, that is the only thing I can talk to. Based on that, you do not believe that Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused minors? Again, as I said, I'm only talking to what I know. I can only talk to Virginia. So is it your belief that Jeffrey Epstein did not sexually abuse minors? Again, I can only talk to what I know, and I know that Virginia is a liar and that what she said is a lie. So I can only testify to what she accused and you guys put in the press for salacious purposes and whatever terrible, inappropriate, unethical and terrible reasons you chose to do that about me, and I can testify those are all lies. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused any minor children? Again, I only know 1,000% that Virginia is a liar. I can only talk to Virginia, her lies, and your inappropriate, unethical, really unattractive, terrible use of her, and the way that you have abused the system, used the press for purposes that are unethical, inappropriate, and appalling. Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein used massages to lure minors to have sex with him? Again, that is Virginia's testimony, which is a lie. But do you believe that? Again, I'll refer back to Virginia. I'm asking whether you believe it or not. I can only go with what I know, and I know Virginia is a liar, and therefore that's a lie. So you don't believe that? I said I only know what Virginia is lying. Are you aware that Jeffrey Epstein is a registered sex offender? I am. Are you aware that Jeffrey Epstein paid considerable amounts of money to settle lawsuits with the minor children that he had sexual contact with? Objection. I have no knowledge of those issues. Why did you continue to maintain contact with Jeffrey Epstein after he pled guilty? I'm a very loyal person, and Jeffrey was very good to me when my father passed away. And I believe that you need to be a good friend in people's hour of need, and I felt that it was very thoughtful, nice thing for me to do to help in very limited fashion, which was helping if he had any issue with his home in terms of the staffing issues. It was very, very minor, but I felt it was thoughtful in somebody's hour of need. Did he continue to pay you during that time period? I was paid a little. You were paid. Yes. When you say a little, what did you mean by that? I don't recall exactly the amount. So, in 2009, when you left him, what were you being paid? I just told you, I don't recall. Were you being paid $100,000? I just don't, I don't recall. Were you paid over $1 million? I think I would remember over $1 million. Oh, it was under $1 million. It was under $1 million. Was it over $500,000? I just told you, it was under 500. It was an amount of money less than $500,000, less than $1 million. And I did it out of thoughtfulness and consideration for somebody who was in trouble. Did you have an attorney to consult with during the criminal investigation of Jeffrey Epstein? I don't believe I did. When did you learn that a search warrant was executed for the Palm Beach house? I don't recall exactly. Were you present at the house in advance of the search warrant being executed? Objection. I don't remember when the search warrant was executed. And I don't remember the year that the search warrant was executed and whenever that was. I already testified. I was very, very infrequently at the house. So, highly unlikely, but I was there a couple of days. I just don't know which days it was in relation to the police situation. Did you have a computer at the Palm Beach home that was a computer that you would use? No. Was there a computer available for use in the Palm Beach house? Can you be more specific? Was there anywhere in the Palm Beach house where there was a computer where you said you worked for him and there were other staff in the house? Was there ever a computer in the Palm Beach mansion that was accessible by you or other staff? Objection. I stopped being regularly at the house sometime in 2003. So from 2003 to when the police search was executed, I have no memory of what was there, was, or what there was not. I can only testify for what was there when I was present largely. So in 2003, when you were still there, was there a computer that was accessible to you or other staff at the house? Objection. There was a desktop computer that people could use, just like you would use if you needed to go online to get something that people could use. Was that on a desk that you would use in your work capacity when you were at the house? It was a desk, it was a room, I didn't really use that computer. Were there images of naked girls, whether they be under the age of 18 or over the age of 18, on that computer? I have no recollection of any naked people on that computer when I was there in 2003, we are talking. What about from, say, 99 to 2003? No, I can't recollect any naked pictures. Why were the computers removed from the house before the search warrant was executed? Objection. I have no knowledge of anything like that. Do you know where the computers are now? Objection. I don't know what computers you are talking of, and I have no idea what you are referencing. In 2003, you said there was a computer in a room on a desk. Right? Do you know where that computer is now? I do not. Did you take pictures of nude females in any of the Epstein's homes or in and around the homes, out by the pool or anywhere like in the Palm Beach home, the New York home, USVI home, or the New Mexico home? Objection. Can you repeat the question? Did you take pictures of nude women over 18 or under 18 females in any of Jeffrey Epstein's homes, inside or outside, in or around the home? I think we need to distinguish between anyone under the age of 18 and over the age of 18. We will start with, did you take pictures of nude females in or around any of Jeffrey's homes of women or females that were under the age of 18? No. Did you take pictures of nude females? Nude you mean with no clothing on? Or half nude with no top on? Any sort of nakedness, an individual. In any of Jeffrey's homes, either Palm Beach, New Mexico, USVI or New York, either outside by the pool, anywhere in or around those homes of females over the age of 18. So it is possible that I took pictures of people that were somehow semi or had some clothing on or no clothes on, but at no time were any of these pictures remotely inappropriate. They were, you could see them in a mainstream magazine today. There would be no inappropriateness. They would be covered, concealed, you wouldn't see anything at all. The types of, first I took very few and they were always by request. This was a picture you could put on your, give to your parent or to your grandparents to put on their mantelpiece. It would be a very benign sort of attractive picture where you wouldn't see anything. You would request those pictures. From time to time, people, men and women, would ask to have nice photographs of them taken. And did Jeffrey Epstein request those pictures? I don't ever recall him asking me to take pictures. Do you give him pictures of naked females as a present? I don't recall ever giving a present of, I don't know, why a photograph would constitute a gift. Not as a gift. Do you recall ever giving Jeffrey Epstein pictures that you've taken of these individuals in a naked state? Objection. First of all, we've already established that they are not naked state photographs. A piece of them being naked as you described. I said they would be attractive as you would see in mainstream magazines, and those pictures could be a picture of a hand or a foot. They didn't necessarily constitute I know where you are headed with this, and it's nowhere appropriate, and it's really unattractive. I'm not headed anywhere. I'm just asking the questions. Did you give Jeffrey Epstein any of these pictures that you took of females in the state that you described? I can't recall ever giving him pictures, but it is possible that I took pictures of people that would end up, or a friend of his that he would have, not naked or not inappropriate in any way, that he might have somewhere in his house. Name for me all the individuals who you took these pictures of. It's entirely impossible for me to name people. First of all, it would not be possible. I took thousands of photos, not of people. I mostly take pictures of landscapes and things. I have no recollection specifically of people that I took pictures of. So you can't remember. Is it your testimony you can't remember one person that you took a picture of in either a naked or semi-naked state? I seriously cannot recall. I just don't recall. Did you take a picture of Virginia Roberts either alone or with another individual in a naked state? I have never taken, I believe, any pictures of two people in any type of situation, naked as you describe. Did you take a picture of Virginia Roberts on her own without another individual in it in a naked state? I don't recall ever taking a picture of Virginia naked. We are not referring to someone with clothing on at all. We are referring to someone that could be semi-clad or could have a towel, or we are not referring to anything inappropriate. Was this a hobby of yours to take pictures of the type that you are describing? Objection. I just testified. I didn't take pictures of many people. My preference is pictures for landscapes and for architectural pieces. Where are those pictures today? I have no idea. Do you have them in your home? I do not. Do you have them on your computer? I do not. What has Jeffrey Epstein told you about the allegations related to the criminal investigation that he was involved in? I really can't say, not because I don't want to say, but I just think of what he's said to me over the course of this time. Did he explain it to you and explain what the charges were against him? I never had a detailed conversation with him, as I recall. Not detailed, just did he explain anything that was happening to him? I haven't spoken to him for so long. I can't possibly testify to what conversations I had with him over the course of time. Did he talk to you about any of the girls that were making allegations against him other than Virginia? Objection. You were talking about the police records again, all of that. Yes. I have never had a conversation about those things. What has Jeffrey Epstein told you about Virginia Roberts? That she is a liar? What does he base that on? Objection. You would have to check with him. I can tell you why I think she is a liar. I'm happy to do that. Did he tell you he did not have sexual relations with Virginia Roberts? I can only testify what I know. I'm asking, has he told you that he did not have sexual relations with Virginia Roberts? I can only tell you what I know about Virginia Roberts. I cannot tell you what he knows about Virginia Roberts. I'm asking, did he tell you that he did not have sexual relations with Virginia Roberts? All he told me is she is a liar. That's all he said about Virginia Roberts. We went through all the lies that you have sold to the papers and sold in general, and we have analysed her lies and your inappropriate behaviour in detail. Did he ever say that he did not have sexual relations with Virginia Roberts? I just testified that we went through all of her lies. I understand what you said. I'm asking you a question. Did he ever tell you that he never had sex with Virginia Roberts? I don't recall whether I don't know, I ever had that question. We focused on the lies she did say she had with him as relates to me. I don't remember asking him about his problems with her. I'm interested in what she says about myself. Did you also talk about what things that Virginia Roberts was saying that were true? There isn't anything that she said that was true. Nothing she said that you are aware of is true. I think she is correct when she talks about what her name is. Anything else? I'm sure there must be one or two other details, but they are so far and few between, I would have to look in detail at all of her allegations to pinpoint what possibly could be true. Did you ever ask Jeffrey if he had sex with minors? I have never been asked that question. You never asked him that question. What analysis did Jeffrey do to determine that the statements Virginia Roberts were making were lies? Objection. Ask me again, please. What analysis did Jeffrey do to determine that the statements that Virginia Roberts were making were lies? Objection. And to the extent that any of this answer calls for any privileged communication, I'm instructing, with myself or another lawyer representing you, or in any common interest agreement, I'm instructing you not to answer. Ms. McCauley, the court ruled she is entitled and had to produce documents about communications with Jeffrey. That's what I'm asking about. I'm not asking about communications with lawyers. I'm asking what analysis did Jeffrey do to determine that the statements that Virginia Roberts was making were lies, if you know. Mr. P, my objection is to the extent she learned any of that information as a result of either a privileged communication from a lawyer, one of her lawyers, or a privileged communications subject to a joint defence agreement or common interest agreement, I'm telling her not to answer. To the extent she has information outside of those things, she is permitted to answer. Do you understand? So, if it was a conversation with a lawyer, which I'm not asking about, I don't want you to tell me about your conversations with lawyers. I want you to tell me whether Jeffrey Epstein ever told you what he analysed in order to determine which of what Virginia was saying were lies. I do not know what he did, no. So you agree she is lying, Ingrid? I do not agree with that, and I'm asking questions. You just said her lies. I'm repeating the statement you made. Are you saying it's an obvious lie that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in sexual conduct with Virginia while Virginia was underage? I can only testify to what I saw and what I was present for. So, if you are asking me what I saw, then I am happy to testify. I cannot testify to what somebody else did or didn't do. Did you issue a statement blank blank in 2015 stating that Virginia Roberts' claims were, quote, obvious lies? Objection. You can answer. You need to re-ask me the question. Sure. Did you issue a press statement blank in January of 2015 stating that Virginia Roberts' claims were, quote, obvious lies? Objection. Can you ask it a different way, please? I will ask it again, and you can listen carefully. Did you issue a press statement, blank, in January of 2015, where you stated that Virginia Roberts' claims were, quote, obvious lies? Objection. So my lawyer, blank, instructed blank to issue a statement. Today, did you say that Virginia lied about, quote, absolutely everything? I said that there are some things she may not have lied about. So are you saying it's an obvious lie that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in sexual contact with Virginia while Virginia was underage? Objection. Can you ask the question again, please? Are you saying it's an obvious lie that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in sexual conduct with Virginia while Virginia was underage? Objection. You can answer. Try again, please. Are you saying that it's an obvious lie that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in sexual conduct with Virginia while Virginia was underage? Objection. Again, I'm telling you. First of all, it was a statement that was issued by my lawyer and through my lawyer blank. I understand that. I'm asking you, are you saying that it's an obvious lie that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in sexual conduct with Virginia while Virginia was underage? Is that a lie? Objection. You can answer. So I cannot testify to what blank, blank, and blank decided to put. I can testify to what Virginia's obvious lies are as regards to me. I cannot make representations about all the many lies she may or may not have told about Jeffrey. So is Virginia lying when she says, is it obvious when she says that she had sex with Jeffrey Epstein while she was underage? Objection. Again, I'm testifying to what I know to be true. I can only testify to all the many lies she told about me. I cannot testify to what lies she told about somebody else. Given she told so many about me, one can probably infer she is lying about everything. So you think she is lying when she said she had sex with Jeffrey Epstein when she was underage? Objection. Again, I can only talk about what I can positively say myself, not what somebody else is going to represent. When you were saying that her claims of having sex with Jeffrey Epstein were obvious lies, are you saying she is lying about engaging in sexual conduct with Jeffrey Epstein when she was underage? Objection. You can answer. Again, this was a statement that was put out from my lawyer blank, blank. And I can only testify to the obvious lies that she says about me. I cannot make representations about lies she says about someone else. But she lies so many times about me. One can probably infer she is lying about everything. So is she not lying is she telling the truth when she says she had sex with Jeffrey Epstein when she was underage? Objection. Again, I don't know how else to tell you. I can only talk about what I know to be true. What I know is her story about how she claims that initial situation happened is so egregiously false and such a giant, fat, enormous, repulsive, disgusting, inappropriate, vile lie that I can testify to. Was she lying when she said she met you at Mar-a-Lago? Again, I already testified. I don't recall meeting her at Mar-a-Lago. We showed you a document where you said you met her at Mar-a-Lago when she was 17. Is that correct? Objection. I think I already testified to that. What I remembered based on all the rubbish she has written and all the many articles I have read, maybe in the moment when I wrote that, have caused me to have that. But on reflection, I don't recall it as I sit here today. Are you saying that it was an obvious lie that you approached Virginia while she was underage at Mar-a-Lago? Objection. First of all, we can all agree here, all of you sitting here, that the lies that you perpetrated in the press, that she was 15, and we should all agree now that that is a fake, a lie that was perpetrated between all of you to make the story more exciting. Can we agree on that? That is not my question. Can we agree she was not the age she said and you put that in the press? That is obviously, manifestly, absolutely, totally a lie. Ms. McCauley, I'm going to put on the record Ms. Maxwell very inappropriately and very harshly pounded our law firm table in an inappropriate manner. I ask she takes a deep breath and calm down. I know this is a difficult position, but physical assault or threats is not appropriate. So no pounding, no stomping, no, that's not appropriate.
All right, y'all. That was disposition part 4. They towards the end there, they said that she was getting frustrated with the questions and she pounded the table So that's why they told her to, that's not what's going to go down here. There's no pounding or stomping or anything like that. So we're just going to move right on into disposition part 5. And thank you for tuning in, and appreciate every single one of you for viewing. Talk to you soon.
No pounding, no stomping. No, that's not appropriate. Can we be clear? I didn't threaten anybody. Mr. P, stop. You made your record. There is no dent in the table. I don't see any chips. Can we take a break now? Ms. Macaulay, I think it's appropriate to take a break. Videographer, it's 1:56 and we are off the record. Recess. Videographer, it's now 2:13. We're starting disc number 5 and we are back on the record. Ms. Maxwell, how old was Virginia Roberts when you met her in Mar-a-Lago? Objection. I know today that she was 17 years old. Are you saying that it's an obvious lie that Virginia travelled on Jeffrey Epstein's planes? Objection. You can answer. Are you referring to my statement where that says that? I'm referring to the language you use in your statement that says obvious lies. Can you read my entire statement? Sure. Let me pass it out. Maxwell, Exhibit 10, email marked for identification. This is Bates GM 00068, and we will mark it as. What you have in front of you is a statement at the top. This was produced by your counsel. It is indicated Bates number GM 0068. At the top, the date reflects January 2nd, 2015, from appears to be a blank blank. Subject line is you, and then there is a number of individuals you can see at the top that are copied on this, that is sent to, and blind copied on this statement. The statement, there are 2 parts of it. There is an opening email that says, please find an attached quotable statement on behalf of Ms. Maxwell. And there is more language there, and it's from blank. And then it says in the body of it, Jane Doe, no, number 3, or Jane Doe 3 is Virginia Roberts, so not a new individual. The allegations made by, and it says Victoria, but I believe that means Virginia Roberts, against Ghislaine Maxwell are not true. The original allegations are not new and have been fully responded to and shown to be untrue. And the next paragraph says, each time the story is retold, it changes with new salacious details about public figures and world leaders, and now is alleged by Ms. Roberts that blank is involved in having sexual relations with her, which he denies. Ms. Roberts' claims are obvious lies and should be treated as such and not publicised as news, as they are defamatory. The last paragraph states, Ghislaine Maxwell's original response to the lies and defamatory claims remains the same. Maxwell strongly denies allegations of an unsavoury nature which have appeared in the British press and elsewhere, and reserves her right to seek redress at the repetition of such old defamatory claims. Are you saying that it's an obvious lie that Virginia Roberts travelled on Jeffrey Epstein's planes? Objection. I'm saying what's an obvious lie, and I think we can all agree. You just had the case tossed out by blank. He just got removed from the case because you put him in a case that he wasn't supposed to be in. So what was said about him is not true. Are you saying that it's an obvious lie that Virginia Roberts travelled on Jeffrey Epstein's planes? Objection. You have given me plane records that has her name on it, but as I already testified, those aren't federally mandated things, and I can see her name on it, but that's what I told you. I don't recall her on any planes. Is it that one of Virginia's obvious lies? There are more obvious ones. Is that one of them? I can't testify to her being on a plane or not. So is that an obvious lie? There are more obvious lies, like blank. I understand there are more obvious ones. I'm asking you, is the fact that she said she travelled on Epstein's planes an obvious lie? I think we can probably say because you see her name on a plane record and she went from A to B, that would not be the obvious lie that I would pick. What obvious lie were you picking when you made this statement? There are so many that I would be thrilled to go through all of them. Let's go through them. What's the first one? Her characterization of the first meeting at Mar-a-Lago. What part of that was an obvious lie? The characterization that she said she was accosted. She looked like, as best as I can recall, if I met her in Mar-a-Lago, as she claims, she worked at Mar-a-Lago, she claims, and her statement she worked at Mar-a-Lago, she would have been dressed as all the spa people in Mar-a-Lago would have been. It would have been impossible to identify her as someone other than someone who worked at a spa. She made many claims. She has been a bathroom attendant, front of house attendant. We don't know what she was. So her obvious lies are her contradictory of her own personal statements within that. So what part of her statement relating to Mar-a-Lago? I'm carrying on. I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Please, her statement also that she was driven by her father to Palm Beach. She was driven by her mother. As a matter of fact, her whole entire characterization of the first meeting with Jeffrey, as I was outside speaking to her mother. Let me stop you there so we don't get too far ahead. Let me make sure I understand your testimony. In the first piece, when you were talking, I believe you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that her characterization of the first meeting at Mar-a-Lago was an obvious lie. What part of that meeting was an obvious lie? By her own testimony, all her many different descriptions of what she was or wasn't, or where she was or wasn't, they have all changed. She was either front of house or bathroom attendant. I don't know what she was. So just by her own words, one doesn't know what's true and what isn't true. Are you saying what position she said she was working in? Is that what you are considering the obvious lie? I said inconsistency within her own statement from everything. So in the beginning, it starts off with different statements. Then I believe you said the second piece was that she was driven by her father. I said she was driven by her mother. That's the obvious lie. It's an obvious lie to me. You said, why don't you state it in your own words, but the characterization of how she was with Jeffrey, what about that is an obvious lie? I was standing outside talking to her mother, so the entire story is a fabrication. Did she not have sex with Jeffrey Epstein during the first massage? Objection. I was talking to her mother, so do you know whether that's an obvious lie, whether she had sex in that room or not? Her story about what happened, let's also be, the story as first hit the press was that somebody else led her to Jeffrey's room. It was not me, and then it turned to being me. So we have an obviously important inconsistency. That's how I would characterize a lie. It cannot be me or somebody else. It can only be one or the other. Who is the other person she said took her to the room? Why don't you ask her? I'm asking you. How would I possibly know? You are saying that's a lie. It was a lie in the papers. She said it in the newspaper. It was in the newspaper. How do you know she wasn't identifying you? She said somebody. How do you know that somebody wasn't you? Why did it suddenly become me? Why not say it was me and be done with it? So it's a lie because she originally may not have named you and then named you later. It's obviously inconsistent to somebody who wasn't me. How do you know it wasn't you? I know it wasn't me because I was talking to her mother. But she then named you, is what you are saying. That's an obvious lie. She named you. It's an obvious lie because I wasn't even in the house. Is it an obvious... Who did lead her up to Jeffrey's room while you were talking to her mother? You would have to ask Virginia. I don't know. if she was led up to his room. You were standing with the mother, is that correct? That's correct. Who was working at the house that day? Blank. Would blank typically lead someone up to the room where Jeffrey was having a massage? I don't know. She was led up to the room to have a massage. She would have found her way on her own. I would suggest that that entire story never happened at all in any of its form. If you stood outside with the mother, what did you think happened inside then? I believe that somebody, it wasn't me, blank, probably took her to meet Jeffrey Epstein, blank, blank. Did Jeffrey tell you that? No, but that would have been a normal interaction. I don't believe for a second. I know her entire characterization didn't happen because I was outside talking to her mother the entire time. Why would she have come for a massage and not given a massage? Objection. We are talking about her characterization of the first time that she came to the house. If I'm following you correctly, you're saying she walked in and would have gone to, it's your assumption she would have gone and talked to Jeffrey and left. When I was working for Jeffrey, typically he would meet someone before getting a massage from them to see if he wanted to have a massage from them, typically. So he would not have someone come up to the room and start a massage. He would not. So the young girls in the police report who say they came over and were led up to the room on the first day, would they be wrong about that? Objection. I can't comment what happened when I was not at the house. I can only comment when I was at the house. Was there ever a time where a woman came to the house for the first time to give a massage and Jeffrey had the massage that day? Objection. Can we talk about adult professional masseuses, please? I'm asking whether adult or underage. I'm not interested in talking about underage. I can only testify to what I know. Professional masseuses, adult. I cannot testify to anything else. Why can't you testify to an underage girl that came over and was led up to the room for a massage? Objection. The police records you are referring to. You are saying that didn't happen. You're saying I can only testify to adults that came for an interview and were led up to the room. Why can't you testify to whether an underage girl was brought in for an interview and led up? Objection. Go ahead. Can you re-ask the question? Why can't you testify as to an underage girl who came over for an interview and then was then led up to the room for the massage? You've mangled your entire question. Can you please re-ask that in a way that I can answer it correctly? Why can you not testify as to whether an underage girl, you said you can testify as to females that were over the age of 18. Why can't you testify as to whether an underage girl came over for an interview and on the same day? I don't know what you mean by interview. You just said that Jeffrey Epstein interviewed, it was your word, interviewed the masseuses before they gave massages. Is that correct? The word interview is making me, I'm English, so you could have some difficulty understanding the way I communicate. I'm using your word. Then I will reuse it a different word. You would meet them because receiving a massage is something you want to make sure you are comfortable with, the person. And so interview is not the correct word, but you would meet them to have a conversation with them, to see if you want to have a massage with that person. Did Jeffrey Epstein ever meet an underage girl and on the same day receive a massage from that girl? Objection. I can't possibly testify to what happened after I was not at the house. If you are aware at any time you were at the house, did you ever see that? Ms. Menninger, let her finish the question. I can only testify to people who were adult professional masseuses who came to the house. I cannot testify to something I'm not party to and don't know about. I can only testify to what I saw. So when professional adult masseuse, male and or females, would come to the house, typically when I was there, typically he would meet with them prior to have a conversation with them about their experience, whatever, to decide whether it would then A, if he had time for a massage at that time, or B, whether he could have a massage at that moment. Was Virginia an adult when she came over? Was she over 18? Objection. I think we established that as of today, we are all aware, everyone in this room, that she was 17. So you have been present when a minor was brought over for a massage for Jeffrey. Can I say, as you are able to have a massage at 17, so she came as a masseuse? I'm not saying whether or not you are able to, I'm saying you've been present at Jeffrey's home when an underage minor has come over to give him a massage. That's just not how that works. You are able to be a masseuse at 17, so she came to give for a massage at 17. You are able to come and give a massage. I'm not asking whether she is able to do it. I'm asking whether you were present at the home when a girl under the age of 18 came over for the purpose of giving a massage. Objection. You can answer. You can be a professional masseuse at 17 in Florida. So as far as I'm aware, a professional masseuse showed up for a massage. There is nothing inappropriate or incorrect about that. And your mischaracterization of it, I think, is unfortunate. How many teenagers did he have that were professional masseuses that worked in his home? Objection. How many? First of all, I'm not aware of teenagers who worked in his home. You are aware of Virginia Roberts, and you've stated she was 17 and she worked for him, correct? No, I did not state that at all. You are mischaracterizing my words and what I said. What I said was that we can all agree, and I think at this point there is not one person in this room, however much you would like her to be younger, to say she was not 17, because that has been a very offensive thing that you have all done. So she was 17. At 17, you are allowed to be a professional masseuse. And as far as I'm concerned, she was a professional masseuse. There is nothing inappropriate or incorrect about her coming at that time to give a massage. Her entire characterization of her first time at the house was to me an obvious lie, given it was impossible for her entire story to take place, given I was speaking to her mother the entire time she was at the house. So it was impossible that day, that first day she came, and you were speaking to the mother, for Virginia Roberts to have had sex with Jeffrey Epstein during this time that you were outside with her mother. Objection. You, again, are completely mischaracterizing. I can only testify to what I heard. Obvious lies about me, and her obvious lies about me are that she, as you put out to the papers in every other which way, went upstairs with her. Didn't happen. So that to me is an absolute obvious lie. I also don't believe that her mischaracterization of the length of time she was there, because as I recall, she just met with Jeffrey and then left with her mother. That's my recollection. So you were standing outside the entire time that Virginia was in the house, is that correct? That is correct. So can you testify as to whether or not, do you know either from Jeffrey or any other source, whether or not Virginia Roberts had sex with Jeffrey on that first day that she was at the house? We can categorically state, absolutely 1,000%, that she did not have any type of sexual relations as described by you in your court papers that took place, because those allegedly, according to her lies, involve some aspect of me. As I was standing outside with her mother the entire time, her entire story is a lie. Therefore, to ask me what she did or didn't do during that time, I can only testify to what she said about me, which was 1,000% false. So let's not take the first time. Let's take the next time she comes. No, how can you do that? When the basis of this entire horrible story that you have put out is based on this first appalling story that was written, repeated multiply by the press, that lied about her age, lied about the first time she came, lied about and characterized the entire first time. I've been so absolutely appalled by her story and appalled by the entire characterization of it. And I apologize sincerely for banging at the table earlier. I hope you accept my apology. It's born out of years of feeling the pressure of this entire lie that she has perpetrated from our first time. And whilst I recognise I hope you forgive me sincerely, because it was just the length of time that that terrible story has been told and retold and rehashed, when I know it to be 100% false. So not the first time she came, but the second time she came, or the third time, or any time she came. Did you ever participate in a massage with her in Jeffrey Epstein's room? I have never participated at any time with Virginia in a massage with Jeffrey. Have you ever participated at any time with Virginia in any kind of sexual contact or sexual touching with Jeffrey and Virginia? I have not. So we were going through the list of obvious lies, and you were talking about the first time, which I believe we have completed, but you can add to that if you need to. What other obvious lies did Virginia Roberts tell that you were referring to in your statement? Oh my goodness. Well, I think we can totally cover the blank story. The story that I flew with him blank, and there was a dinner with other people, and that entire thing is 100% fictitious. I have testified for the record, and I'm happy to do it again, that I have never flown blank myself as a pilot in a helicopter at any time, any place, at any time, to any part of the world. What other obvious lies were you referring to? She was referring to blank. She is referring to a bunch of people. I don't believe blank ever came to the island at any time ever. I don't even know blank, actually. Just one moment. I want to hear all of them. But when you say you don't believe blank ever came to the island, do you know whether blank ever came to the island? Blank never came to the island. How do you know that? Jeffrey doesn't know him. I don't know him. And I think had blank gone to the island during the period when I would have been involved in organising a trip, I would have been aware of it. So go ahead, you had another one. It would be easier if I could see. Do you mind if I take a reference at some of these newspaper articles, or you just want me to go from memory? Her entire characterisation of what took place in London at my home with blank blank. Was it an obvious lie that she was at your house in London? We can't really establish the photograph and all that. I don't know if that's true, if that's a real picture or not. So you dispute that you were actually photographed in your townhome in London. I don't recognise the picture. I'm not sure if that's a real picture or not. And have you talked to blank blank about that picture? We discussed Virginia's entire tale, and he asked me if he even knew her. So did blank tell you that he did not have sex with Virginia Roberts? He doesn't even know who Virginia Roberts is. Did he tell you that he didn't have sex with her? It would be difficult to have sex with someone you don't know. He may not remember her. I think the inference is he didn't know who she was. He didn't have any recollection of her whatsoever. Has blank ever come to your London town home? Yes. Ever been the entire time I own the house? Yes. Can I go on her obvious lies? If you have more, I have. Her entire characterisation. I took her shopping into Burberry and bought her a very expensive dress. And if this photo were real, and if this is, I would never, the outfit doesn't work at all. So do you not remember taking her shopping? Or are you saying it's an obvious lie? You know, you did not take her shopping. I did not take her shopping. I did not buy her a $5,000 handbag. Did Jeffrey buy her a $5,000 handbag? Her accusation was that I did. Do you know if Jeffrey bought her a handbag during that trip to London? I don't know what he did. She accused me. I can't physically remember buying a $5,000, not for her, not for anyone, not for me. Did you ever go shopping with Virginia? I don't recall ever shopping with Virginia. Did you have more to go over, or did you want me to ask my questions? The entire characterization of what took place in my house in London would have been impossible. Can I ask, do you still have it, the picture of the London townhome with you in it? Giofa 00407. As you are looking at this picture, Ms. Maxwell, as I'm looking at it, it's on the right-hand side. There appears to be a picture hanging on the wall. Do you recall that in your London townhome? It's a little difficult to see. Do you recall having a picture on the wall there, by the room, where you're standing? I do have a picture. Do you recall on the left-hand side having a railing that looks like that with a sort of bubble wood top? I do. So are you saying that it's an obvious lie, that Virginia's statement that she had sex with blank is an obvious lie? What I'm representing is that her entire ludicrous and absurd story of what took place in my house is an obvious lie, including she had sex with blank blank. She claimed things took place in my bathroom in London. Her characterizations is just not possible. So you're saying it's an obvious lie, that she was telling an obvious lie when she said she had sex with blank? Objection. The witness answered the question. I'm saying within the context of all the stories she's told, this particular story, back up, she claimed we went out at night. Blank, 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 blank. She characterized that blank, blank, blank. She then characterized things took place in my bathroom, in the bathtub itself. The tub is too small for any type of activity whatsoever. Blank, 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 blank. That would be blank, blank. Yes. Are you saying that it was an obvious lie when Virginia said that you made her dress up in a school girl outfit? Objection. I already testified that, first of all, I don't know what you are talking about. I already testified. I didn't get her outfits and all of that. Is it an obvious lie that Virginia was paid to go to give a massage to blank blank? Objection. I cannot testify to what Virginia did outside of. I can't testify to what she did, who she gave massages to. So you don't know on that one? Of course I don't know. Do you agree that it's psychologically harmful to have sex with a minor? Objection. What are you asking me? I'm asking if it is psychologically harmful for an adult to have sex with a minor. Objection. I don't know what you are asking. This has nothing to do with Virginia Roberts. It does. How does it? I ask the questions, you answer. If you can't answer, you can say, I don't know. But my question is, do you agree that it's psychologically harmful to have sex with a minor? Objection. Are you giving me a random question and as not relates to this case and not relates to anything? It's obviously not something that you want to have happen. Do you agree that Jeffrey Epstein has harmed many minors by having sex with them? Objection. I can't testify to what Jeffrey did or didn't do. I have no knowledge of what you are asking me. If Jeffrey had sex with minors, would you agree that that could harm a minor? Objection. Again, I am not testifying to what Jeffrey did or did not do because I cannot. You don't know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever had sex with a minor. Again, I cannot testify to what Jeffrey did or didn't do. I cannot. You never observed him having sex with a minor. I never observed Jeffrey having sex with a minor. Do you agree that calling a sex abuse victim a liar when she speaks about her abuse can cause psychological harm? Objection. Can you repeat the question? Do you agree calling a sex abuse victim when she speaks about her abuse can cause psychological harm? Objection. Say it again. Do you agree that calling a sexual abuse victim a liar can cause psychological harm? Objection. I would like to say all the terrible things Virginia Roberts said about me is extremely harmful, and you should turn that around. All the lies she has said and you have backed her on have been extremely damaging to me. So what I can testify to is that somebody who has made these outrageous allegations and who is a serious liar, and that I know for a fact is a liar, that I can testify is damaging to me. Do you agree that calling a sexual abuse victim a liar when she speaks out about her abuse can cause psychological harm? Mr. P, are you asking a hypothetical question? Ms. Macaulay, yes. You are asking me to speculate. I'm not asking you to speculate. If somebody is a sexual abuse victim, I can't testify to what some random hypothetical person that you are asking me to speculate on their mental state or health versus speculative statement. I can't do that. That's just not right. Do you agree that by calling Virginia Roberts a liar when she was subject to sexual abuse by Jeffrey Epstein can cause psychological harm? Objection. Assume facts, not in evidence. I can only tell you about what I know of Virginia's lies. She lied repeatedly, often, and I know for a fact she is a liar. So I can only testify to what I know, and the fact that she has lied about me from the beginning to the end and repeatedly causes me to question anything that she may feel. Is it an obvious lie you had sex toys in Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach house? Objection. Can you repeat the question, please? Is it an obvious lie that you had sex toys in Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach house? Objection. Did Virginia say that? I'm asking you a question. Is it an obvious lie that you had sex toys in Jeffrey Epstein's house? I don't recall any sex toys. If someone said, had you sex toys, would that be an obvious lie? Objection. Like I said, can you be more specific about the house or whatever? What exactly are you referring to? What's a sex toy? Yes, how would you define a sex toy? No, I need you to define a sex toy. I don't have enough knowledge of sex toys. I would define it based on the dictionary's definition, which is an object or device used to sexually stimulate or enhance sexual pleasure. What's your question, please? The question is it an obvious lie that you had sex toys in Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach house? Objection. You can answer. Like I said, I do not have any recollection of sex toys in Jeffrey's house. Is it a lie? Is it an obvious lie that you took pictures of nude girls? Objection. We already covered this. Girls we are not referring to. I can only testify to taking pictures of adult people, and I already testified they are not nude per se. That every picture that I ever took, and which they were very limited, always by request, the people would be covered, or it would be a hand or a foot. And again. Sure. Is it a lie that you approached females to bring them to Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know what you are asking me. I'm asking you if it's a lie that you approached females to bring them to Jeffrey Epstein. Objection. You are not asking me a good question, sorry. You don't get to choose the questions. I would like to answer your questions, but you are not asking me a question that I can answer. What about that is causing you pause where you can't answer the question? You are trying to trap me, and that's not fair. So I already testified that I hire people across the board So I would hire architects, decorators, pool people, exercise instructors, gardeners, cooks, chefs, cleaning people. So in the course of a very long time, when I would hire people, I hired people to work for Jeffrey. So I'm happy to testify to hiring people for every possible conceivable proper job that you could conceive of within the context of Jeffrey's life and homes. Is it a lie that you approach females to bring them to Jeffrey Epstein for the purpose of performing massages? Objection. Again, I have already testified that part of the job that I had was to hire lots of different types of people. In terms of whatever very small part of my job, Jeffrey enjoyed getting massages. I think that is something we can all agree in this room and within the context of that. Very infrequently, I would go to spas and myself happily receive a professional non-sexual massage from a man and or from a woman. And if that massage was something that I thought was something that was good, I would ask if that man or woman would come back and does home visits. If that person said that they did, they would sometimes come from time to time, not always, come back to the house to perform a non-sexual professional male or female massage. Were any of the exercise instructors you hired under the age of 18? Again, I don't hire, we've already established that. I don't hire people. I interview people to see if they are competent in the job that they do and or whether they are someone who seems that they can do home visits. At the point where I think that there is somebody that can be either whatever the job may be, pool, gardener, chef, and or exercise instructor, and I think they could be good at whatever it is, at whatever skill that they had, and they did a home visit, which would obviously be mandatory, and Mr. Epstein would meet with them and decide if he wanted to have whatever skill it was that he would do it. And then he would then either have them come back or hire them. Were there any exercise instructors that worked at the home that were under the age of 18? Objection. Again, I keep coming back to this, that the people that I employed, or not the right word, the people I would meet to come and work at the house under any guise whatsoever, again, from any of the many positions that I filled, were adults. When you say adults, over the age of 18, I think we can establish what adult would mean. You never interviewed, or I know you don't want to use the word hired. Whatever your role was, you brought in an exercise instructor that was under the age of 18 to work at the house. Objection. I have already testified that what I was responsible for was to find people who had competencies in whatever area I was looking for. The competencies I was looking for were professional and adult. So there was no exercise instructor that worked at the Palm Beach house or the New York house or the New Mexico house or USVI under the age of 18. Objection. I can only testify to when I was at the house. Yes. I can only testify to the years when I was present. Right. And I can also only testify to people I personally either met and or worked with and or invited, to find the correct word, I don't know what the correct word is, to come to do exercise or whatever it was at the house. Of the people that I, male and or female, that I brought were all appropriate and age appropriate adults. Over the age of 18, we've established them as an adult. You're saying appropriate adults, so we are clear. You didn't hire or bring in or know of any exercise instructors that were under the age of 18 at any of those homes. I am also testifying that when I was present at the house and with the people that I brought in were all age appropriate adults. Is that over the age of 18? Can we agree to that? Objection.
Well, can we at least agree
Are
to
they
that?
under the age of 18?
Right.
We already established that you can be a masseuse in Florida at age 17. That does not make it inappropriate. I'm not saying appropriate or inappropriate. I'm just asking if there were any exercise instructors that were under the age of 18. I'm
Yes.
not aware if anybody was, but I
All
don't
of
want
them.
to full out and say you are all
Wasn't
she
any
said.
fucking with that guy?
We already established you can be a 17-year-old masseuse and have it not be something that is not appropriate. So when you say that and then you go, well, you come back and say something, be clear. The only person that I'm aware of who claims to have been, we established Virginia now is 17. Can you ask the question again? Is it an obvious lie that Jeffrey Epstein had a sexual preference for underage minors? Objection. Can you ask the question again? Is it an obvious lie that Jeffrey Epstein had a sexual preference for underage minors? Objection.
Yes, he
I
did.
cannot testify to what Jeffrey's... You don't know his preference. You handed me a stack of papers from the police reports, and that's what I've read, but I have no knowledge, direct knowledge of what you are referencing. So you don't know in your own mind that Jeffrey Epstein had a sexual preference for underage minors. Is that correct? Objection. Is that correct? Please ask the question again. You don't know in your own mind that Jeffrey Epstein had a sexual preference for underage minors. Objection. Let me object. Answer the question. Listen to a question. Pause. I object. You answer. So you don't know in your own mind that Jeffrey Epstein had a sexual preference for underage minors. Objection. You can answer.
She keeps beating around the
I cannot
question.
tell you what Jeffrey's story is. I'm not able to. Objection. Can you ask me again, please? Did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls to recruit them for sexual massages? Objection. Can you ask it in a different way? Did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme
Don't use the word
to
scheme.
recruit underage girls for sexual massages? Objection.
How about this? Let's ask the question ourselves. So that was the end of part 5, everybody. All right. So the question they need to ask would be, did you know that Jeffrey Epstein liked to hang out with human beings that are under the age of 18? How about that question? That would have been a good question. And then what could she have said? See, lawyers try to hit you with these words like scheme and operation and racketing. And, a lot of these people have different definitions of what that stuff actually is. So when you're asking questions to people, just ask simple questions. Don't try to filter it out. Don't try to add words and be sophisticated, like a word like sophisticated. Be real simple when asking questions, but direct. Don't leave room for them to ask a question about the question. It's almost impossible, but it can be done. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a little break. We're going to listen to some music, and then we'll resume here in about 10-15 minutes. I'll play you a couple of tidbits and clips that I found around the net. Coming up, we're going to find out who her father was and what he was associated with, and a couple of extra characters that were involved with this child trafficking business. But for now, I want y'all to go ahead and enjoy the music. And go ahead and take a break. Get you some coffee, get you something to drink. All right. And everybody take a deep breath. Ready? 1, 2, 3. In. Out. It's going to be all good. We're going to demand this thing to be live. All right. Thank y'all for tuning in and hanging in there with me. The My Hour campaign. You can go to our website too, myhourcampaign.com. You can reach us at 202-643-4142. I encourage you to check out other pages on this channel so you can see what I'm about. I'm going to get into the house somewhere because I have a way to stop child trafficking forever and once and for all and for good. I just need your help. And once I get in the office, it's on. All right, y'all. We'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes. Enjoy the music. I like that one. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thy kingdom, thy power, the glory, forever and ever. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. So I hope y'all enjoyed that little break. Hope y'all got a chance to re-up on your fluids, your coffee, whatever you're up to. And thank you for tuning in and stay with the My campaign here. So next we're going to get into the Ghislaine Maxwell disposition, part 6. So for all of y'all that are just tuning in, we had a streamer earlier drop a link for a PDF file that you could follow along if you want to read while Foolish is reading the commentary for you. So if you want to follow along, that's the way to do it. And I'll go ahead and drop the link again here so you don't got to search for it. Just give me about a couple minutes to get that done. Let me get this going on here. But thank you for tuning in, and I'll talk to you in a little bit. Well, actually, before we do that, we're going to, I told y'all we're going to check out who Nathan Wolf is. All right, so let's go ahead and play this real quick from Mr. Stosh.
Meet virologist Nathan Wolf, who is dubbed the Indiana Jones of virus hunting. He sits on the board of EcoHealth, the same company under scrutiny for manipulating bad coronaviruses at the Wuhan lab. In 2011, Nathan Wolf published a book entitled The Viral Storm, The Dawn of a New Pandemic Age. In the book, Wolf thanks 16 friends for contributing their skills to his work. One name listed was Jeffrey Epstein. Here's Nathan Wolf pictured with Ghislaine Maxwell at the Lincoln Center in 2012. Here's Nathan Wolf with Ghislaine Maxwell at the X Prize Gala in 2011. And Wolf was even a founding member of Ghislaine Maxwell's fake ocean charity, Terramar, as archived on Terramar's own website. Terramar connects to many shady Epstein-connected characters. Here's Wolf endorsing Ghislaine's Terramar on Twitter in 2013, stating, quote, "Proud to be a cyanobacteria ambassador at Terramar Project," unquote. Needless to say, Wolf appears very tight with the two notorious sex traffickers. So who is Nathan Wolf exactly? Well, Nathan Wolf is affiliated with the United States Intelligence Apparatus, the CIA, served on DARPA's Defense Science Research Council, was funded by the United States Department of Defense, Google, Bill Gates, and the National Institutes of Health. He is a major player on the world stage. His company, Metabiota, is funded by In-Q-Tel, which is the CIA's technology arm. Former CIA Director George Tenet said of In-Q-Tel, quote, "In 1999, we chartered In-Q-Tel. The In-Q-Tel Alliance has put the agency back at the leading edge of technology," unquote. Nathan Wolf's Metabiota was also endorsed by one Hunter Biden. As stated, Wolf serves on the editorial board of EcoHealth, the same EcoHealth that was awarded a grant by Fauci's National Institutes of Health in 2014 to study the emergence of coronaviruses. 6 years prior to COVID. This research then appeared to turn into the manipulation of coronaviruses, called gain-of-function research, which created much more transmissible viruses, perhaps like COVID-19. Wolf is also the founder of the organization Global Viral Forecasting Institute, or GVFI, a company started in 2007 to study infectious diseases, their transmission between animals and humans, and the risk involved with their global spread. In 2013, Nathan Wolf sent out Joseph Fair, his vice president, directly to the Wuhan lab. Here is GVFI's Dr. Joseph Fair meeting with Shi Zhengli, the main researcher at Wuhan lab. So here we have two shady Nathan Wolf affiliated companies associated directly with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, EcoHealth, and GVFI. Here are pictures archived from Wolf's GVFI's website. The so-called virus hunter himself, bats, bat virus samples, and bat imagery. Nathan Wolf also collaborated with the president of EcoHealth, Peter Daszak. Peter Daszak, the main suspect behind the Wuhan lab leak theory. An archived article from 2008 states, quote, Dr. Wolf is working with Peter Daszak, the Consortium for Conservation Medicine, to study the so-called wet markets of China, where SARS began. They will inspect the animals sold in them and test their stall holders and customers for signs of dodgy viruses, unquote. That's 12 plus years prior to COVID-19. Prior to the pandemic, it appears EcoHealth and Wolf's GVFI were the only U.S.-based organizations researching bat coronavirus evolution and transmission in China. Peter Daszak's and Nathan Wolf's companies, which appear to be controlled by the intelligence apparatus, quite possibly created the pandemic through gain-of-function research and were sent out to cover up the lab leak theory which they created in the first place. Oh, and by the way, Nathan Wolf's book, Dawn of the Pandemic Age, Wolf also thanks Boris Nikolic, the executor of Epstein's will. Nikolic, who was infamously pictured at Epstein's mansion with Bill Gates and Epstein himself back in 2011, would found Particles of Humanity with Robert Langer, the founder of Moderna. Particles for Humanity openly endorses a skin-embedded mass surveillance tracking system.
Says Nikolic and Langer co-founded Particles for Humanity, which is developing the skin-embedded vaccine records. PFH received initial funds from Bill Gates and sought investment from JP Morgan in 2019. Epstein signed Nikolic into his will days before his death. And source from that is particlesfh.com/r-team. All right, so just a little something for y'all to chew on while we get on our way into part 6. Thank you for tuning in, and here we go, part 6.
To recruit underage girls for sexual massages. Objection. If you know, I don't know what you are talking about. Is it an obvious lie that Virginia Giroux was a minor the first time she was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's house? Objection. So we've already established that Virginia was 17, and we have established that her mother brought her to the house and that she came as a masseuse, age 17, which is legal in Florida. Would Jeffrey Epstein's assistants arrange times for underage girls to come to the house for sexual massages? Objection. What are you talking about? Sure, would Jeffrey Epstein's assistants, I think earlier you mentioned, we talked about blank, who worked in the role as an assistant, or blank. Would Jeffrey Epstein's assistants arrange times for underage girls to come over the house for sexual massages? Objection. Again, I read the police reports, so this is all happening according to the police reports when I'm no longer at the house, so I can't testify to what Jeffrey's assistants did when this kind of activity, as alleged in the reports. So you don't know? No. Would Jeffrey Epstein's assistants, meaning blank, or any other assistants that you are aware of from the time you worked there, take nude photographs of underage girls? Objection. During what period of time? During any period of time you worked. Did you observe that? I did not observe any such photographs. Are you aware if they took those kinds of photographs? I am not aware. Mr. P, can we take a 5-minute break? Videographer, it's 2:58 and we are off the record. Recess. Videographer, it's now 3:10. We're starting disc number 6 and we are back on the record. Ms. Maxwell, was it an obvious lie when Virginia said she was sent to Thailand by Epstein in September of 2002? Objection. I have no knowledge of Virginia being sent to Thailand. But may I say something? There is not a question pending unless you want to clarify something. Did you want to clarify that? No, I just wanted to say something. Is it an obvious lie when Virginia said she was given instructions to maintain telephone contact with you while she was in Thailand? Objection. Can you repeat the question? Is it an obvious lie when Virginia said she was given instructions to maintain telephone contact with you when she was in Thailand? Same objection. I have no idea what instructions Virginia was given, if any, when she went to Thailand. So you know she went to Thailand? I know she claims she went to Thailand from having read it, but given that she lied about everything, it's hard to know what is true and not true. Did it make any sense for her to be in contact with you? Would there be any reason why she needed to be in contact with you? Objection. When are we talking about? When she went to Thailand? Same objection. In 2002, would there be any reason for her to remain in contact with you? Objection. Can you ask the question again, please? Would there be any reason for Virginia to maintain contact with you in 2002 when she went to Thailand? Same objection. First of all, I didn't know that she went to Thailand. I had had nothing to do with her trip to go to Thailand, and there would absolutely no reason for her to be in touch with me whatsoever. Did you ever have a phone number that was blank? I did. Was that a cell phone number? Yes. Is that your current cell phone number? Yes. I'm going to mark a couple of things here. Maxwell, Exhibit 11, photos marked for identification. The witness. Can I say something now? Mr. P. No. The witness. Will you let me know when I can? Mr. P. When she asks you a question. So we've marked this as Exhibit 11. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 11, which is Girofa 003191 and 003192. Can you take a look at that document for me? Is that number that you just identified, the blank, as being your cell phone number? Is that your number on this document? It is. And do you know who authorized this document? I do not. Who is blank? I don't know who blank is on this document because I don't know what this document is. Do you know someone by the name of blank? I do know someone by the name of blank. Would he know your phone number? Objection. I have no idea. Why would Virginia be instructed to call Ms. Maxwell at your number on this form? Objection. I don't know what this document is. I don't know when it was done. I don't know anything about it other than I can see it has my name and number on it. So, blank, you said blank. Is he employed by Mr. Epstein? Again, it is not the only one blank on the planet, I understand. Do you know a blank that is employed by Mr. Epstein? Objection. Can you ask me the question again? Do you know someone by the name of blank that was employed by Mr. Epstein back in 2002? I do know someone who was employed by Mr. Epstein known as blank. Do you recognise the other numbers listed at the top of this document? I do not. Would you have known blank's cell number at the time in 2002? Objection. I have no idea. Can I ask you to turn to the next page, please? Do you know who blank is, who is mentioned on this document? I do not. If you look on the bottom lines of the document, it says still in Thailand during your stay. If she is, she will be staying at the same hotel. Do you recall ever giving Virginia instructions to meet the girl in Thailand? Objection. I have already testified what I didn't even know, that Virginia was going to Thailand. So you didn't give her instructions to meet a girl in Thailand. Like I said, I didn't even know she was going to Thailand. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein would have given her instructions to meet a girl in Thailand? Objection. I cannot possibly tell you what Jeffrey did or didn't do. I wouldn't know. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein paid for Virginia to go to Thailand? Again, I wouldn't know if he did. Maxwell, Exhibit 12, documents marked for identification. I'm going to direct you. You can take a look at it, and then I'm going to direct your attention to a couple of pages. Mr. P, so the record should be clear. This exhibit, which is 12, is 375, 6, 7, 8, 9, 81, and then skips to 919, 920, 921, 922, 923, 924, 925, and 926. So I'm going to direct your attention to the first page. Have you ever travelled with Jeffrey Epstein when you've received a document like this from Shoppers Travel in your own independent travel? Do you recognise this? Objection. The front form, the front page, do you recognise this Shopper Travel form? Have you ever used them as a travel agent with Jeffrey Epstein? Same objection. You can answer. I don't recognise this. Turning to the second page, which is the 00376, do you see at the top of that document where it says Jeffrey Epstein, J. Epstein, 457 Madison Avenue, 4th floor, New York, New York? Is that an address you are familiar with that is Jeffrey Epstein's? I am. Do you see below that travel on Singapore Airlines, and you are going to have to go from New York, JFK, to Singapore, Bangkok? Do you see that? Mr. P, what? The first entry is going to be on September the 27th, New York. Mr. P, I see it. Ms. Macaulay, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the witness. I see it. To Singapore, Bangkok. Singapore, Bangkok, I'm afraid are not the same place. Singapore, then Bangkok. I'm going to turn you to page, it's a little further back, 000919. And do you see at the top where it says J. Epstein, underneath Royal Princess, change mine? I do. Does this refresh your recollection that Virginia Roberts' trip to Thailand was paid for by Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. I can only testify to the piece of paper you showed me that has that information. I cannot testify from direct memory. When Virginia was travelling to Thailand, which the dates, again, I'm going to refer you back to the first page so you can see the dates. Can you identify a Bates's number, please? blank, which was at the top, says blank. I'm going to refer you at the same time to the flight logs which were marked, the thicker document that looks like this with all the log entries on it. I'm going to refer you to page, Mr. P. That's exhibit number 6, correct? I'm trying to keep the record straight. Ms. Macaulay. I don't have exhibit numbers on mine. That's to refer blank. Mr. P. Hang on 1 second. Can you repeat the number, please? Blank. And if you will look on that page at the entry under blank blank, starting with the blank, and then it runs down to the looks like the blank, that first entry has blank blank, Jeffrey Epstein, and the initials GM. Do you remember taking a trip with blank during blank? Objection. Can you repeat the question, please? Do you remember taking a trip with blank during blank? That's the blank, and it looks like through the blank. I don't remember the dates. I couldn't testify to when we actually did it, but I do remember the trip itself. So you were traveling with Jeffrey Epstein and blank at the same time Virginia was headed to Thailand. Is that correct? Objection. I don't know. Is that right? If you look at blank on the document that I gave you, the first document, and then you referred to, if you look in the same as above lines, you will see the travel group with blank. Mr. P, are you asking her to compare the documents, or are you asking her what her personal knowledge is? Ms. Macaulay, I'm asking if she can look at the doubts and tell me if she recalls that she travelling with blank at the same time this document reflects Virginia was in Thailand. I can't testify to any dates. I couldn't tell you. I can see a date and I can see a date, but I can't tell you that I have a memory of the dates. I have a memory of the trip. I don't have a memory of the time. Who is blank? Blank. What is her address? I don't know. Does she live in the United States? She does. In what state? I believe in New Jersey somewhere. Do you have her phone number? Not memorized. Do you have the ability to get her phone number? Of course. Has she ever asked, has blank blank ever asked other girls to come over to see Jeffrey Epstein for the purpose of a sexual massage? Objection. Can you ask the question again, please? Has blank ever asked girls to come over to see Jeffrey Epstein for the purpose of a sexual massage? Objection. Can you ask the question again, please? Has blank ever asked girls to come over to see Jeffrey Epstein for the purpose of a sexual massage? Objection. Can you ask again, please? Has blank ever asked girls to come over to see Jeffrey Epstein for the purpose of a sexual massage? I have no personal knowledge. What does blank do for you? She helps with my not-for-profit Ocean Foundation and any other related activities that I may have. Is she paid for by Jeffrey Epstein? No. She is paid for by you? Yes. When did you first meet blank blank? I don't recollect exactly, sometime maybe 2002, 2003. How did you meet her? I don't recollect exactly how we met. Did Jeffrey introduce you to her? I don't recollect how we met. Does she know Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. Can you ask again, please? Does blank know Jeffrey Epstein? What do you mean by know? Has she met him before? Objection. I can't recollect a time when blank. I've seen blank with Jeffrey, but you are not sure. I know they know each other. I can't testify to a meeting between them. Do you know where in New Jersey she lives? No. You don't know the city? No. How long has she worked for you? Sometime 2002, 2003. To the present? Yeah. Why do you think that blank might know Jeffrey? Objection. Because, you know, I know Jeffrey. Have you seen them together? I already testified I have not seen them together, to my recollection. Is it your testimony that blank blank knows Jeffrey Epstein through the work that she does for you? Objection. I don't recollect, and I don't recollect how I met blank, and I can't testify to what blank relationship is or is not with Jeffrey. Have you ever talked to Jeffrey about blank? I don't know what you mean. In any way, have you ever had a conversation with Jeffrey about blank? In what context? In any context. Have you ever talked to Jeffrey Epstein about blank? Blank works for me, so it's entirely possible that in the course of conversation since 2002, 2003, that a conversation in which blank name would have come up is entirely possible. I provided you with, and I'm sorry, I don't know all the numbers, but the statement that was issued by blank that should be a single page, still in your stack of exhibits there. Mr. P, Exhibit 10. Did you authorise blank to issue that statement on your behalf in January of 2015? I already testified that that was done by my lawyers. So, did you authorise your lawyers to issue a statement on your behalf through blank in January of 2015? It was determined that I had to make a statement in the United Kingdom because of the appalling lies, and I've just thought of some new ones. Virginia's statement that I celebrated her 16th birthday with her, we can all agree that that's entirely impossible. I didn't meet her until she was 17. And other lies she perpetrated, that she had a diary, and we all know is a complete fake. That's not a diary. It was just a book she was writing that you helped sell to the press, as if it was a diary, when it was just a story that she is writing, a fictional story for money. How did you arrive at the words that were put in that statement? Mr. P, I'm going to object and instruct you to the extent this calls for any privileged communications between yourself and blank or another lawyer representing you. We're asserting privilege. If you can answer that without that, feel free to answer. So what your counsel is saying, and I will exclude any privileged communications you had with your lawyers. The question is, how did you arrive at the words that were put in that statement? If you can tell me without disclosing privileged communications. I'm not sure that I can. Is the statement that you issued true? What do you mean by that? The statement that you issued, the statement that's in front of you, is it a true statement? As in that Virginia is a liar? The words you put in there, is that true? Of course they're true. When did you become aware that the statement was being released? I don't recollect exactly. What day was it? No. I'm sorry. Did you identify? I might not have caught it. Did you identify the name of the lawyer that you said you retained for purpose of this statement? I think blank. Did you pay that lawyer blank blank? Yes. Are you aware of any interstate or international transportation of a woman aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of prostitution? Objection. I'm not sure I even understand your question. I will go slower. Are you aware of any interstate, meaning between states, or international, meaning overseas transportation, of women aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of prostitution? Objection. Are you asking, I'm still not sure I understand the question. I will try to make it clearer. I'm asking you if you are aware of any interstate, meaning between states, or international transportation, meaning by flight or by car or by train, of women aged 18 to 28, their ages between the ages of 18 to 28, for the purposes of prostitution. Objection. In the world, I'm sure that happens. I read about it all the time. Not in the world. Are you aware of it in your experience with Jeffrey Epstein, of any interstate or international transportation of women aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of prostitution? Objection. So whilst I appreciate this might not seem like a smart question, what do you mean by prostitution? What are you asking me exactly? That would be sex for hire, any kind of sexual act that's paid for. Objection. Who's paying? What are you asking me? It can be paid for by anybody. It's a sexual act that's paid for. I'm asking if you are aware of any interstate or international transportation of women aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of prostitution. Objection. I have no idea what you are talking about. So you are not aware of that? No. Are you aware of any interstate or international transportation of women aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of having sex with Epstein, where they would receive compensation of any type? Objection. I don't know what you are referring to. Do you want me to repeat the question? Sure, go ahead. Are you aware of any interstate or international transportation of women aged 18 to 28 for the purpose of having sex with Jeffrey Epstein, where they would receive compensation of any type? Objection. I am not aware of what you are talking about. Are you aware of any interstate or international transportation of women aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of providing a massage for Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. So you need to repeat that question for me. Sure. Are you aware of any interstate meaning between states or international overseas transportation of women aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of providing massage for Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. I think we can agree he did travel from time to time with a professional adult masseuse. Are you aware of any interstate or international transportation of women aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of providing a massage to any person other than Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. Again, I'm not aware of anybody that, if you are asking for specifics to someone else, I have no knowledge of that. So you are not aware of any interstate or international transportation of a woman aged 18 to 28 for the purposes of providing a massage to any person other than Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. I don't recall what any single person being on a plane for a massage with someone else other than Jeffrey for the sole purpose, if that's the question. I don't have any recollection of that. Earlier in your testimony, you stated that Virginia Roberts was 17 at the time you met her. How do you know she was 17? Objection. And to the extent that calls for a privileged response, I'm instructing you not to answer. How do you know Virginia Roberts was 17 at the time you met her? Mr. P. Again, if you learned that information from your lawyer, I'm instructing you not to answer. I will follow my counsel's advice. Are you able to answer that question without telling me information you learned from a lawyer? I'm not. So you don't have independent knowledge that Virginia, according to your statement, was 17 at the time you met her? Again, my lawyer has instructed me not to answer. I'm asking you a different question. Whether you have any independent knowledge outside your lawyers that Virginia was 17 at the time you met her. Following the instructions of my lawyers, I can only remember or testify to what Mr. P. She is asking you a different question. She is asking, other than what your lawyers have told you, do you have any knowledge about her being 17? That's what she is asking. I can't recollect where I got all the information that I have that definitively shows that. Earlier in your testimony, I believe you said all of us would know that Virginia was 17 at the time you met her. How would we know that? I think you know that by her own dates, now that it was in 2000, so her entire tale of me celebrating her 16th birthday is clearly another giant falsehood. But she was 16 and 17 that year, wasn't she? Which year? You said it was 2000. The information that I have that indicates that definitively was something that is privileged, so I can't share with you. So you have privileged information that definitively tells you that she was 17 at the time you met her. I believe I do. How would we know that? What are you asking me? Earlier today, you testified that we would know that she was 17 at the time that you met her. How would we know that? I imagine you have access to exactly the same information that I do. What is this information? Again, it's privileged. I can't share it with you, but you have been on this case for, I don't know, much, much longer than I have, and I imagine you have all the information that I do. Do you know whether your lawyers have produced documents from you that would show the age that Virginia was at the time that you met her? To the extent that calls for a communication that you had with one of your lawyers, I'm instructing you not to answer that question. I assume you, as part of the discovery process, had to collect documents that were relevant to this action. Is that correct? I did. Did you collect documents that would show that Virginia was 17 at the time that you met her? I think you have everything that relates that I had. Contemporaneously, per what you asked for, that I have that relates to that. Did you have a document that identified that Virginia was 17 at the time that you met her? You have all the documents that I had. I'm not asking what documents, I'm asking, do you have a document that identifies Virginia being 17? You met her. You have every document that I have. You have seen every document that I have. That's not what I'm asking. I don't recall every document that I gave you, so I don't know. I would have to look at every single document I gave you and then review it, but as I recall, you have every document that I have. What are you planning to show the jury that will prove that Virginia was 17 when you met her? Again, that's privilege, so I can't share that with you. If you're showing the jury, it wouldn't be privileged, so is there a document you have produced in this matter that shows that Virginia was 17 at the time you met her? Mr. P, she answered that question already. She said she doesn't know. She has given you everything. If there is a decision, assuming for the moment there is such a document, just hypothetically, and assuming for the moment that it is going to get produced somewhere, if it hasn't already been produced, obviously that would involve a waiver, a future waiver of the privilege. I think that's the answer to the question. Has the document been produced? Do you know? You have everything that I have given you, so if it's not in those documents, I don't know what to tell you. Your lawyers haven't withheld any documents. They are right here, you can ask them. I'm asking you. I don't know what, they're lawyers. When we were talking earlier about blank, I asked you whether you had ever given him a gift of a puppet. Did you ever, not as a gift, did you ever see in the presence of blank a puppet? Objection. Can you be more direct, please? Sure. Were you ever in a room with blank where there was a puppet? Objection. Can you be more specific, please? And can you bound it by time and be more specific, whatever you are actually asking me? Were you ever in a room with blank blank in New York, in Jeffrey Epstein's home, where there was a puppet? Objection. What sort of puppet are you asking me? Any kind of puppet. You need to be more descriptive. I don't know what you mean by puppet. There is hand puppets, all sorts of puppets. Is there any puppet you've ever seen in Jeffrey Epstein's home in the presence of blank? Again, puppet, you know, there is lots of types of puppets. Any type of puppet. If you want to give me a description of the puppet, I would be happy to be able to say, any type of puppet. Can you be more detailed? Have you ever seen a puppet in Jeffrey Epstein's home in the presence of blank? My understanding of a puppet is a small handheld item you have in a circus. I have never seen that. Have you ever seen a puppet which is defined as a movable model of a person or animal that is used in entertainment and typically moved either by strings or controlled from above or by a hand inside it? Objection. I have not seen a puppet that fits exactly that description. Have you seen any puppet that fits any description? Objection. Can you re-ask the question, please? Yes. Have you seen any puppet that fits any description in the presence of blank blank in Jeffrey Epstein's home? Objection. I'm not aware of any small handheld puppet that was there. There was a puppet, not a puppet. There was a, I don't know, how would you describe it, really? I don't know how would you describe it. Not a puppet. I don't know how you would describe it. A caricature of blank that was in Jeffrey's home. Did you use that caricature to put the hand of the caricature on blank blank breast? Objection. I don't recollect. I recollect the puppet, but I don't recollect anything around the puppet. You characterize puppets. I characterize it as, I don't know, as a characterization of blank. Do you recollect asking Virginia Roberts to sit on blank lap with the caricature of blank? I do not recollect that. What do you remember about the caricature of the blank caricature when you were in the presence of blank blank, Virginia Roberts and blank? Objection. I don't recollect the story as told by blank or Virginia. I don't even know who. I remember the caricature of blank blank and I remember blank, but I don't recall anything else around the caricature. Did you give it to him? I did not. Who gave it to him? I don't think it was given to him at all. Did he bring it? No. Was it something that was at the house? As best I recollect. Was it something that you saw at the house in advance of blank arrival? Again, I recollect the caricature. I recollect blank. I don't recollect much else around the caricature. Was there a party going on in the house at the time you recollect the caricature? Objection. You have to be way more specific. Do you remember, you said you recollect this caricature. You recollect blank being there. Do you recollect a party going on at the time of that interaction with blank and the caricature? Objection. I don't recollect a party. First of all, they weren't really parties. I don't recollect a party. I don't know what you mean by party in the context of that scenario. Who do you recollect being at the home during the time blank was there with this caricature? Objection. I only recollect myself with blank blank. I don't recollect anybody else. You don't recollect Jeffrey Epstein being there? Actually, no. You don't recollect blank being there? No. You don't recollect Virginia Roberts being there? No. it was just you and blank. I'm not saying it was just me and blank. You are asking me do you remember? I only remember blank. I remember blank and the caricature, but I can't place the caricature in everybody else in the same context, the same time frame. You are asking me. Blank, 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 blank. Objection. Typically, there is no typical because there is no standard procedure. So I can't comment or testify to blank, blank. Do you remember them being in the house? Not specifically. Do you mind if I take a bathroom break? Videographer, it's now 3:51 and we are off the record. Recess. Videographer, it's now 4:04. We are back on the record and we're starting disc number 7. Ms. Maxwell, during what time period, I believe you said you met Jeffrey in 1991. If I'm correct there, and you've known him through the present, during what time period within those years would you say your relationship was the closest with Jeffrey? Objection. What do you mean by close? Sorry. I think earlier today you testified that at some point in time you considered yourself to be his girlfriend. Is that the closest you would say that your relationship was with him? And if so, what time period was that? Objection. I don't think I said I was his girlfriend. I would like to think of myself as maybe. I don't think sometime in the mid-90s. How close was your relationship? We were very friendly. Without going into details, was your relationship with him intimate? Yes. When was the last time you had contact with Jeffrey Epstein? What do you mean by contact? Either a phone call or email or anything of that nature. As best as I can recollect,
She's lying.
sometime last year. So you haven't talked to him, like, for example, last week, you didn't talk to him. I did not. How many times have you had either direct or indirect, meaning in the presence of him or calling or emailing, contact with Jeffrey Epstein from December the 30th, 2014 until now? I'm sorry, can you just, either in person or by phone or by email from December the 30th, 2014 until present? I can't really characterize that, but not very much. There was a period in January when you filed your whatever you filed, where we spoke, and then since then, not much at all. Can you estimate how many emails you would have sent Jeffrey from the period of December the 30th to 2014 to the present? Not very many at all. More than 20? I really wouldn't be able to characterize it because it wouldn't be that many. I wouldn't know. More than 50? It would be on the lesser side, not on the more side. Can you give me a number? I honestly couldn't. I would be guessing. How many emails has Jeffrey sent you from the period December the 30th, 2014 to the present? I would say less emails, even less emails than I sent him. More than 20? I would say on the lesser side. Less meaning 10? I really can't recall, very little. When you spoke with Jeffrey in January of 2015, what did he say to you? I really couldn't remember exactly what he said to me. Did you talk about Virginia Roberts? I'm sure we did, but I couldn't recall the exact conversation. Does Jeffrey Epstein send you text messages? No. Do you send him text messages? No. How many phone calls have you had with Jeffrey Epstein since December the 30th, 2014? Again, very few. More than 5? Probably as many as the few emails that I would characterize, so just very few. I mean, a small number. Are you aware of any disagreement between your views about Virginia Roberts and Jeffrey's views about Virginia Roberts? Objection. I cannot speculate to his views. I can only testify on my views. Earlier, you went through the series of lies. Have you talked to Jeffrey about the lies, and does he agree with you? I have discussed some of the issues with him. I can't remember specifically which ones. I just don't recall. I'm sorry. Do you recall him telling you that he didn't agree with you on any of those? I don't recall him saying that. Do you have a joint defense agreement with Jeffrey Epstein? I believe I do. Do you have a joint defense agreement with blank? I don't believe I do. Earlier today in your testimony, when I was asking you some questions, you said that you couldn't answer, but that Jeffrey Epstein could answer that question. Would Jeffrey Epstein be in a position to confirm or deny some of the obvious lies that we've discussed today? Objection. I can't possibly testify to what Jeffrey could or would say. I can't speak for him. Would Jeffrey be able to confirm or deny whether he had sex with Virginia Roberts? Objection. I can't say what Jeffrey would say.
Excuse me, y'all.
Has he discussed that with you? He has not. Would Jeffrey be able to confirm or deny whether he had a sexual massage from Virginia that first time she came to his mansion in Palm Beach? Objection. I cannot speak for what he would say. I can only speak for what I would say. So, as I testified, everything that she said about the first meeting didn't happen. So, has he told you that everything about the first meeting didn't happen? I know it didn't happen because she puts me in that room. I understand you know, but has Jeffrey said when you are talking about the obvious lies, oh yeah, that never happened? Objection. I can't specifically recall that. I don't know, but he has to agree with me because it didn't happen. Can Jeffrey Epstein, would he be able to confirm or deny whether he had sex with underage girls? Objection.
Okay, y'all. We're going to move right on into 7 here. And after that, we'll have one more, which is part 8, and that'll be the final end of the disposition. Before we get into the 8, I'm going to go over a couple of other news sources with you and give you some news sources so that you can learn more about Ghislaine and the child trafficking. So you can also learn more about our campaign here. It's called the My Our campaign. You know, it's my and then our campaign together. So it's not just mine. That's why I don't have my name behind it, because I'm not one of them type dudes. So, you know, one time I got pulled over in Mississippi, and I was telling a cop about the My Our campaign and the child trafficking campaign, and he started being real snobby with me. You know, you can always tell an agitator right away. And I really like the cops that actually do their jobs. I've never gotten pulled over by a cop that's doing their job, so just take note on that. But anyways, he was telling me, oh, well, most politicians should have their first and last name, and that's how they should run their campaign, and and I'm like, well, that's not what's going on here. And my campaign is our campaign, and it's bigger than just myself, and I'm just a speck of dust in this whole big scheme of things, and together we can make a difference, and we will. So let's go ahead and push right on into part 7.
It didn't happen. Can Jeffrey Epstein, would he be able to confirm or deny whether he had sex with underage girls? Objection. I can't testify to what Jeffrey would say. Can Jeffrey confirm or deny whether blank was on Jeffrey's island? Objection. I can't say what Jeffrey would say. I can only say what I know to be true. Has Jeffrey talked to you about the fact whether blank was on his island? As best as I can recollect, he said he was not on the island, as best as I can recollect. Can Jeffrey Epstein confirm whether he and Virginia Roberts were together in the presence of blank? Objection. I can't speak to what Jeffrey would say. Has he talked to you about Virginia Roberts' statement that she was in the presence of blank? Objection. I have not discussed individual presences with Virginia. I'm only concerned with what I know to be the stuff about me. So my focus has always been the lies and the obvious lies as something I can personally attest to. I cannot possibly talk for anything else. Has Jeffrey Epstein said to you anything along the lines of Virginia is lying when she says she met blank? Objection. Again, I'm not talking about what she says as regards to other people. I can talk to things as regards to me. I'm asking if Jeffrey ever said that to you. I don't recollect specific conversations along those things. You don't recollect him saying that to you. I don't recollect him saying to me that Virginia didn't meet blank. I'm sure that wouldn't be a conversation that we would have. It doesn't affect me so I'm really only concerned about the lies that were told as regards to me. Can Jeffrey Epstein confirm or deny whether you sent Virginia to give blank a massage? Objection. I can't say what Jeffrey would say. I can tell you I didn't. I can't tell you what anybody else. Discussed with Virginia's allegation that she gave blank a massage. Objection. I didn't know that she did say that. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein has ever sent anybody to blank to perform a massage for him? Objection. I couldn't possibly recollect whether he did anything like that. Did you ever send anybody, not Virginia, anybody else, over to blank's home for a massage? Not to the best of my knowledge. Do you know one of blank blank, friend by the name of blank blank? I do recollect a person of that name. How do you know her? I don't recollect. Did you meet her through Jeffrey? I don't recollect. Do you recall when you met her? I do not recollect. How many times have you seen blank blank in your life? The only reason I remember is because it's an unusual name, but I couldn't tell you anything else. You didn't see her on a regular basis. She wasn't one of your friends. No. Was blank a masseuse? Not to my knowledge. Do you have knowledge of whether she had a sexual relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? I have no knowledge of that. When was the last time you spoke with her? A very long, I have no idea. Would it be years? Yes. What do you remember about blank blank? Nothing really. Do you remember what she looks like? I would just be speculating on how I remember. I couldn't describe her. Do you recall travelling with her? I don't. Did you ever go to her home? I don't believe I did. Do you know where she lives? I don't. Would you have met her through Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. I already testified I don't recollect how I met her, and I remember her because her name is very unusual. So what recollection do you have of her? Do you have a specific recollection of meeting her somewhere? You just don't know when that was, or how do you know that name, blank? Objection. I don't know why the name is. I'm sorry, I have no idea. I recognise the name, but that's it. Was blank masseuse? Objection. What are you asking me? I'm sorry. When blank worked for Jeffrey Epstein, did she perform massages? I've testified that when blank came originally, she came to answer telephones. I believe at some point she became a masseuse. I don't recollect when, and I personally had massages from blank. What did blank do for Jeffrey Epstein? Did she perform massages? Anything else? Objection. When she came, she answered phones, and at some point, I believe, I don't have any firm recollection, but I believe she went to school and became a masseuse, and I had massages from her. Did you ever have any sexual interaction with her? Objection. And I'm going to instruct you, if we're talking about any consensual adult contact, you are not allowed to answer the question. Did you have any sexual contact with her in the presence of Jeffrey Epstein? Same instruction. Did you have any sexual contact with her in the presence of anybody other than Jeffrey Epstein? Same instruction. How many massages did you receive from blank? I really don't recall, but a fair amount. Did the massages involve sex? Mr. P, I'm going to instruct you not to answer. Have you ever engaged in sex with any female? Mr. P, I'm going to instruct you not to answer. Ms. Macaulay, I want the record to reflect that Miss Maxwell's attorney is directing her not to answer this series of questions. Mr. P, it definitely does. Were you responsible for introducing blank to Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. I already testified that I don't really recall blank. Were you responsible for introducing blank to Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. Again, I don't like the characterization of introduction. Blank came to answer telephones. Were you the person who bought or introduced or met blank for purposes of bringing her to Jeffrey Epstein's home? Objection. That's not how I would characterize that. How would you characterize it? I have testified that I'm responsible for finding professional people to work in the homes, age-appropriate adult people, so from pool attendants to gardeners to chefs to housekeepers to butlers to chauffeurs, and one of the functions was to be able to answer the telephones. And in the context of finding someone to answer the telephones, I did look to try to find appropriate people to answer the phones. So did you find Joanna for purposes of that role? So in the course of looking for somebody to answer phones at the house, Joanna was one of the people who said that she was willing to answer phones. Did you approach her at her school campus? Objection. I honestly don't recall how, in that moment, how I met blank and how she came to get the job, but did you typically, in your work for Jeffrey Epstein, would you typically go to school campuses to try to find individuals to work for Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. What do you mean by school? Let's characterize school. Any kind of school. Obviously not. I never went to any school with young people. Blank, I believe, came from an adult university, as I would know in England. So university, I went there, but I never went, as I best recollect, anywhere else. What university was it that you went to? I don't recall the university that she went to right now. Individuals to work for Jeffrey Epstein. As I recollect, I think that's in fact the only university I went to. Did you go there more than once? I think I went twice. Who else did you find from that university? Was there anybody other than blank? I don't recollect, I'm sorry. We are going to mark this as Maxwell 13. Maxwell Exhibit 13, documents marked for identification. Can you take a look at the document I put in front of you, please? Are you familiar with this document? I'm familiar with this actual document. How was this document created? Objection. I don't know how this document was created. You were involved in the creation of this document. I think you can see from the date that it's 2004, 2005, so no. You weren't involved in the creation of this document. Did you? We talked earlier about Mr. Epstein's house. I'm talking about the Palm Beach house, where you said there was a computer on the desk that employees had access to. People who worked for Jeffrey Epstein may have had access to. I think anybody could have had access to that. Was that computer used, if you know, to keep a log of addresses and phone contact information for Jeffrey Epstein? Are we talking about when this document was created? In general, was there, on that computer during the time that you were present with Jeffrey Epstein, was there a mechanism by which you kept electronic information of names and addresses of individuals that he knew? Objection. I can't testify to what was on that computer or not after I was gone. Not when you were gone, when you were there. If Jeffrey wanted to call, for example, say blank, would someone be able to go to that computer to pull up the address information and phone contact information for that individual? Objection. I couldn't possibly say. Did you ever have to keep track of address or phone contact information for Jeffrey Epstein? That was not my job. Did you ever do it? I'm not responsible for keeping his numbers, so that wasn't my job at all. But did you ever do it? I know it's not your job, but did you ever do it? Did you ever keep phone contact information for him? During the course of the time we were together, if he gave me a telephone number, I would give it to an assistant to put it in the computer. I could do that. Would he ask you for contact information for different individuals if he wanted to contact someone? Objection. In the course of the long period of time when I was there, it certainly would be possible for him to ask me for a telephone number. And if I had I wouldn't always have it. I'm sure it happened. Was there a hard copy book in addition to the computer? A hard copy book that you could look for numbers that were relevant to Jeffrey Epstein's life and something on the computer, or was it just an electronic version? Objection. Was there a hard copy book as well as something on the computer, or was there only electronic information on the phone numbers? Objection. I can only testify to what I know, obviously, and I believe that this is a copy of a stolen document. I would love to know how you guys got it. I'm asking, during the time you worked for Jeffrey Epstein, was there a hard copy document of any kind that kept phone numbers for Jeffrey Epstein if he needed to contact someone? The stolen document I have in front of me that you have is what you are referring to. So there was, during your time when you were there, there was no other, you mentioned there was information on a computer. Was there any hard copy document that you could refer to find someone's number? You have the stolen document in front of you. You had access to this when you worked for Jeffrey Epstein. This is, I believe, the book that was stolen. That was the hard copy of whatever was there. So when you were working for Jeffrey Epstein, you were able to access this book. This book, if this is what this is, I believe it was, this is the stolen document from his house. And you were able to access it when you worked for him. It was a document that was printed that you could, if you needed to, look for a number. Do you know how this book was created? No. When you referred to it a moment ago, to a stolen document, when blank blank turned this document over to the FBI, are you aware he described it as a document that came from your computer? Objection. I have no idea what he said or didn't say, so if you want me to reference something he said, you need to show it to me. Did you keep this document, an electronic copy of it, on your personal computer? I don't recollect. If you had to update something, for example, if there was a new number, a new individual that Jeffrey had hired that you were going to track, would you input that information into this document on your computer? Objection. I've already testified that I'm not responsible for updating and keeping these records. If you have this document on your computer, your personal computer, I told you, I don't recollect having this document on my computer. Do you know what computers this document was on, if more than one? I'm sorry, this is a long time ago, and I don't recall exactly how this was all managed. If you didn't create this document, do you know who did? Objection, I don't. I'm going to direct your attention to part of this document. It's towards the back. It's going to be page 91, and it has Bates's label, Guilford 001663. I'm going to direct your attention to the section that says Massage Florida. Did you input any of the names or numbers under that section? Objection. So this document is produced in 2004-2005, so no. But I'm sorry, correct me if I'm misunderstanding your testimony. I thought you said when you were working with Jeffrey that this document existed and it was something you utilised. I can't possibly tell you what numbers were added or not added subsequent to my departure. So you can't recall if you added any of these numbers. Objection, mischaracterises the witness's testimony. Are there any numbers on here or names that you recognise that you would have entered into this section? I have already testified that I'm not responsible for inputting numbers and names into this, so I would not be able to tell you. Are there any names or numbers under this section, Massage Florida, that you would have provided to an assistant to input into this document? I can't possibly say. Do you see under Massage Florida, about halfway down the first column, do you see a number that says blank cell? Mr. P, what page? It's 91, Bates's number 001663, about halfway down. It says, in the first column, it says blank cell. Do you see that? I do. Would you have provided after, I know you didn't hire her, Jeffrey hired her, but after you brought her to Jeffrey, would you have given her phone number to an assistant to input into this document? Objection. I didn't bring her to Jeffrey the way you characterise, and I would have no knowledge of how this number ended up in this book. I believe you, and I will try to use your words so we are clear. You met blank, is that correct? Yes. And then she began working for Jeffrey? Yes. Would you have provided...
All right, so we're just having a little bit of buffering right there, but no worries. I always call the buffering a stoplight. We're just at a stoplight, so we're just waiting for the light to turn green again. And then once it turns green, we'll go ahead and continue on this journey.
Whomever was in charge of keeping this updated with blank cell number, so you would be able to contact her if needed.
Just doing a little bit of buffering still. Thank y'all for hanging in there. Really appreciate it. We're almost just about done with this disposition. We got about, let's see.
Objection. I don't know. It could have been a number of different ways. It could have been Jeffrey who gave it to somebody.
Yep.
You just don't remember doing that. I do not. Now, as you look, I want you to take a look at the Florida massage list. It's 3 columns there. Do you, as you look at those names on the various columns, do you know the ages of any of the girls in this list? I don't know. One, I don't know who all the people are on this list, and I certainly don't know the ages. Do you know what their qualifications are? I don't know who the people are in general, so of course I don't know what their qualifications are. Do you know why Jeffrey has so many masseuses listed in Florida in his book here? Objection. Again, this book was created post my departure, so I couldn't explain why all these people were here. When you were there, you said this book existed. Yes. So, when you were there, was there a number of masseuses listed under the Florida massage? Objection. Mischaracterization of the witness's testimony. I'm asking you a question. When you were there a number of masseuses listed under the Florida massage section? When I was there, I would have, of course, there would have been some masseuses listed, but I could not tell you who or how many, and this I could not possibly because I wouldn't remember. Do you know why Jeffrey would have had so many names listed under his massage Florida? Objection. I can't testify to why Jeffrey has so many. Did he use a different masseuse every day?
I need to quit calling it a massage and a masseuse.
You can answer. When I was there, he had a massage roughly every day, one masseuse, and mostly he would have them at random times. So it would be difficult if you just only had one person, man, woman, for an adult massage to come and be available for whatever time it was. So he would have more than one person that he could call for a massage because at any given time, the one that he called first may not have been available. So would it typically be a different person each day that would give him a massage? Objection. It would be, when I was there, based on availability. Would it surprise you to learn that the federal government found? Objection. I can't testify to what the government found. I have knowledge of it. I can't speculate. On the second column towards the bottom, there is the name. It's one up from the bottom. There is the name blank. Do you know blank? I do. Who is she? She was a friend of Jeffrey's. Is she a masseuse? I don't think she was a masseuse, no. Why would she be listed under Florida massages? An input error? Is this list any individual that would have sex with Jeffrey? Objection. I wouldn't have any knowledge of that. Do you know if Jeffrey had sex with blank? Objection. First of all, I wouldn't have any knowledge of that. Miss Macaulay, we are going to take a quick break. Videographer 9, and we are off the record. Recess. Videographer, it's now 4:54 and we are back on the record, starting disc number 8. Ms. Maxwell, we were talking earlier about the journal, and I believe you said in 2004, 2005, you were no longer working and responsible for that journal. Is that correct? Objection. What are we referring to? This document right here? Yes. I don't know who is the author of this, or I can't tell you what is in here versus what would have been in here when I was around. I can't testify to that. Were you around in 2004, 2005? I already testified that I was there when Jeffrey's mother passed away, and so you know, I did visit for her passing, and I believe I was there for a couple of days in 2005. So, if an employee of Mr. Epstein in 2004 said that you were the employee's direct supervisor, would that be incorrect? Objection. What employee, what's the circumstances, and what is the story? I don't know what you are asking me. If Blank said in 2004 when he was hired, you were his direct supervisor. Would that be true? No. Were you in 2004 supervising blank blank? Objection. I never supervised blank. Did blank take orders from you? Objection. She worked for Jeffrey. If blank said you had knowledge of underage girls coming to Jeffrey's home for the purpose of sex, would you contend that this is truthful? Objection. I have no idea what you are talking about. I'm sorry. If blank said that you have knowledge of underage girls coming to Jeffrey's home for the purpose of having massages involving sex, would you say that that statement is truthful? Objection. I can't testify to what blank said or didn't say. I'm saying, if blank said that you had knowledge that there were girls coming over to the house that were underage for the purposes of sex, would that statement be true? Objection. I can't testify to what blank said or didn't say or what he thought. Did you have knowledge of underage girls coming to Jeffrey Epstein's house for the purpose of sex? No. Earlier, I believe you testified, correct me if I'm wrong, that the document that is in front of you, the thicker document, was a stolen document. Do you know who stole that document? I have read that blank stole the document. And where have you read that? I believe it was reported in the press. Earlier, we were talking about the computers at Jeffrey Epstein's home. Did you have a computer that was your computer located in Jeffrey Epstein's home? Objection. I testified to the computer already. Even when I was around, there was a computer that people had access to. So is blank telling the truth when he says that he downloaded that book from your computer? Objection. I couldn't possibly tell you what blank did or didn't do, or said or didn't say. Was it on your computer? I already testified. I have no idea where this document came from. Did you have a list of names of individuals with contact information for Jeffrey Epstein on your personal computer? Again, that wasn't my computer. I already said that was a computer that lots of people would have. So I have no recollection of this document being on it. So I don't know where this came from. I understand the computer at the house that you're referencing. On a personal computer of yours, did you have that document? I don't know where this document came from, so I can't possibly say this document was on any computer that I may have had access to. On a personal computer of your own, did you have lists of the phone numbers and contact information relating to Jeffrey Epstein? Like everybody, I have an address book, but I can't possibly testify to where this thing came from. Was it your address book, or was it addresses that related to Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. I don't know what you're asking me. On your personal computer, the address book you are referencing, was it your address book with individuals you knew, or was it an address book for your employer, Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey has his situation, and I have no... This is Jeffrey's. It came from his home, so I can't testify to anything about this in that period of time. So you didn't have on your computer a list of contact information for individuals that was related to Jeffrey Epstein. I don't recall exactly what I had back in 2004 and 2005, so I can't say what I had back then. That relates to his addresses. I can't recall. So is it possible that someone could have downloaded from your personal computer a list of names and address that were affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. this didn't come from any computer of mine. But is it possible that someone could have downloaded a list of names and addresses affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein from your computer? Objection. I already said I didn't have a computer there, so I don't know where this came from. I have no idea. I'm going to read you to some testimony from blank deposition, and it's on page 370, and I want to ask you a question about it, if it's true or false. Mr. P, I'm going to object unless you show the witness the document. Ms. Macaulay, I will pass it. We are not going to mark it. We will skip it. Did you ever tell blank that he better watch out and better keep his mouth shut with respect to what occurred at Mr. Epstein's home? Objection. It doesn't sound like anything that I would say. Did you ever threaten blank blank in any way if he were to disclose information he learned from his employment with Jeffrey Epstein? Objection. I'm happy to answer. No, I never threatened him in any way. Were you concerned that he was going to disclose that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking underage girls? Objection. First of all, there are so many things wrong with that question, but I have no knowledge of what you are talking about. Have you ever contacted or instructed anyone to contact any witness in this case for the purposes of threatening them not to testify in this case? Objection. I have never called anybody with a reference to this case with anything you just mentioned. I never threatened anyone. Have you ever directed anyone to call any witnesses relevant to this case and threaten them not to testify? Objection. I never done such a thing. Did Jeffrey Epstein or you ever ask any female, regardless of age, to carry Jeffrey's baby for him? Objection. Or anything along those lines? Objection. Can you repeat the question, please? Did you or Jeffrey Epstein ever ask any female, regardless of age, to carry Jeffrey Epstein's baby for him? Objection. Are you asking to become pregnant? Did you or Jeffrey Epstein ever ask any female to become pregnant and carry Jeffrey Epstein's baby for you or for Jeffrey? Objection. You need to be very specific. I have no idea what you are talking about. That's completely rubbish. Did you or Jeffrey Epstein ask any female to become pregnant and carry his baby for either him or you? Objection. Go ahead. I can't testify to anything Jeffrey did or didn't do when I am not present, but I have never asked anybody to carry a baby for me or anything along those lines. Objection. I want to make sure we are talking about the same thing. Not physically carry a baby, I mean become pregnant with a baby. Objection. I want to make sure we are clear. I don't know what you are asking. That's why I want to make sure we are clear. We are clear. I never asked anybody to carry a baby for me. Do you know if Jeffrey ever asked anybody to carry a baby for him? I'm not going to characterize any conversation Jeffrey had with somebody else. You are not aware of that. Is that your testimony? I am testifying I never have, and I will not testify for anything for Jeffrey. Did you ever hear Jeffrey ask anybody to carry a baby for him? I don't recollect conversation about Jeffrey and baby.
That was the main part of the conversation. Baby this, baby that, all the time.
Did Jeffrey ever tell he wanted to have a baby? I don't recollect baby conversations with Jeffrey.
Liar. She denied that one harder.
So he never told you he wanted to have a baby? I don't recollect any baby conversations with him saying he wanted to have a baby.
Liar.
Did you ever bring any females to the blank house that were not your friend's children that were under the age of 18?
The blank house, like the
Objection.
pedophile house? What is that,
I have
pedophile
never,
island?
to my knowledge, brought anybody under the age of 18 that's not a friend of my family or my nieces or nephews to the blank household. Earlier today, you testified, I believe, that with respect to your townhome, Jeffrey paid for some of that and then gave you a loan. Is that correct? Objection. I said, actually, I think it was a loan. I believe it was a loan. The whole thing? As best as I can recollect. Did you pay that loan back? I don't have any outstanding loans with him. So you paid it back? I don't have any outstanding loans with him. That's not an answer to my question. Did you pay back Jeffrey for the loans? I have paid back any loans I had with him. You have or haven't? Have. Were there any other gifts that Jeffrey gave you during the time period of, say, 1999 to the present that were in excess of $50,000? Objection. What's the question again? Did Jeffrey give you any gifts in excess of amounts of $50,000? I'm not talking about a scarf here. Or something insignificant. From 1999 to the present, I can't recollect any gifts. Over the course of time, I've driven many cars that Jeffrey provided to you. They were cars that could be driven and I just don't recall them. Were they in your name? I don't recall. You don't recall if Jeffrey Epstein ever put a car in your name? We are talking a long time ago. I really don't recall. When is the last time you had a car from Jeffrey Epstein that you used? 2000, 2001, 2002? Do you recall? I don't recall, I'm sorry. Did Jeffrey Epstein purchase anything else for you besides the townhouse and cars that would be over the amount of $50,000? I didn't say that he did. I said I had a loan. Besides the loan, I'm sorry, you are right. You did say you had a loan, and you said you paid that back, correct? That's my testimony. Anything else in excess of $50,000 that he would have purchased for you? We are talking 2002, 2001. I don't recall any gifts, really. When is the last time Jeffrey Epstein gave you a gift in excess of $50,000? Mr. P assumes facts, not in evidence. You're saying you don't remember from 2001 and 2002. I'm asking, when is the last time you remember Jeffrey Epstein purchasing a gift for you? I don't recall gifts in excess of $50,000. I barely recall gifts. I barely recall a lot of this. I'm sorry, I don't recall. Is Jeffrey Epstein paying for your legal fees in this case? No. Is he paying for anything related to this case? No. Are you aware of any grand theft police report relating to Virginia Roberts? I believe I've read a report in the press on that. Did you provide the press with a report on a grand theft by Virginia Roberts? I don't know how the press got that story. Do you know if Virginia Roberts committed a grand theft? I only know what I read in the press. Did you ever state to the press that Virginia Roberts committed a grand theft? I've never had any conversation directly with press. Did any of your representatives ever inform the press that Virginia Roberts committed a grand theft? Objection. I have no way of knowing what my representative said to press or didn't. Did they ever discuss with you the fact that they were going to report that Virginia Roberts participated in a grand theft? I don't know how. First of all, I don't know how I know that. I believe I read it in a press report. So I'm going to mark this as composite exhibit Maxwell 14, please. Maxwell exhibit 14, email marked for identification. I'm going to direct you to the page GM 00109. At the top of that page, you are going to see an email address from Jeffrey Epstein on Sunday, June the 12th, 2011 to blank blank. Yes. The reline says, this is the actual version they wanted me to send, which I changed, but this is back from my UK lawyers. Do you see that? Yes. If you go down further, you're going to see halfway through the page, you will see your email address, the blank, and you will see a statement that says, thank you. I have it now. I'm working on the letter a little. I will send final version tomorrow, and whatever it is in will be factually accurate. Beneath that, you will see blank blank, who I believe you identified earlier as one of your attorneys. And you will see a letter, starting the text of a letter starting. I want you to turn to the second page, which is GM 00110. About halfway through the page, it says you will also presumably draw attention to the fact that prior to filing her suit against Mr. Epstein, Ms. Roberts fled to the US to avoid being arrested for grand theft. Police report available. What grand theft were you referring to there that Virginia Roberts committed? Objection. I don't know. However, I believe she stole money from somewhere where she worked. How do you know that was grand theft? I don't know how I know that. So you authorised a statement that characterised that as grand theft without knowing whether it was grand theft. What month? What is the date of this? The date of this is June the 12th, 2011. So I'm afraid such a long time ago. I'm not sure how. I really couldn't testify as to how that language ended up in here. Do you have the police report? It says police report available. Do you have that document? I don't have that document. Who does? I have no idea. Would your lawyer blank have that document? I don't know who has this document. What's your basis in that statement for saying Ms. Roberts fled the US? Again, you are asking me for a statement that I made in 2011, and I can't say what in 2011 exactly the basis of that statement was. So you don't know whether or not that statement is true. This is in 2011, and it never went out, so I'm not sure exactly. But you said in your email that you were working to make it factually accurate. Is that correct? That's what it says. I'm going to mark as Maxwell 15, a document dated February the 24th, 2015. Maxwell Exhibit 15, email marked for identification. This is an email from blank, who you have identified as your blank on February the 24th, 2015 to blank, which I understand to be your email address, and blank. The subject line says, VR cried rape. Prior case dismissed as prosecutors found her not credible. Message says, Ghislaine, some helpful leakage, ... What is it you were leaking to the press? Objection. There is no foundation that she leaked anything, and you know that. What was it that you were leaking to the press in that statement? Again, I don't think that's referring to that. That's just referring to the press getting hold of whatever story it is. What was blank leaking to the press? Objection. It doesn't say blank was leaking anything. It doesn't say that. The statement says helpful leakage. Is that correct? It says helpful leakage. That doesn't mean he leaked anything. Did you leak to the press information about the subject line, VR cried rape, prior case dismissed as prosecutors found her not credible? I don't no idea what blank is referring to. I think he is referring to the press held the story. I couldn't testify to that. Did you leak to the press information regarding the statement, VR cried rape, prior case dismissed as prosecutors found her not credible, either through you or through blank? I think this is coming from the Daily Mail. That is not my question. I'm asking whether you or blank leaked that. I have no knowledge. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I have no recollection. I have no idea what she is talking about. I'm going to mark this as 16. Maxwell, Exhibit 16, email marked for identification. This is an email addressed at the top from Jeffrey Epstein on Monday, January the 12th, 2015, to blank, which I understand to be your email address. The email reads, you can issue a reward to any of Virginia's friends, acquaintances, family that come forward to help prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the blank dinner and the new version of the Virgin Islands that blank practiced in an underage orgy. Did you offer any rewards to Virginia's family or friends to contradict Virginia's story? Absolutely not. Did Jeffrey Epstein offer any rewards to any of Virginia's, as he suggests here, friends, family, or acquaintances to contradict Virginia's story? Objection. I have no idea what he did. Did he tell he was going to offer rewards to Virginia's acquaintances, friends, and family to prove her allegations were false? He did not. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein paid blank to give testimony about Virginia Roberts? I don't know who blank is. So you don't know whether Jeffrey Epstein paid her? I don't know who blank is. Have you ever contacted any of Virginia's friends, acquaintances, or family regarding this case? I don't know who Virginia's friends or family are, and I have not contacted anybody related to her in any way, shape, or form.
All right, Joe. So that ended part 8 of the Ghislaine Maxwell disposition. I mean, part 7. We are working on our final episode now. But before we get into that, we're going to go ahead and get into some other stuff. So right now, we're going to listen to the crimes recaps. And this guy's going to explain who Ghislaine Maxwell's father was, if he was a spy or who he was, and her type of connections that she had besides Epstein and all that type of stuff that's going on. So let's see what he has to say about this.
Can we talk about Ghislaine Maxwell's daddy issues? At one time, Robert Maxwell was one of the richest people in the world with the personality and ego to match. He was an oppressive father with shady business dealings and an aggressive parenting style. Now, what did Ghislaine have to do to earn her place as his favorite child? How far back does Ghislaine's pattern of accommodating and assisting criminal behavior go? Hi, I'm Chris with True Crime Recaps. Ghislaine and her legal team have been trying with everything they've got to block parts of a deposition of one of her accusers, Virginia Giuffre, from being made public. As a matter of fact, according to a Miami Herald article from just this last Wednesday, the judge blocked the release of what Ghislaine's legal team is calling critical new information to be shown as justification for not making the deposition public. I gotta just think that there must be some pretty damning stuff in that deposition for them to be so desperately trying to hide it. Now, let's dig into some of the events that shaped Robert Maxwell's life and legacy and explore his character as it pertains to his relationships with his children, and especially Ghislaine. Robert Maxwell was Bernie Madoff before Bernie Madoff.
What you have here is a kind of sociopathic, possibly borderline psychopathic character. To give you an idea of the kind of boss Robert was, he used to urinate off the top of the mirror building and was known to leave the door open when using his office toilet. Once at a charity benefit, a former editor remembers him actually going on stage, stopping the performance, and lecturing the ballerina on how to do the dance moves properly. Ghislaine was Robert's youngest and favorite daughter out of his 7 children. But even she was not spared his controlling, oppressive, and sometimes abusive behavior. According to her father's biographer in Tatler.com, Robert would question his children about world affairs, and in the event that they made a mistake, the meal would be interrupted while he physically beat the child. Even while Ghislaine studied at college, she succumbed to her father's control over her boyfriends. We don't know for certain if Ghislaine was ever willfully helpful in her father's schemes, but according to one Sunday Times article, she did at one point act as an unsuspecting mule on her father's behalf when, unbeknownst to her, she delivered an envelope to some shareholders of a very large company that was part of a scheme her father had to steal millions of dollars from them. Are you starting to see a picture emerge here of the kind of person Robert was? The way he dealt with his children, his controlling nature towards his daughter, even in her adult years, his boisterous ego, and lack of anyone willing to say anything positive about him, all point to a bullying, oppressive figure. So what happened to him? How did he die? And how does this all connect Ghislaine to Epstein? On November 4th, 1991, Maxwell had an argument with his son Kevin over a meeting he was supposed to have with the Bank of England regarding a default on 50 million pounds in loans. Now, Robert blew off the meeting and instead took his yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, off to the Canary Islands. On the morning of November 5th, the 3 pathologists who examined Robert's dead body came to 3 different conclusions, ranging from heart attack to accidental drowning. According to an article in The Independent, there were many theories about why he died. One theory was that Robert was a key informer for Israeli intelligence, and they thought he was about to go public. According to The Guardian, the man who was the first to see his body is convinced it was an accident. He's quoted as saying, "He used to get up and pee over the stern of the ship. Everybody knew this. The railings were wire, so I think he lost his balance because he was very top heavy. I don't think he committed suicide." He also said, "People were phoning me up with all the conspiracy theories, asking, do you think Maxwell was knocked off? Did you see any puncture marks behind his ears?" The third theory was that Robert committed suicide at the thought of going to prison. Ghislaine never really recovered from his death, and neither did the thousands of people Robert was secretly stealing from. After he died, it was revealed that he stole 400 million pounds from his company's pension funds and used it to set up a Ponzi scheme, basically using those funds to prop up his other failing companies. One of those companies was the New York Daily News, a company he sort of gave to Ghislaine to run for him. By this time, Ghislaine had already met Jeffrey Epstein at a party in the late 80s. When her father died, she moved to New York to live permanently, and very conveniently, there was Epstein, another very wealthy, powerful man with the matching ego to take her father's place. And just like her father, Epstein was a criminal, except that he actually went to prison for his crimes and supposedly committed suicide because, like her father, he was disgraced and out of options. But as we all know, that suicide is very questionable and way too convenient for the many powerful people he could have implicated. Ghislaine is accused of being Jeffrey Epstein's devoted employee. Nothing he wanted was out of bounds for her to arrange, even going so far as to allegedly recruit and traffic young girls to him and his friends for years, sometimes joining in on the abuse herself. Studies show that women who do the kinds of things she's accused of fall into a few different categories, one of which is the predisposed molester. These women may have been abused themselves and have addictive personalities. And then there's the male coerced offenders. These are passive women who would do almost anything to keep their man happy. After a year-long manhunt, she was finally cornered at her plush hideaway in New Hampshire, and she now sits in jail in New York awaiting trial in July 2021 for her part in Epstein's sex trafficking ring. So what do you think?
Is Ghislaine standing trial for having daddy issues? That's all for today, friends. Thanks again for watching, and please be sure to hit that bell to subscribe and get all the crime in half the time this Wednesday with Amy. Take care.
All right, y'all. That was Chris with True Crime Recaps. All right. So we got about 1 hour and 40 minutes left of the disposition. We're going to take around a 10-minute break and then come back and hit it hard for the last hour or two. And then you guys are welcome to hang out afterwards and we can party, or, at least hang out and mingle and chat, or, we could recap tomorrow. And then now that we got over the disposition, we're able to concentrate on other information. And for all of y'all that hung out through a whole disposition, thank you. It hasn't been easy, but y'all troopers. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put on some music for y'all. Let's see, what do we got here? Let's take it back to the old school. Let's see, what do we got here? Okay. I usually put on the instrumentals to settle the tone, and they ain't really offending nobody.
Purchase your beats. Holy shit.
There's that old school I promised you. Gonna keep on pushing right into the next one, y'all. If I could get 25 viewers at the same time, I will do a child trafficking freestyle for y'all. So spread this link and make me be a man of my word. And we're just going to keep it moving right on into the next one. We should be back here shortly. Remember, we're getting into the final disposition. So that's going to go on for about another hour. And then afterwards, we're going to get into Roger Stone releases new Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell information. So you guys stay tuned in after that. So go ahead and enjoy the music. Take a couple of deep breaths. Let it out slowly. Get yourself some drink. We still got about another hour and a half to 2 hours on this stream. So way to go. Thank you for hanging in there. Yep, we're just going to keep it rolling in. We got about one more instrumental for y'all. And then we're going to move right into the last part of the disposition. Go ahead and enjoy this last cut. And I'll see y'all soon. All right, it's just buffering right now. We're at another red light. But we're just waiting at the red light like we do in the auto car. Let me hear everybody say, ah. Yeah. Come on, man. Let's get this going. Let's let everybody know how important this trial is. Go ahead and growl loud. If you by yourself at your home, growl loud as loudest that you can do it. Let it out. Let it out. What up, what up? Welcome everybody that just came back to the channel. We're getting ready for this last part of this disposition. And in conclusion, we're going to have a Roger Stone clip where he's going to be releasing new Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell information. So stay tuned in for that. You're going to like that. The energy is good on that one.
And now, expresses it musically himself.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and get back into this final and last part of this torturous disposition. And for sure we all know what objective means. Objection. That's all we ever hear. Like almost every single question is objection. But we're gonna just keep grinding it down to a pulp until we get the information that we need to succeed.
Hi guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. So thank you so much if you've watched all of the other parts of the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. I'm really pleased to say that we have all made it through, and this is the final part, part 8 of the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. What I've done is put all of the appendices at the end of the narration, so you can have a look through those if you want to. I haven't kind of narrated those because that would be very, very long and boring, I think. But yeah, we've made it. It's the last part. So yeah, I've really, really enjoyed doing it. Let me know if you want me to do any more. I'm actually thinking I may do Virginia's. I've been having a little bit of a research, as I usually do. So yeah, that may be coming up. But if you do have any other cases that you're interested in that you would like me to actually narrate, depositions, court documents, anything like that, then do leave a comment below and let me know. Otherwise, like and subscribe and enjoy the final episode, part 8 of Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. I don't know who Virginia's friends or family are, and I have not contacted anybody related to her in any way, shape or form. I will turn you, I believe it's the thicker document, which is Maxwell. I believe it was 14, right there. The compilation document to GM. At the bottom, GM 00071.
You actually may want to turn to the prior page 70 so you can see the email chain at the top of the page. Mr. P, I don't have a 00071 on mine. Ms. Macaulay, it's the second page in that document. Mr. P, okay. It's dated Friday, March the 11th, 2011, from Maxwell to Jeffrey with the title Daily Mail, and there is a forward from blank to you and a number of other individuals. That's on the cover page, and as you scroll to the second page, you are going to see that part of the chain that I'm asking about. And that is the chain at the bottom, which is dated the 3rd of the 10th, 2011, from blank. And it says, we should think about the letter to the editor. School can be university. Age of consent in Florida is complex. See below if you are 16 years old. A sexual relationship with someone between 18 and 24 is legal in Florida. Two persons
California,
between
it's
16
12
and
and
24.
22.
Florida Statute 794.05. A person 24 years of age or older who engages in sexual activity with a person 16 or 17 years of age commits a felony in the second degree. So as soon as you turn 16, you are able to have sexual relations, and you can have sexual relations with a minor under the age of 18 until your 24th birthday. Why were you concerned with the age of consent in Florida? Objection. I wasn't concerned. I think this was somebody sending me the statute for informational purposes. Who is blank? He is the person who blank boss, I believe. I don't know what the relationship is. I didn't hear you. Blank, I'm not sure exactly. Why would he be sending you information addressing concerns about the age of consent in Florida? Objection. I think he was just trying to be telling me details that would happen. Virginia in 11 was claiming she was 15 and we thought she was 17. I didn't know what the statutes were in Florida, and I think he was just trying to be helpful so I would know. Did you have a concern that you had violated this statute in Florida? Objection. No. Did you have a concern that Jeffrey Epstein had violated this statute in Florida? I'm not concerned what happened with Jeffrey. I'm only concerned what happens with me. Why did you communicate with blank blank about the sexual consent age in Florida? Objection. It misstates her testimony. I wasn't concerned. I think he was being helpful and stating what the statute was. I'm going to turn you now in that same stack the Bates number GM00088. At the top of the email, you are going to see Jeffrey Epstein, dated June the 8th, 2011, to you, and it's got a reline, Vanity Fair. If you go down the chain, you will see where it says under your email, do you have a problem with anything I said? Were you communicating with Jeffrey to confirm what statements you could put in any press releases you were given? Objection. Any interest I have is in accuracy. Were you confirming with Jeffrey Epstein what information you could put in a press release? Objection. Again, I'm only looking for accuracy. Why would you ask him if he had a problem with anything you were saying? If there is anything I characterized, that was not correct. That's not what you said. You said, do you have a problem with anything I said? Objection. There is no question pending. Ms. Macaulay, there is. Mr. P, that's not a question. It's a statement. Ms. Macaulay, don't interrupt me. Did you say, do you have a problem with anything I said? That was asking, in my parlance, that I wanted him to check it for accuracy. Did he tell you there was anything inaccurate about the statement? Again, I have to read the whole thing to figure that out. Were you coordinating with Jeffrey Epstein during this time period in 2011 regarding statements that you were issuing to the press? Mr. P. Did you withdraw? The last question. Ms. Macaulay, I'm not withdrawing anything. I'm asking a question. Mr. P. There was a question pending. You didn't let the witness answer the question. Then you moved on to another question. So I'm asking for clarification for the record now. Which question are we answering? Ms. Macaulay, there is an answer. The question was, did he tell you anything? There was anything in the statement inaccurate about the statement, and she said again, I read the whole thing. The witness, I would have to, Ms. Macaulay, I would have to read the whole thing to figure that out. Mr. P. Then she started reading it, and you asked another question. Ms. Macaulay, that's the question. Mr. P. I'm wondering if it's still pending. Ms. Macaulay, it was answered. Were you coordinating with Jeffrey Epstein during the time period in 2011 regarding the statements you were issuing to the press? Objection. I only wanted to be accurate in any factual statements that I made. You knew at the time that Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted for sexual abuse of a minor. Is that correct? Objection. He was sentenced, I believe, for underage, soliciting an underage prostitute. You knew that he was a registered sex offender? Yes. You were coordinating with him the statement that you were going to be making to the press to confirm whether they were accurate in your words. Objection. I was not coordinating with Jeffrey. He had details that I did not have. I was not party to his case. I needed to have information in order to be able to respond, so I was not coordinating with him. I was merely asking for details that I could have. Did Jeffrey write any of your press statements for you? No. He didn't draft any of them. I have a lawyer who was working on this, and that was, I asked, I believe, as I recollect, asked him for information to make sure I was being accurate in the representations for whatever I was discussing. Did Jeffrey provide you with any drafts of statements to provide to the press? I only recall drafts from my lawyer. I will mark this as Maxwell 17. Maxwell Exhibit 17, email marked for identification. This is an email from you on January the 10th, 2015 to blank blank. The statement you had before you earlier, that, if you can pull that in front of you, the one-page press release that you gave, you might know from memory. Was the press release that you issued with the statement about Virginia issued in or around January the 2nd, 2015? As best as I can recollect. I want to turn your attention to the document I just handed you, which is Bates's number 001044. From you to blank blank. It says in the first sentence, I'm out of my depth to understand defamation, other legal hazards, and I don't want to end up in a lawsuit aimed at me from anyone, if I can help it. Apparently even saying Virginia is a liar has hazards. You knew at the time you called Virginia a liar in early January of 2015, that was something that would result in a lawsuit. Is that correct? Objection. I have legal advice that I took. But you knew in early January by making a statement calling Virginia a liar that you were subjecting yourself to a legal dispute with her. Objection. I took legal advice as to what should be said and not be said, and the legal advice that came from the United Kingdom was, Mr. P, you are not allowed to talk about any legal advice that you got from anybody that's a lawyer. Sorry. So, is it correct, without telling me what you talked to your lawyers about, that you knew, because this is dated January the 10th, that when you made this statement in early January, January the 2nd of 2015, you knew that calling Virginia a liar would subject you to a legal action. Isn't that correct? Objection. As to what you knew, whatever she knows would be privileged. Ms. Macaulay, I'm asking if she knows. I'm not asking her to tell me about her privileged communications. All I can say is I asked a question and received legal advice. Maxwell, Exhibit 18, email marked for identification. This is an email dated January the 15th, 2015 from Jeffrey Epstein to you. It states in the first line, do you want blank to come out and say she was the girlfriend during the time? Mr. P. Objection. The question, and actually the word is blank. There is no vowel in there. Ms. Macaulay, I was just trying to pronounce it. This email reads, do you want blank without a vowel to come out and say she was the girlfriend during the time? Who was Jeffrey Epstein referring to? I believe he was referring to blank. Why was he asking you if you wanted blank to come out and say she was the girlfriend? Objection. The way the press and you were characterizing me is I was with Jeffrey throughout this entire period of time, and I was not. Was blank with Jeffrey during this period of time?
Excuse me.
I believe she was. Did Jeffrey come out and tell the press it was blank and not you that was with him as he is proposing here? I don't believe he did. Did you want him to do that? No, I didn't ask him to do anything, no. So, do you know in January of 2015, was blank his girlfriend? 2015, I have no idea who was his girlfriend in 2015. I'm sorry, you are correct. In the period of 1999 to 2002, was blank his girlfriend? They spent a lot of time together. Did you talk to blank about going to the press and saying that she was the girlfriend and not you? I have never spoken to blank. Was blank offered any money to make a statement that she was the girlfriend? Objection. I have no idea. I have never spoken to blank and I don't know anything. I have no idea. Maxwell, Exhibit 19, email marked for identification. That's an email from Jeffrey to Maxwell dated January the 25th, 2015. I will direct your attention to the bottom email, which is from you on Saturday, January the 24th, 2015. It says, I would appreciate it if blank would come out and say she was your girlfriend. I think she was from the end of 99 to 2002. Does that refresh your recollection that you asked Jeffrey to have blank come out and say she was his girlfriend? I'm sure I would loved anybody to come out and say they were with Jeffrey rather than me. Was that an accurate statement you were asking to be made to the press? Objection. When is this? 2015. The statement is whether she was the girlfriend from 99 to 2002, as the email reads. What is your question? My question is, was that an accurate statement you were going to be giving to the press? I didn't make the statement and blank never came out, so it's completely moot. My question is, was it an accurate statement that blank was the girlfriend from 99 to 2002, or were you just making that up for purposes of deflecting press from you? Objection. As I said, they spent a lot of time together, and were you also his girlfriend from 99 to 2002? I don't, if I would have ever characterised myself as his girlfriend. but blank at that time was with him as much, if not more, than I was. I will mark this as Maxwell 20. Maxwell Exhibit 20, email marked for identification. This is an email at the top. It's Bates's labelled 001060. At the top is a chain from Jeffrey to you on January the 11th, 2015. And if you look below, I'm going to start at the bottom of that chain, which is January the 11th at 9:15 from Jeffrey, and he wrote, blank, do you have an article coming out in Monday's paper? If so, could you please forward us a copy? Do you know what blank Jeffrey was referring to there? I don't know. If you look up in the email chain, do you see an email address from blank, blank responding to that letter? I do. So that would be blank that Jeffrey was emailing at that time, according to this chain, correct? It certainly looks like it. The email from blank to Jeffrey is nothing on Monday. I'm working on several possible articles about unfairness in the legal process that allows false charges to be inserted into legal documents with no opportunity to respond. And do you see the above that Jeffrey's email to you says, quote, careful? Is that to me or to blank? Jeffrey to blank at the top. Why was Jeffrey telling you to be careful? Objection. I have no idea. What was he concerned about with blank? Suggestion in the email below. Objection. I can't possibly know. Did you discuss with him why he told you to be careful? I had limited contact with him. I don't recall where this goes in the chain. Why he was telling me to be careful, I have no idea. Did you respond to this email? If you don't have it, I didn't respond. Did you ever delete emails during the period of January of 2015? I have every email that you asked for in Discovery that I gave you. That's not my question. Did you ever delete emails in January of 2015? I have not deleted anything that you have asked me for in Discovery. I have given you everything that I have. That is not my question. My question is, did you ever delete emails in January of 2015? In the normal course of my work, there are emails from spam that I delete. That is the type of email I've deleted. Anything that is material to what you want, I have not deleted. How do you know that? Well, anybody that's to do with Jeffrey or blank or women or anything of which I know you are interested in, of which I have anything I would not have done because I don't want to subject myself to. Have you had your computer forensically copied for purposes of this litigation? Objection. Has someone made a copy of your computer for purposes of this litigation? No. Are you a citizen of the United States? I am. Are you also a citizen of England? I am. Are you a citizen of any other land? Terima. That's the name of your charity project that deals with oceans, is that correct? Yeah, I'm French as well.
She
Has
says
Jeffrey
a French
Epstein
passport,
funded Terima
a
for
British
you?
passport, and an American
He
passport.
did give some money to Terima, yes. How much? I believe it was $50,000. Earlier today, you said you were in the process of resolving the sale of your townhome. Where do you intend to live once your townhome is sold? That's a good question. I don't have an answer for you yet. You don't have a present plan. Do you intend to live in the United States? I don't have a present plan. Are you living outside of your townhome right now, or are you still there? I'm just couch surfing. Has Jeffrey Epstein ever purchased a company for you or put a company in your name? Objection. I have no recollection. Is there a Ghislaine Maxwell Corporation, for example? No, not that I'm aware of that has anything to do with me. There may be with one that someone else owns or started, but not one that is related to me. Ms. Macaulay, I'm going to take a short break and make sure to keep it short because I know you wanted to. I just want to wrap up what we have left. Videographer, it's now 5:49. We are off the record. Recess. Videographer, it's now 6 p.m. and we are back on the record. Ms. Maxwell, do you recall being subpoenaed for a deposition back in 2009? I do. Why did you avoid giving your deposition in that case when you were subpoenaed and had the opportunity to tell your side of the story? Objection. That's not what happened. What happened? As I best recall, I was subpoenaed and a date was set for the subpoena and everything was set, and I believe it was with Brad Edwards, correct me if I'm wrong, and Brad Edwards failed to show up for the subpoena. So your testimony is Brad Edwards did not show up for the deposition that had been set. Correct. Did you give any statement that your mother was ill and therefore you couldn't take your deposition and had to leave the country indefinitely? That's an entirely separate situation. Brad Edwards was involved in the blank. I believe you know is when fake suits were created in Jeffrey's case and blank, and Brad Edwards worked for that firm. And Mr. Edwards worked for that firm. So when the subpoena came, Brad Edwards was involved with blank in the case. So when I was called for subpoena, then, and I had a subpoena, date and time set, Brad Edwards went AWOL, meaning he failed to respond to calls and failed to get in touch with my attorneys, even though a date and time was set for the subpoena. And so that's what's happened to that subpoena. It just didn't happen. We may be talking about two different cases, so I'll ask the question again. Was there ever a time where you were subpoenaed to sit for a deposition that you could not make it because you said that your mother was ill? So that is the same subpoena that Brad Edwards failed to turn up for. And then I think 5 or 6 months passed between, a period of time, I can't characterise it exactly, a period of time passed where then he resurfaced and asked for a new subpoena to be, a new time to be set. And because he had contacted the press and done all sorts of things that you guys are familiar with, I believe it was my lawyer suggested that I should have some sort of protective order. And I believe between the time for when Brad Edwards, Reese's and Jeffrey's and other people's cases, in between the time when they were trying to figure out the protective situation for me. My mother was sick. She is 89. She was 89 at that time. So we all have parents. So anyone, I don't know how old your parents are, but any parent or godparent, any individual who is in the late 80s, 90s, we can understand has health issues. So my mother's health was deteriorating very rapidly at that time. And we had issues at home with who she would talk to and how to manage her healthcare situation. And so I went home. They were still arguing about the protective order. Is it your testimony that there was not a date set for your deposition at the time you left to go to see your mother? I don't believe so. Are you friends with the blank? I am. Did you attend a wedding of blank a few weeks after the date was set? Let's say a few weeks after you left to go to see your mother who was ill. I don't recall exactly when I left, but it was before, a few weeks before. I don't remember the exact timing of that, so I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? Did you come back to the United States to attend blank wedding? I attended blank wedding, but I don't know if I came back specifically for that or not. When we were looking at the flight logs earlier, there was a flight where you ended up in blank. I believe it was in blank. Do you know how you got clearance to land at that blank? I need to have a look at whatever document. It's one of the flight logs. It was on the flight with blank when we were talking about you landed at blank. I know you are a pilot. Do you know what you had to do to get clearance to land at that naval base? Mr. P, if you need to look at something to answer the question, you can. If you can't answer the question without looking at something, just indicate such. Regardless, I wouldn't have any knowledge of that. Was blank travelling with you on the flights you were on with blank? I would have to look at a document. I wouldn't know if she was on all of them or not. I don't know. Do you recall her being on any of them? To the best of my recollection, I think she was. I don't recollect exactly what flight she was on or not. Blank was one of the co-conspirators physically in the non-constitution agreement. Is that correct? Objection. I have never seen the document, but my understanding, I believe, is that she was. Did you ever stay the night ever at blank house? Blank. Have you ever stayed the night there? In his home, blank. Yes. I don't believe I did. Are you aware of anybody providing Jeffrey with two 12-year-old girls as a birthday present? Objection. No. Are you aware of anybody ever providing Jeffrey with French girls under the age of 18 as a birthday present? Objection. No. Do you know whether blank provided girls under the age of 18 to Jeffrey for the purposes of sex? Objection. The answer is no. I don't know anything about that. Did you ever witness blank blank bringing girls under the age of 18 to any of Jeffrey's residences? Objection. I don't recollect blank coming to the house with girls, period. Do you, when I say house, I'm including the US Virgin Island home. Do you recollect blank bringing foreign girls under the age of 18 to the US Virgin Island house? I don't recollect anything like that. Do you know how Jeffrey Epstein made his money? No. Was blank one of his clients? I have no idea. What do you know about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and blank blank? Are you talking today? Yes, today. I have no idea. Do they have a business relationship? I have no idea. Did they have a business relationship during the time that you were working for Jeffrey Epstein? I believe in the 90s when I was there, they had a business relationship. Did they have any other kind of relationship? Objection. The only relationship I'm aware of is the business relationship. Do you know why blank sold the New York house or gave the New York house to Jeffrey? If you know. Objection. I know nothing about that transaction. Can you list for me all the girls that you have met and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's house that were under the age of 18? Objection. I could only recall my family members that were there, and I could not make a list of anyone else because that list, it never happened that I can think of. I'm talking about the time you were working for Jeffrey Epstein. Can you list all girls that you found for Jeffrey Epstein that were under the age of 18 to come work for him in any capacity? Objection. I didn't find the girls. You choose the word. Mr. P. If you have a question, ask it. You don't choose the word. List all of the girls you met and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's home for the purposes of employment that were under the age of 18. Objection. I've already characterised my job was to find people, adults, professional people, to do the jobs I listed before. hall person, secretary, house person, chef, pilot, architect? I'm asking about individuals under the age of 18, not adult persons, people under the age of 18. I looked for people or tried to find people to fill professional jobs in professional situations. So Virginia Roberts was under the age of 18, correct? I think we've established that Virginia was 17. Is she the... Sorry, go ahead. Is she the only individual that you met for purposes of hiring someone for Jeffrey that was under the age of 18? Objection. Mischaracterizes her testimony. I didn't hire people. I said met. I interviewed people for jobs, for professional things. And I'm not aware of anyone, aside from now Virginia, who clearly was a masseuse, age 17, but at least that's how far we know, that I can think of that fulfilled any professional capacity for Jeffrey. List all the people under the age of 18 that you interacted with at any of Jeffrey's properties. I'm not aware of anybody that I interacted with, other than obviously Virginia, who was 17 at this point. Maxwell, Exhibit 21, email marked for identification. I'm showing you what's been marked as Maxwell 21. It's an email dated January the 21st, 2015, from Jeffrey to you. Is that, you can take a moment to take a look at it. Is that a statement that Jeffrey Epstein wrote for you to be issued to the press? Objection. The question was, is this a statement that Jeffrey Epstein wrote for you to be issued to the press? Same objection. Is there any other emails that you have that surround this that would allow me to know what? Does this have any context? These were produced by your counsel, so to extent there are emails that surround this. This is what we were given. Okay, I don't know whether he wrote this. Obviously he wrote this and sent this to me. I don't know if this is a post, a phone call we had. I can't recollect exactly. Do you know if this was issued to the press, this statement? The only press statement that was issued is the one that you have. In the paragraph refers to you being in a very long-term committed relationship with another man. Who was that other man? You don't have to answer the question. Ms. McCauley, I'm asking the identity of a witness in a statement she is giving. Mr. P, she didn't give the statement. Ms. McCauley, Jeffrey is writing to her. I'm asking who is he is referencing to a long-term relationship. You are going to refuse to let her answer that question. Mr. P, yes. Ms. McCauley, I would like to state for the record he is refusing to allow her to identify a potential witness in this litigation. So we will be back to get the answer to that question. Do you recall when you were travelling with Virginia Roberts that you would be responsible for holding her passport? Objection. I already testified. I don't recall travelling with Virginia. Do you recall whether Jeffrey Epstein, when he was travelling with a minor, someone under the age of 18, someone would hold their passport? Objection. I couldn't testify to what Jeffrey did or didn't do. You never observed him gathering a minor's passport and holding it during one of the trips you were on. I don't have a recollection of that. Are you familiar with a company called Hyperion Air, Inc.? I am. Is that a company you are affiliated with? No. Is that a company that Jeffrey owns? I knew it back in 2001, back when I was working. I have no idea what that is today. What about JEGE? Are you familiar with that company? JEGE Inc. I don't recall it. You don't recall? It vaguely rings a bell. I don't remember what it relates to. What about J. Epstein Virgin Islands Foundation, Inc.? Are you familiar with that company? No. How did J. Epstein and Company, Inc.? Again, I don't recall his business names and affiliations. How about NES LLC? Are you familiar with that name? Again, I think that was one of his businesses, but I don't recall. Do you know what that business did? I don't. How about New York Strategy Group, Inc.? I don't know. What about Ghislaine Maxwell Company? Are you familiar with that company? I never heard of that. Is that a company you are on record as being either a board member or having a position of authority in? Objection. I've never heard of that business. Negative, unflattering, private, or potentially embarrassing information does Jeffrey Epstein know about you? Objection. I imagine none. Does he know? Does he have any knowledge of any illegal activity that you have conducted? Objection.
Yes, he does.
If you want to ask Jeffrey questions about me, you would have to ask him. Have you ever been involved in any illegal activity in your lifetime? Objection. I can't think of anything I have done that is illegal. Have you ever been arrested? I have a DUI in the UK a long time ago. Is that the only arrest you have on your record? Yes. I will mark as Maxwell 22 this email. Maxwell Exhibit 22 email marked for identification. This is dated January the 21st, 2015. It's from Jeffrey Epstein to you, forwarding The Guardian, and I would like you to look at the chain of emails so you understand have an appreciation for who is on this. It's a 3-page document. The bottom of the email appears to be a message from, at the very bottom, there is a signature block for blank, 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 and above that, there is a message from a blank, blank, blank. Do you see that? Uh-huh. Do you know who blank is? I do not. Above that, there is a message from blank and you, and it says, so this isn't getting better, latest from our chums at The Guardian, and above that you will see on January the 21st an email from you where you wrote, see below. And right above the chain, you will see Jeffrey Epstein to you on January the 21st, and his statement to you is, this will now end, but I think a dismissive statement is okay. What did he mean by his statement? This will now end. Objection. I have no idea. Did you discuss with him what he meant by the statement, this will now end? I don't recall. Was he taking any action to ensure that, quote, this will now end? I have no idea. Maxwell Exhibit 23, email marked for identification. This is an email from, if you look at the chain at the top, you will see it's from you to Jeffrey on January the 27th, and the email at the bottom of the chain is from Jeffrey to you on January the 27th. He states, what happened to you and your statement, question mark, and you put at the top, I have not decided what to do. Uh-huh. Why was Jeffrey interested in you making a statement to the press? Objection. I don't know that he was interested. We made a statement and then I was being advised to make an additional statement and I never did. Was Jeffrey communicating with you regularly on what additional statement you might make? Objection. No, I've communicated with him very little as possible. Why did you feel you had to keep him informed of statements you were making to the press? Objection. I didn't feel I had to. Then, why you were communicating with him about statements you were making to the press?
Objection. Insofar as this is the case, it's really all about Jeffrey. It's not a case about me. In 2009, did you direct your lawyer, either directly or indirectly, to tell Brad Edwards that you were unavailable to attend a deposition? Objection. And this is a privileged communication, as I understand the question, what someone said or didn't say to their lawyer, so don't answer the question. Can you answer that question without revealing a privileged communication? Can you ask the question again? In 2009, did you direct your lawyer to tell Brad Edwards that you were unavailable to attend a deposition? Same instruction. Did you make any statement in 2009 to anybody that you were unavailable to attend a deposition? My mother was sick, and I don't recall exactly the sequence of events, but what sequence of events do exist was handled by my lawyers. What is your understanding of Jeffrey Epstein's non-prosecution agreement? I have no idea. Do you have an understanding of the co-conspirators listed in the non-prosecution agreement? Objection. I have no knowledge of his agreement, whatever that is. Do you know, you mentioned earlier today that blank was one of the listed co-conspirators. Do you know who the other co-conspirators are in the non-prosecution agreement? Objection. I do not know. What did Jeffrey Epstein tell you about the non-prosecution agreement? I don't think I've ever discussed it with him. How did you come to learn that blank was covered by the non-prosecution agreement? I believe I read it in the press. Did you have any discussions with blank about the non-prosecution agreement? I have not had any discussions with blank. When is the last time you spoke to blank? Maybe 2005, 2006 maybe? And same with blank? When is the last time you recall speaking with blank? Probably even more time before that. Maybe. I've never had communications really with blank. I'm sorry I didn't hear that.
Sure.
I never had communications with her.
Yeah, right.
You were working for Jeffrey at the same time blank was also working for Jeffrey. Isn't that correct? I didn't know what blank did for Jeffrey, so I didn't characterize what her relationship or work or not was. And I was still helping him with his construction projects and the like, but I never crossed paths with blank. What did you think blank was doing for Jeffrey? I have no idea what blank was doing for Jeffrey. Did you observe blank at any of Jeffrey's houses while you were there? She was at the house on occasion. What would she be doing there? I have no idea. Did you know if she lived at his houses? I have no idea. Did you ever go into a bedroom and see her belongings at one of the houses? Not that I recall, no. I'm going to mark this as Maxwell Exhibit 24. Maxwell Exhibit 24, email marked for identification. You can see at the top of the first page, which is GM0001. It's dated January 3rd, 2015, from you to the blank. Is that blank who we referred to today? Yes. And can you tell me, it says, have some info, call me when you have a moment. What is redacted there? I don't recall, I'm sorry. Do you know why there is a redaction on this document? You would have to confer with my lawyers. What did you discuss on that call? I don't have any specific knowledge of the call. So the call is being made on Saturday, January 3rd, 2015. Objection. The document states, it's Saturday, January 3rd, 2015. You issued your press release on January the 2nd, 2015. Were you discussing with blank blank the subject of Virginia Roberts during these calls? Objection. I don't know if I spoke to him.
I would like you to turn to GM 0002 at the bottom chain, says blank. Saturday, January the 3rd to blank. And he says, let me know when we can talk. Got some specific questions to ask you about Virginia Roberts. Do you recall having a conversation with blank about Virginia Roberts in or around early January of 2015? I don't know if we actually spoke. Did you ever speak to blank about Virginia Roberts after you issued your statement on January the 2nd, 2015? I know that we did speak at some point, but I don't recollect when we spoke. What did you talk about? Just what a liar she is. What did he say to you? What a liar she is. Did he tell you why he thought she was a liar? I don't think he told me why she was a liar. The substance of everything that she said was a lie with regards to him. What did you say to him? She is a liar. That was the whole conversation. It was, you said to him, she is a liar, and he said to you, she is a liar. And did you discuss any of the details about what those lies were? I don't recollect. Was that only one conversation you had? I don't recollect.
She got amnesia all of a
I
sudden.
don't recollect actually the conversation, but in detail, other than we both said she was a liar. Do you regularly communicate with blank? Objection. What do you mean by regularly? Do you email with him once a month, once every 2 months, or text him or call him? No, we are not in that type of regular touch. Do you travel with him regularly? I don't know. I have travelled with him. We have travelled together, but regularly is not a correct characterisation. Do you travel with him more than once a year? There is no standard. There is no set pattern. The answer to that was no. Have you ever observed him with any underage, any women, female, under the age of 18, interacting that's not a child or a family friend, interacting for the purposes of a sexual relationship with that individual? Objection. I've never seen blank interact in any way of that nature. Have you ever gone to dinner with him with any individual under the age of 18 that's not a family member or friend of yours that is under the age of 18? Objection. We've been to dinner all the time. I am not sure who is at dinner with us. I can't testify to that. Has he ever brought a female under the age of 18 that's not a relative of his? He has children. I said not relatives. I can't possibly testify to who he comes to dinner with. I wouldn't recall. To your knowledge, has he ever had a relationship with any female under the age of 18 for purposes of a romantic relationship, to your knowledge? I can't testify to blank relationship. You haven't observed that? No. Have you talked to blank about coming to testify at trial in this case? No. When was the last time you communicated with blank? 1994, 95. I believe earlier, did you say that when is the last time you've been to his home in blank? I said you asked me if I stayed the night. I'm asking you a different question. When is the last time you have been to his home in blank? Roughly the same time. In the middle of the 90s sometime, mid-90s. Not in the years 2000, 2002, mid-90s. Have you ever communicated with any representative of blank? Objection. I mean, I've been to his in the mid-90s. I would have communicated with people who worked for him. Have you communicated with blank blank about this case? No. Have you ever seen a topless female at any one of Jeffrey Epstein's properties? Objection. You've asked this question, by the way, earlier on today. Again, I testified that there are people who, from time to time, in the privacy of a swimming pool, have maybe taken a bikini top off or something, but it's not common, and certainly when I was at the house, I don't really recollect seeing that kind of activity. Have you ever smoked cigarettes? Yes.
I'm glad surprised she didn't object
Have
to
you
that.
ever smoked cigarettes with Virginia Roberts?
Objection.
I don't recall smoking cigarettes
Probably.
with Virginia Roberts.
If you're in the presence, I mean, a smoker ain't
I'm
gonna stop
marking this
smoking.
as Maxwell
for anybody.
25. Maxwell Exhibit 25, email marked for identification. I'm showing you what has been marked as Maxwell 25. This is an email dated January the 11th, 2015 at the top. Do you see that? That from Jeffrey to you. And then below there is an email from blank to you and CCing blank on January the 11th, 2015. Do you see that? It says, Dear Ghislaine, as you know, I've been working behind the scenes and this article comes from that. It helps but doesn't answer the VR claims. I will get the criminal allegations out. This shows the MOS will print truth, not just a VR voice piece. We can only make the truth by making a statement. What did he mean when he said, I will get the criminal allegations out? What was he referring to? Objection. I have no idea. Were there criminal allegations about Virginia that either your lawyer or blank were leaking to the press? Objection. I have no idea. Did you ask him what he meant when he said, I will get the criminal allegations out? I don't recollect the conversation. Did you direct him to leak to the press criminal allegations about Virginia Roberts? I already testified that I have no knowledge of what you are asking me. Were you copied on this email, correct? I was. Did Jeffrey Epstein assist in obtaining information about criminal allegations relating to Virginia Roberts? Objection. I have no recollection. Did blank assist in obtaining information regarding criminal allegations of Virginia Roberts? Objection. I have no knowledge of that. Did you ever discuss that with blank blank? Discuss what? Criminal allegations about Virginia Roberts? I don't believe I have. Have you ever discussed allegations relating to... Do you know if Jeffrey Epstein had any relationship with the US government, either working for the CIA or the FBI in his lifetime? Objection. I have no knowledge of that. Do you know if Jeffrey Epstein has any friends that are in the CIA or FBI? Objection. I have no idea. Are you aware of an investigation of Jeffrey Epstein in the early 80s relating to the SEC? Objection. I have no knowledge of that. Are you aware that Jeffrey Epstein has told people that he worked for the government to recover stolen funds? Objection. I don't recall conversations about that. Has he ever told you that he worked for the US government? I don't recollect that. You don't recollect, or has he never told you that? I have no knowledge. I don't recollect him telling me he worked for the government. Does Jeffrey Epstein have any affiliation with the Israeli government? Objection. I have no knowledge of that. Do you know if he ever performed any work for the Israeli government? I have no knowledge of that. Have you ever visited Israel with Jeffrey Epstein? I'm sorry, I don't recollect. You've seen the flight logs that I provided you today. Are there, during the time you worked for Jeffrey Epstein, were there times that you flew on commercial flights rather than Jeffrey Epstein's planes? Yes. How often did that occur? Recently. Were there other flights that you recall flying on with Jeffrey Epstein that were on flights that where blank was not the pilot? Blank was not always the pilot. How many planes did Jeffrey Epstein have during the time you were with him? Objection. So you need to give me a date range. During the time period of 1992 through when you left your employment, which I think you said was in 2009. So in the 90s, he had one plane, and at some point in the 2000s, he had two planes, but I can't testify to anything past 2002, 2003. What happened to his planes after that? Do you know what travel agency, if any, Jeffrey would use when he would send someone, for example, you or one of his other employees, on a flight somewhere? Did he use a particular travel agency to make those arrangements? I don't recall. Were you ever responsible for making those arrangements for other individuals? I don't recall making flight arrangements. Was it a New York travel agent that you would use for those arrangements? Again, we are talking 16, 17, 18 years. I just don't recall anything to do with travel agents. Would Jeffrey Epstein ever fly, for example, blank, on a commercial flight to meet you in New Mexico? Objection. I can't testify to that. Do you recall a trip where you met blank in New Mexico? No, I don't recall any specific trip. No. Why would you be sent to New Mexico? Is there a reason why you would go there in the course of the work you were doing for Jeffrey? Objection. I was never sent. I had a job to do and I would have to go to New Mexico for work. Would blank assist in that project? Objection. No, the project was largely complete by the end. I don't remember the dates exactly, but it was largely complete by the 1990s, 2000s. Do you know why blank would be going to New Mexico to meet you? Objection. I don't know. She worked for Jeffrey. Mr. P. I think we are out of time, counsel. Videographer. It's true. Ms. Macaulay. I will state for the record there were questions today that remain unanswered because the witness has been instructed not to answer those questions, and we will be raising our objections with the court to be able to have those questions answered in the near future. Mr. P. So we are clear, we are designating this entire deposition as confidential under the protective order. That would cover the paralegal who's been present, as well as the court reporter and the videographer, and all the lawyers in the room. Videographer. This concludes today's proceedings. We are off the record at 6:43 p.m. Time noted, 6:43 p.m.
All right, y'all. Give yourself a round of applause for hanging in there. That was sure quite something, wasn't it? So, what's everybody's feedback about this whole disposition? Hey, Laura, you said, "Oh my goodness, when was that recorded?" Devotion said, "Well, this one was pre-recorded by her name is Fuller Shiz. Let me put it down for here. And what I did is I just played it back for us so that we could have something to go off of, so that we have something to know about the trial. But let's give a big shout out to Fuller Shiz is what she goes by. All right. But you agree, Black Flame Nova said you agree with your cousin Kyle that Kyle Rittenhouse was partly a distraction. This trial should be live streamed too. It's important, if not more important than the Rittenhouse. Well, you're right about that. Devotion said, so that was from this week. She actually put those series out in October. So just recently, towards the end of last month. So not quite a full month, but she did do all those, and she did a great job. Margaret Doe said that she's guilty AF to release the names. Well, she's been doing a lot of like hiding objection this and objection that. She's like an objection queen, huh? What do you guys think? Man, that was torture. It was brutal. I'm glad that you guys were able to hang in there with me. I'm glad that we had some company because that was getting pretty rough there. Yeah. Devotion as said they should put her on death row and give her an option to talk in 3 months. I wonder if we could do stuff like that, but we have to take things through legislation and do them the way that the Constitution has set up for us. So there's a way. We just have to outsmart the prosecutor, and really you don't have to outsmart. You just have to ask the right questions, and they'll eventually have to break. I'm gonna put a little bit of music on in the background while we're talking. So Devotion said, got to let her marinate. Well, that's what she's been doing. The judge denied her bail 4 times. And she offered to put up a bunch of money. Yeah. But she tried coming up with all kinds of excuses. Her mom, the living conditions, this and that. But you can't let her out because she has 3 different passports. So there's no way that they're going to let her walk on a bail. This case is too sensitive. This case is not about like any other state. Like it's not a state versus her. This is the United States versus Ghislaine Maxwell. So it's a federal case for sure. So it's not just some little small hometown stuff. But the case is being tried in Manhattan. So if anybody wants to go to Manhattan and demand that we get live coverage, we could put together a crew and just handle that. Marguerite said, integrate everybody in the books. Well, they have like 90% of all the world's leaders and politicians and people in the clergy and all that kind of stuff that are involved with all this. And so she could be the key to just making it fall like dominoes. And if they're lined up good, they'll all fall. Devotion said the thing is the amount of people with money and influences involved in these horrible things. Yeah, well, that's right. You know, but justice will prevail. He's got to keep that faith. And I have a plan, you know. And once I get into office, I'm going to make that plan happen. And I can't do it without y'all. You know, I didn't name the campaign after myself because I ain't looking for that. I named the campaign My Hour. You know, it's like it's my and our campaign together. So it's all of us are going to run for office at the same time. If one of us is in, we're all going to be in, and we're going to make decisions that way and take care of business. But I got a secret plan that's going to take effect. But I need to get into office first. Black Flame Nova said it really shows our government protects pedophiles. You're right. It's a pedophile network. And if you go to my channel earlier, in my other videos, I'm starting a 7 series on the age of consent law that breaks down all this stuff. And the only way that we're going to be able to control it is through legislation. And so go check out that series. I got 6 more to do, but you'll find it very interesting and disgusting at the same time. But I would recommend going and watching that video after this feed ends, and and you'll be surprised by that. I was in DC around the time that I took that, and the vibe over there is just not good at all. Yeah, my nose was always running. I wasn't feeling good. I always had a headache over there. As soon as I left that area, everything got clear again. So, you know. Black Flame Nova said they wouldn't listen even if we did. They will not live stream this. It's tied. He said it's tied to globalism and everything else too much. Well, you know what they say, man. It only takes one. So we just gotta catch them slipping, and we catch it. We will catch them slipping, and we're catching them slipping now. That's why she's backed into the corner like a little rat. That's why they won't let her out. They go in and they flash her on 15 minutes every 15 minutes to make sure that she's still there and alive. They ain't letting it get to her. You know, we got this one cornered. She's trapped. And what we got to do is all come together and pray, ask the Lord through Jesus that she can have a change of heart. And she does the right thing coming up on the 29th. Devotion said that the more they keep it out of the media, the better chance they have of sweeping it under the rug. But that they're going to try. But together, and what we got going on here, plus other patriots, we're going to make it happen. And we can't do it without each other. This is the my hour. We all got to do this. Devotion said they operate outside of the laws. You're correct about that. But see, our founding fathers put together a structure where even if somebody wants to operate outside of the laws, it's going to take maybe many lives and many heartaches and maybe a lot of bloodshed, but the structure is built there. And it's just like it says in the Bible, if you build your house on a solid foundation, nor the water or the wind can blow it away, take it away. You know what I mean? So you don't build your house on sand. This country was not built on sand. We built this country on the Constitution. And so it will prevail. You just got to hang in there and fight for it, because nothing that's worth it ever comes easy. Lori Graham said, that's where we, the people, keep paying attention. Well, we've already paid attention long enough, and I appreciate that, but we got to do some action now. And we can't let them forget about this. They keep calling this case sex trafficking, human trafficking, 14-year-old and up. They're not talking about what it really is, which is a corporate structure of the child, baby, infant trafficking, which is the most desired the most desired, we're going to say type of product that they desire is an infant between the ages of 0 to 1 year old. And that's how young they like to get them, so they can do whatever they got to do with them. And then statistics show that usually by the age of the ones that are trafficked between 0 and 1 year old are usually dead by the age of 5. You know, so just let that sink in, you know. And I'll talk about it more on a different feed. We can get into that one too. If you want me to go live for another 20 hours, I will. I don't care. I'll go live for infinity hours. Have the same kind of attitude, so they're going to be able to go ahead and take care of that business for you. You understand? And take that hit and you know, do it like that. So don't underestimate the power of kindness. Sometimes you could just ask somebody nicely, and a lot of stuff will be taken care of. I do have a GoFundMe and a PM to handle this. If you give me a moment, I'll go ahead and get the GoFundMe link. I haven't used it in such a while. I started the GoFundMe link, if I have to guess, about 2 years ago. And I was trying to raise $9,000 so I could stay in DC and, you know, hire a campaign manager and get everything done. And I had the goal set for $9,000, and God blessed us with $100. So we have $9,900 more to go. 900 and what is that? Yeah, $900 to go. So, but let me go ahead and get that ready for you, and I'll try to post it here before we end this discussion. Let's see. Black Flame Nova said that Jay Dion Alex said very much that has a solid on what's going on with the transmission and agenda outside the pedophile stuff. This has to be a plan since possibly before the Fed. Let me read that again. Black Flame Nova said, Jay Dion, Alex J, very much has a solid on what's going on with transhumanism and the agenda outside the pedophile stuff. This has been a plan since possibly before the Feds. Yeah, well, you know, that guy Alex is pretty much accurate on everything he does, and I've stood with him at a march or two, you know. But their whole agenda, it starts with this children, because they just like your little neighborhood weed dealer or your little coke dealer, your pill dealer, or shoot, even take your little alcohol dealer at the corner store, for example. Y'all got to have your substance no matter what it is, right? You know, some people it's food, some's addiction. But these people, these guys are doing something that's completely different, which is called adrenochrome. And that's their drug of choice. And if you don't know what that's about, you better go look it up, because we could get into that one for, you know, until the end of time, because that's been going on for centuries. And so we definitely need to always start with the children. Once we start with the children, we can start ironing out the wrinkles on everything else. So if we can start there, I have this plan. Once you put me into office, I'm going to be able to make sure that not one child gets trafficked or abused for their entire life up until the age of 18. This plan was God sent, and it was heaven sent. And I need to get in office to make it happen. So when we get into office, we're all going to make it happen together, and we're all going to stand together. Black Flame Nova said that we should brand that Prawn Hub, while we at it. Yeah, you know what I mean? The thing about our structured laws here and the way that the Constitution was structured is we have the ability to be covered under the First Amendment to speak and act and display stuff mostly however you want, even if you don't agree with it. And which is one thing that we all can't put up with is pedophilia. We can put up with a lot, but we can't put up with that, you know. And how we gotta, the only way that we're gonna protect our media from here in the future, and this is something else that we can all hit Congress with at the House and take over, is we have to start by giving the media back to the people, letting the public run it, and be public funded, because that's right there. If you try stepping up to that, you 99% lost the battle already, because people are so influenced by social media and their phones and different news source outlets that sometimes it takes a couple of decades just to find a reliable news source that you know ain't thinking the funk after a while. You know what I mean? And so the only way that we're going to do that is by giving the media back to the people. And once we do that, and then, you know, a lot of these are everything, radio stations, you can have a small time, you can own some stuff, but there's a couple of things that we should write into, I guess, the Constitution. If we can write some laws into the Constitution that never get changed, even by an executive order, that will allow us to own all outlets of media, so that we're all covered under the Constitution. And even we got immigrants coming in and crossing the border that want a new life. That's okay. We want a new life for them too. But we want everybody to do it the correct way, so that they could be a part of what's really going on here and enrich America the way it's supposed to be. And so, you know, I have the perfect plan, you know, for a lot of stuff, but I'm gonna need to get in, and then as soon as I get in, you know, it's gonna be, the devil said he's gonna attack us 7 times more once we get back in. So who knows how this future is gonna hold, you know. Oh man, that InfoWars, it's been trying for even before Alex's dad, he was even in it, because the spirit of InfoWars has just probably been around since the beginning of time. And after Alex and after Harrison Smith and Owen and all the good people over there, it's gonna flow into somebody else until this fight is officially won and saved by our Savior. And you know, right now he's coming to collect, and the devil is here to collect too. So, you know, these guys are literally at the table staring off right now, if you guys understand what I'm talking about there. But, you know, InfoWars and Band.vid, you know, everybody should be tuning in and paying attention to that. You know what I mean? You know, pretty much it could be your new coffee, you know what I mean? Take a sip of some InfoWars, you know, and get yourself some products if you need to, because I don't see any other news source that's spitting it and laying it down like them dudes. You know, like, you remember after they banned Trump off Twitter and off Facebook and all that, they started banning everybody like dominoes. And so you had all these guys that thought they were First Amendment, but really end up being bought. And so, I'm not going to say some of these new news sources that came out claiming they're, what do we call it? They favor the First Amendment over anything. They ended up switching around and turning. You know what I mean? Just let's take Bryson Gray, for example. Let's just call his ass out. He's supposed to be this Christian conservative rapper, right? But now if you try to go and hang out with him on his channel, he's charging $3.99 a month. You know what I mean? So he's definitely the devil got him all twisted up. That's just like asking, once you get to know God our Father through Jesus Christ, that he's going to go ahead and try to charge you $3.99 a month for reading the Bible from that point after you get to know him. So I'm just saying that everything is fake and corrupt, and you got to keep your eyes peeled and your ear to the ground and listen for the footprints. You know what I'm saying? But Devotion said death doesn't always go about spreading the information right away, but really does have facts, and it has been discredited for years. Hey, you're on point with that. And you know what I mean? One good thing about talking about subjects like this is that there's no gray. It's always one side or the other, and you know who you're talking to right when you talk to them. So just let that soak in. We all learned earlier this year what an agitator was, right? So everybody knows what an agitator is. Money is the root of all evil, and I know that, and that's why I don't even care. I'm self-made. I don't need $1. I'll run for free. I just need you to get me in there so I can go explain. You tell me what's going on, I'll go explain. Sometimes I can talk to people that people will never get to talk to because I know how to talk to and I know how to ask questions. I can ask people a question and make them fold after just one sentence, but I need your help to get over there because, I have a small circle and I want to keep it that way. But our small circle could be my, our, so we can all do this. My, our. Coming up soon, I'm gonna go ahead and put on some footage we have from Roger Stone where Alex is he's interviewing him. Some parts of the video are gonna cut out because Roger loses feed, but we went ahead and connected the transmission back with him via telephone, and so there's gonna be a small little cut in there, but just stay patient. Until then, we're gonna let another song or two ride out and let y'all talk about it. I'm gonna go let my dogs out, let them do their thing, and then I'll be back with y'all in about 10 minutes.
So while everybody out there wants to leave their opinion on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, how, oh my God, white privilege, all that fucking nonsense, we know already. We fucking know the history of this country. But why are we not talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's trial? Started today, Friday, November 19, 2021, which is way more serious. We talking about child sex trafficking. She was the closest affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. That's not live stream, her child. And nobody else is talking about a trial like that. All I see is Kyle Rittenhouse black, white fucking bullshit. What about the kids, y'all? The unheard voices. Let's make this go viral. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles out there. So while everybody out there wants to leave their opinion on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, how, oh my God, white privilege, all that fucking nonsense, we know already. We fucking know the history of this country. But why are we not talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's trial? Started today, Friday, November 19, 2021, which is way more serious. We talking about child sex trafficking. She was the closest affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. That's not live stream, her child. And nobody else is talking about a trial like that. All I see is Kyle Rittenhouse black, white fucking bullshit. What about the kids, y'all? The unheard voices. Let's make this go viral. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles. The kids, y'all. The unheard voices. The kids, y'all. What about the kids, y'all? Bullshit. What about the kids? Bullshit. What about the kids, y'all? The unheard voices. Let's make this go viral. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles. What about the kids, y'all? The unheard voices. Let's make this go viral. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles out there. What about the kids, y'all? The unheard voices. Let's make this go viral. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles out there. What about the kids, y'all? The unheard voices. Let's make this go viral. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles. Fuck Ghislaine Maxwell and all y'all pedophiles out.
All right, y'all. That's what's up. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to go ahead and get to the next segment of our conclusion of our show here, the live. I'll keep going live all day if you just let me know if that's what you need me to do. But I'm going to set up the pretext. So we're discussing information that Roger releases about Epstein and Ghislaine. And this is, I think he released it a couple of days before he was to get sentenced for a case. And everybody's welcome to chip in on this convo if you feel like it. But during the part of the interview, Alex is interviewing him and the feed kind of cuts out. So you got to have a little bit of patience because we're waiting for it to buffer. But it actually didn't buffer as well right away. So what we did is we called him back on the phone and we're going to go ahead and finish the interview off that way. So just be a little patient during that little transition. All right, here we go.
Jeffrey Berman, who was fired. It is absolutely true what you say regarding the U.S. Attorney, Jeffrey Berman, who was fired by Attorney General Barr roughly 10 days ago. The mainstream fake news media was trying to say that Berman was fired because of his intense investigations into Donald Trump's businesses. But that is a fake news lie. The truth is, Berman was fired because he was opposed to the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell and because he refuses to move forward on the Anthony Weiner laptop case. You'll remember that as the case where Huma Abedin, the right-hand henchwoman of Hillary Clinton, forwarded over 600,000 emails, some of them classified, to a computer jointly used by her and her pedophile husband, former Congressman Anthony Weiner, and it is thought that this was her blackmail file. This was her insurance file.
We got a big exclusive with Roger Stone. I had to twist his arm to do this. He's only days away from a potential death sentence. If anything happens to him in prison, it is on this tyrant judge's head. We'll talk about that. The emergency appeal he just filed.
This was a while back for Roger.
Lost his house, doing the show out of an apartment. Nothing wrong with that, but that's how serious and real this is, folks. You don't know the cost of this. Believe me, I've been sued a bunch of attack. I know what it costs. It's devastating. But we're in a fight. It's okay. He's a winner. He's a fighter. He's not a victim. He's a target. He understands that, but he needs your help. So do we. We're in this together. And then I asked him, like last week, I said, please come on about the Ghislaine Maxwell Epstein. I know you know the inside baseball and where that's going and what's happened with the U.S. attorneys. And so he's got some intel for you on that whole situation. The AP and others reported that she's got tapes of these world leaders. She's got all the blackmail material. Well, the FBI reported Epstein has all these CDs with it. Where are those? We're taking out the New York facility. So we've got him here for just the next 20 minutes or so. Roger, thanks for coming on with us today. You've got the floor.
Alex, thanks for having me on because the situation surrounding my case changes so quickly, literally minute to minute. And the info warriors have been among my most loyal supporters, including everybody that works right there in your facility, not to mention you yourself. So I always want my supporters who are praying for me, who have helped finance my defense and helped my family to know the latest. You're absolutely right. I'm at 7 days away from being sent to a prison where the federal Bureau of Prisons has tried very hard to cover up a substantial and growing coronavirus crisis. Last week they had no cases. Now they say they have one. Blowers in the facility, both inmates and prison guards are to there, tell us that there are additional cases that are being concealed. But as you know, I'm years old with a history of respiratory problems my entire life. I would be at great risk. I would be extraordinarily vulnerable. We have filed an emergency motion with Judge Jackson based on the government's policy, based on my health, based on the law, and she denied it. Yesterday, we had no choice but to file an emergency appeal with the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, making essentially the case that Jackson was wrong across the board, and that I had a real life and death situation. I'm not confident.
Roger, stay right there. We're having that Max Headroom thing, that show from the early 80s where he would literally, from somehow your Skype does that. We may connect with your cell phone here in a moment, but let me see if it clears up here for just a second or see if maybe some stuff can be shut down there on your computer. But I mean, this is really happening. They've released all these rapists and murderers and criminals, some of which had just served a few months in the case of Harvey Weinstein, but you supposedly lied to Congress, which has been proven fraud. They had a show trial. They had a totally rigged deal, rigged jury. It's all come out, and now you've still got to go to prison. This is insane. Yeah, we're gonna connect with him on cell phone. We're gonna go right back to Roger Stone here in just a moment, and then he's gonna give you the latest on Ghislaine Maxwell and what this really means and why the Clintons and others are so incredibly scared right now. But Roger Stone's defense fund, we can put that up on screen. They've really tried to bankrupt him, stonedefensefund.com. And I hope you will all go there, and I hope that you will support him because I'm in the same position. The Democrats filed over 50 lawsuits on us. We're down to 8. They've got Georgetown University, the Vatican suing us over our speech. We have the Democratic Party funding groups suing us. I mean, it is a total and complete war. So we now have Roger Stone over the phone and Skype. Roger, please continue with the persecution, 7 days out from jail, the emergency appeal you just filed.
Well, first of all, Alex, you're absolutely right. I never realized how much I looked like Max Headroom. But moving on from that, I'm 7 days away from being sent to a prison where the Federal Bureau of Prisons is dissembling about how many actual cases of COVID-19 they have among both prison workers and inmates. I'm 67 years old with a history of respiratory problems. This is, in essence, a death sentence. By the way, the folks at Media Matters who are mocking me, greetings, guys. No, it really is a death sentence. Make sure you get that in your headline. The point, of course, is that now I've gone to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals to appeal the judge's ruling to essentially send me to my maker. And we've asked for immediate emergency expedition of that. But I've been quite candid. I don't have high hopes that the D.C. Circuit is going to do anything other than remand the decision back to Judge Jackson. The important thing is at that point, I will have exhausted every possible legal remedy my lawyers can come up with. And there is only one man on the planet who I have been very clear that I am praying for, that he will, in an act of mercy and justice, grant an act of clemency so I can get justice in my case. All I want is a commutation of my sentence so that I can follow out my appeal and win. I will be exonerated on appeal, but I have to live long enough. And the appeal, as you know, is a year away and probably another $1 million.
And let's be absolutely clear about this. This isn't just Roger Stone. We're all Roger Stone. If they can continue to politically persecute people and put people in prison, they admit you're the beta test. As you know, we can't get into it. They want to put me in prison right now. They're trying to build a case against me as well. They're not planning to stop. They've already brought back the Russiagate BS again.
Well, Alex, we're in the same boat for the same reason. We're truth tellers. We have dared to stick our thumb in the eye of the political establishment to tell the people the truth. And I've done so, as you have, without regard to party. The Bushes are just as corrupt as the Clintons. They're equally corrupt, and they're all in it together. And now the worst possible thing happened that they could imagine. Donald Trump, an uncontrollable nationalist, a man who loves America, a man who believes in American exceptionalism and America's destiny and America's sovereignty, comes along and upsets their plan. They had it all worked out. That was the plan.
But guess what? The best laid plans of mice and men ought to go astray. By the way, your phone's the best HD audio I ever heard. We'll be back with Roger to shift gears into the latest on Jeffrey Epstein and so much more. His advice to President Trump in 2020. Roger Stone, straight ahead. Stay with us. Give me back my bullets. And Roger Stone is definitely a big old magazine of bullets in Trump's truth gun, and we need him to get pardoned or clemency. He's going to jail in 7 days, political prisoner. More on that in a moment. But first, Roger, I know you don't tell me you got news unless you got news. You live near Palm Beach. You know what's going on with Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, her getting finally arrested, the Southern District of New York U.S. attorney being removed reportedly for blocking the investigation. All of this starting to come to the head. What is the inside scoop on the word that she has these, get out of jail free cards, these secret tapes of world leaders raping children? We know the FBI says there's hundreds of DVDs that Epstein had of this. Where is all that? What is the big breaking news, Roger Stone?
Well, Alex, first of all, those who've been following InfoWars over the long term first heard about Jeffrey Epstein right here. In fact, nothing you have learned about this overnight billionaire pedophile in the last 18 months was not in my book, The Clintons' War on Women, in 2016.
That's right.
Bill Clinton's 28 trips on the Lolita Express.
Which was a blueprint for Trump to go after Clinton when he put out fake allegations against the president and candidate. That's why they really hate your ass.
There's no question. And the fact that two of the prosecutors in my case are closely affiliated with Hillary Clinton, the two lead prosecutors, show you that my prosecution is a vindication, is a retribution play and it's over my book on Jeffrey Epstein. Now, let's be very clear. Epstein was first convicted in Florida when the Palm Beach city police conducted an extensive undercover investigation, and they were prepared, and they handed the state prosecutor an open shut case for child sex trafficking, child exploitation, and the kind of crimes that end you up in prison forever. The state's attorney ended up charging Epstein with 1 count of solicitation. The police chief, who was a very honest guy, was outraged. He went to the U.S. attorney for this district and said, something's wrong. Either the prosecutor has been threatened or he's been paid, but we handed him an airtight case for child sex trafficking, the exploitation of at least 33 children who were still in the jurisdiction, and he took a dive. The U.S. attorney, whose name was Acosta, conducted his own investigation, and then he simply rubber stamped the state investigation and sealed it, hoping that none of us would ever know what really happened. When he was later appointed Secretary of Labor and was asked, what about your handling of Jeffrey Epstein? He said, and I quote, well, he's in the intelligence community. It's their problem, which I think explains the situation here. Now, I know some say that Epstein was Mossad. My research does not indicate that. My research indicates he had worked for the Mossad. He'd also worked for the United States. He had worked for anybody with money.
That's right. He was a triple agent contractor just going around setting people up.
Right, and the blackmail was the entire game here. Now, it's funny to watch liberals try to call him a Trump associate because they ran in the same social circles. But Donald Trump never visited his island. Now, Donald Trump never went to any parties. Donald Trump was never on his airplane. Bill
Gates did, and Bill Clinton did over and over again. Turns out Bill Gates would literally stay with him sometimes for weeks on end.
And as I first revealed, I think Bill was going to the island because of his affair with Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the connection. They were having a torrid affair, both in New York and in the Virgin Islands. And it is absolutely true what you say regarding the U.S. attorney, Jeffrey Berman, who was fired by Attorney General Barr roughly 10 days ago. The mainstream fake news media was trying to say that Berman was fired because of his intense investigations into Donald Trump's businesses. But that is a fake news lie. The truth is, Berman was fired because he was opposed to the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell, and because he refuses to move forward on the Anthony Weiner laptop case. You'll remember that as the case where Huma Abedin, the right-hand henchwoman of Hillary Clinton, forwarded over 600,000 emails, some of them classified, to a computer jointly used by her and her pedophile husband, former Congressman Anthony Weiner. And it is thought that this was her blackmail file. This was her insurance file. Officers with the New York Police Department who initially found this material in a routine investigation into Weiner for sex texting underage girls and immediately reported it to the FBI. But NYPD sources have told me that these videos include evidence of graft, corruption, child exploitation, the torture of children. It really sounds like a treasure trove of
and what, 9 of the 12 police officers that saw the videos are dead. Reportedly, it's children being tortured to death. They say it's so horrible, and even General Flynn's lawyer is very respected. She's met with these very people that have that they told her point blank. They said, no, it's literally beyond pedophilia. It's chopping kids up.
It certainly sounds that way. So there's no question that if she wants to bargain, Ghislaine Maxwell has a lot to bargain with because her mentor, she was basically a procurer. She would cruise the bus stations, the train station, looking for runaways who would then be groomed for Epstein's own sexual gratification. And then when he got tired of them, he would farm them out to his friends like former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell or former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson or the scientist Stephen Hawking. That's really disgusting. Or who knows? I mean, I think this list is extensive. It includes politicians, people in the financial world, athletes. This guy was keeping tape on everyone, which is why I believe he was murdered. But I'm not saying he was murdered by the Clintons. I'm saying there were many, many, many people and many institutions that had an interest in silencing him. How coincidental the videos just happened to be turned off. The guards just happened to be asleep. I mean, it's insulting, really, for anyone to think.
Well, that's
It
the
is
next
insulting.
question. How long?
Courses.
How long do you think she's going to be alive? They're claiming they have the best security team ever, monitoring her every move to keep her safe right now.
Well, obviously, I think that depends on what she does. I mean, we don't know whether she's already agreed to cooperate. We don't know if she is holding back some poll cards. Here's what I do know. My new attorney, David Schoen, one of my two attorneys, really an excellent attorney, very brilliant, very aggressive. He had been retained by Epstein for his defense. Epstein paid him on a Thursday, made arrangements for him to move to New York on Friday, and Epstein died Saturday. Does that sound like a man who killed himself?
No. Well, in fact, Epstein's lawyer, I guess you have his lawyer, he's come out and said Epstein thought he was going to be killed. Is that the same lawyer?
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Now, everybody's entitled to a lawyer.
No, I get it. You're not bad to have a great defense. That's how it works. No, I understand that, yeah.
Well, I wish I'd had the same lawyers at trial, frankly, where I'm still confounded about the fact that, for example, Steve Bannon was the government's surprise star witness.
And why is he constantly hanging out? Oh, that's another. We'll cover that in a moment. Yeah, let's get back to this. He told the Senate, well, explain his perjury's cut and dry.
It's really simple. He testified before the House Intelligence Committee. That testimony was classified until about a month ago. He told the House committee he never discussed WikiLeaks with me ever on any occasion at all in 2016. Yet he showed up at my trial as a surprise witness for Mueller, and now he said, Stone and I talked about it in every conversation we had in 2016. I considered Roger Stone our access point to WikiLeaks, which would be news to me.
So what's the truth on Bannon? Because, I mean, why is he hanging out with Epstein?
It's because I think he's a globalist. I mean, when I did the research, every one of the major anti-Trump globalists who weaseled their way into the administration, H.R. McMaster, Rex Tillerson, every one of them, you can trace the patronage right to Steve Bannon. So he may go on TV where he's stolen the name of the radio show started by Owen Schroyer and myself, The War Room. I guess we should call ours The Real War Room. But he talks the talk, but he doesn't walk the walk. I mean, the guy, first of all, when it comes to personal appearance, the guy has pioneered the whole idea of hobo chic. He looks like
he's pioneered. He looks like a reanimated corpse. He looks like a dead body. Let's do 5 more minutes. We got to go. But I want to talk about what is happening in the campaign, COVID-19, what do you think Trump should do? 7 days out, Roger. I'm so glad your new attorney tells you to go out to interviews. Yes, I love that advice. My God, the whole thing is about shutting you up. What a crime with 118 days left. They want to make the 111 last days with no Roger Stone. That's not American. We are back live. We are broadcasting worldwide. All right, Roger Stone, who I'd like to try to get on every day if we can before they try to throw his ass in prison. There's so much big news, the campaign, other key points you want to make the short time we have, but separately, Trump's got to give you clemency. He's signaled he's going to do it, but why not go with the full pardon? Why not double down, get in their face and literally make you a campaign advisor or something? I know you don't even want that. You like to be informal, do whatever you want as a free agent, but I just think we need to start doubling down. America wants that. They want us to own it. They want us to just get back in their face and stop groveling. Does that make sense? Roger? We got a little bit of technical difficulty. We're going right back to Roger here as soon as we get him here in a moment. I think he thought that was a 4-minute break. It's a 2-minute break there at the end of the hour. Roger, 2020 election advice to the president. What's your comments to the president? And why not just get a pardon instead of just a clemency, Roger?
Just makes me. It's what they said they were going to.
Yeah. They may have lost audio to us, but hey, that's the great part about Skype. It's like you're talking to Mars, you're talking to Venus, you're talking to Pluto, you're talking to the moon, you're talking to Antarctica, you're talking to the Keebler elves, you're talking to the Easter Bunny.
Skype, huh?
I think they probably just have lost the feed from us. So that happens. It's the fun of Skype. Roger is a great political operative, a good guy, but he is technical stuff, which is understandable. But in this whole COVID world now, we're all learning how to get all of our stuff a little bit better. So he may, this is interesting though. Let's put Roger on screen here. He doesn't even know he's on there. Hey, Roger.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you're awesome. I know that's only a 2-minute break. Sorry, we should have told you. Not a 4-minute break. But the time we have left, why not get a full pardon? Why shouldn't Trump just double down and go all the way?
Well, look, that is entirely up to the president. But in all honesty, I would like to fight for exoneration. I'd like to be formally vindicated. But the problem here is I have to live long enough to do that. So those well-meaning patriots who say, look, Stone can just go to jail for 4 or 5 months and then be pardoned after the election, I don't think they understand. I won't be alive after the election if that happens, and therefore the pardon, the appeal would die with me. The reason that it's essential that that's precisely the point. Whereas a pardon, that ends the whole thing. So, commute, you're going through it. I lost
We're
my
all
home,
going through it.
I lost my insurance, I lost my savings, I lost my car, I lost my voice, I lost my ability to make a living. They want to silence you while they're lynching.
Yeah, they're sending a message with you. That's why we've got to support you.
So people need to go to stonedefensefund.com, stonedefensefund.com. People need to go to the Infowars.com site and get themselves a Roger Stone Did Nothing Wrong t-shirt, the special Infowars edition, which I swear to you will end up in the Smithsonian eventually. And they're not going to be any more of them. It's a limited edition, folks. So go.
Roger, you could still be thrown in jail in 7 days. If Trump doesn't give you clemency, I'm going to get major pissed. I know we think he is going to do the right thing. I know you got to go. Let's talk again very, very soon. Come back tomorrow if you got the time, please.
Well, Alex, the most important thing for you to do is to begin the countdown again, because otherwise people don't recognize how short-term this is. So please begin the countdown.
Oh, yeah, you're the beta test to arrest everybody. We got to save you.
Band that video. All right, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and play a few more songs, and I'm going to go through a couple more little short tidbits for y'all, and then we're probably going to wrap this up in the next 45 minutes to an hour. But first, let's go back to Daniel Platt, Flat Earth. Let's see what he got to say. He posted something about 5 hours ago.
All right, one more real quick one. Trolls, don't forget to complain about the washing machine or comment about the washing machine or the water heater. For those actually concerned about the message, the reason I've been getting on the Maxwell trial is it was my impression they would use the reaction from the Rittenhouse trial to suppress the Maxwell trial in the media. It's obvious they don't want a lot of this information in this trial coming out, you would think. And if they do, I would be as suspicious as if they were trying to bury it. In other words, I don't trust a word these people say regardless. Dell, Beyond the Imaginary Curve channel yesterday was kind of mentioning how, you know, they're controlling every aspect, every narrative from every side. So, you know, always be vigilant and question what they're telling you. But I would say it would seem to me they want to continue to keep, again, the evidence against the elite that Epstein and Maxwell were connected to as mum as possible in the eyes of the public. So if Rittenhouse isn't going to be what they use to suppress it, is it going to be COVID, riots, lockdown riots, or, whatever? The point is, there's a good chance they'll use some major event to try to suppress this trial. So be aware of it. And this is why I started talking about it so early and questioning why no one else is, to make people aware because I believe, depending on which narrative they want to push, they very well there could be an unfortunate event that clogs up the media cycle once again. So, and if not, if they start allowing all this out, I would question why again and start looking for the false savior they're going to present you.
Antichrist.
If they take this wicked cabal out, the deep state, whatever, they got to present a savior, right? Question everything.
All right, y'all. Let's get back into some little outro music so y'all can relax and kind of enjoy the day you've been through. That whole disposition was rough on you. All right. Let's go ahead and relax and enjoy it for a few. I'll get you a couple more little clips, and then we're going to go ahead and exit out this live feed here in a little while. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Really appreciate it. If y'all got any questions, go ahead and spit them on the chat, and I'll answer them to you audibly. My neck kind of hurts and my finger from typing and stuff all day. I put in some work today, but it's all worth it. And I would type my fingers off if that's what it meant.
That Ghislaine Maxwell, one of Jeffrey Epstein's closest associates, was arrested. His embrace explained to me why the official narrative when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein contains more than a few holes.
That story isn't wrong, it's just incomplete. And perhaps like the best place to start with where it's incomplete is talking about Jeffrey's background. Now, Jeffrey kind of came out of
Face the jury and hearken to its verdicts.
State of Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse. As to the first count of the information, Joseph Rosenbaum. We, the jury, find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty.
Yeah!
As to the second count of the information, Richard McGinnis. We, the jury, find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty.
Yeah!
As to the third count of the information, unknown male. We, the jury, find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty.
Yeah!
As to the fourth count of the information, Anthony Huber. We, the jury, find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty.
Oh.
As to the fifth count of the information, Gage Grosskreutz, we, the jury, find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty.
Yeah! Yes!
All right, y'all. That one just started playing, so I just let it finish playing. But that Kyle Rittenhouse is just a big distraction for us. Everybody celebrating, not celebrating, coming together, not coming together, all caught up in violence and angry. Just not focusing on what needs to be focused on. And we all have that problem. I mean, I get sidetracked every day, and so do y'all. And that's just a part of it. But you have to ask the Holy Spirit to keep your guidance straight forward through the whole motion. That way we can get there every little square.
Who was hired basically when he was a taxi driver to be a school teacher at the Dalton School, which is a very fancy private school on the Upper East Side, very, very wealthy. But he was hired by a man named Donald Barr, who is the father of current Attorney General in America, William Barr. Now, that relationship aside, which is very let's say unique. Donald Barr is also an ex-OSS agent, the OSS being the precursor to the CIA. So you've got an ex-intelligence agent hiring this man out of nowhere, no college degree, plops him into high society. And from there, he gets hired as an investment banker on Wall Street. Now, so all of this stuff aside is like very much missing from the story. What did you say, Brace?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that, like, I think just the fact that Donald Barr's son is now the person who's overseeing basically the investigation into Epstein post-mortem is astounding. Yeah, exactly. And so that's a very strange shape that makes.
Yeah.
There. But just the intense involvement of people connected to various intelligence agencies, basically all down the line here, is astounding. I mean, Epstein himself used to tell people that he was something like a bag man for the CIA. That he described himself as a financial bounty hunter who would, I guess, go get money that was the CIA maybe gave to the wrong warlord or something. It's very unclear what happened there. But Ghislaine, when she enters his life in the early 90s, following the passing of her father, who, of course, you guys are British, so you know Robert Maxwell, former Labour MP, former head of a giant media conglomerate there who stole his employees' pensions, and of course, famously, allegedly, a spy for the Mossad, for Israeli intelligence services, and a guy who really liked to sort of play in that world as well. Former member of British intelligence too during World War II, where he allegedly executed a German officer, which honestly, that's fine with me. You know, I mean, there's a book written about Robert Maxwell calling him Israel's super spy. The daughter of this guy enters Epstein's life in 1991, and from there he really takes off. She introduces him to all kinds of people in high society, right? Because Ghislaine, when she was younger, she grew up friends with the royal family. She has a lot of high society contacts. She went to Oxford. She gets to New York. The kind of the story there is that she's penniless, but obviously not true. She flew on a damn Concorde jet, and she starts introducing Epstein to people that he was rich at this point, but that he might not have otherwise known. And we'd be remiss not to mention, too, that Epstein's money, it is really unclear where it came from. He doesn't seem to have actually worked at all after he was basically given rights to this American billionaire, Leslie Wexner's money. And so their relationship continues. Epstein kind of goes further and further up in high society. He's hanging out with the Clintons. Ghislaine's having dinner alone with Bill Clinton in New York. He's meeting basically every kind of rich and famous person you could ever dream of. And he's introducing a lot of them, allegedly, to very young girls. And another thing about Jeffrey Epstein, and this has been testified about over and over and over and over again, is that all of his properties were wired up with cameras, every single room.
I mean, that links to one of the leading theories as well, right? So I just want to focus on that money thing, just as a sort of summary in a way. If you watch the Netflix documentary, the story it tells you is that he became one of the richest men in America, essentially by being charming. So sort of like he didn't get a degree, but he charmed someone's parent into getting him a job at Bear Stearns, and then at Bear Stearns he charmed this guy who owned the clothes firm to sort of give him billions and billions of pounds. And you're sort of watching it thinking, fuck, this guy must have been so charming to end up with the most valuable townhouse in New York, and the only thing he's got is sort of the story doesn't sound particularly viable to me.
Does it all look? Does my hair go?
Right, we're on.
Ghislaine, you've been a philanthropist your whole career, and now you're focused on a new protectorate, the world's oceans. Tell us about your idea and how global citizens can save our common oceans.
The ocean is absolutely vital to all planetary life systems. I call it the blue heart of the planet. It creates more than 50% of the oxygen we breathe. It feeds 16% of the global population. It monitors all this, creates our weather, rainfall. It sequesters carbon. Imagine this. Anything you drop, wherever you are right now watching this, drop something on the floor. That will go into the dustbin. From the dustbin, it will go to the trash. It will go to a landfill. It will then biodegrade and end up in a water system below that, which will then go to a river, which will then go into the ocean. So every single thing that you drop on land, wherever you are, ends up in the ocean. for thousands of years now, the ocean has just ended up being basically the largest dustbin in the world. One of the other problems with the ocean is that everyone has always thought the ocean was infinite, an infinite resource, constantly able to regenerate itself. Well, that's just not true. You can't just keep expecting everything to keep going, so the fish to keep breeding and the ocean to keep healthy, because it just doesn't work that way. And I think the ocean is just too big to fail. When I was a little girl, I grew up watching Jacques Cousteau on TV, and I was mesmerized by the beauty of the ocean and the colorful and magnetic fish that I saw on TV. I started diving when I was 9, and then since then I've had the opportunity to go around the world multiple times, visiting some of the last remaining pristine and magnificent places on the planet, seeing what the ocean really should look like. When you see and you swim in a place and you're surrounded by thousands of sharks and beautiful, colorful corals and lots of magnificent fish, you just realize how much is missing from, say, other oceans that you visit that just don't have that kind of wildlife. And you can't really see what's happening underneath the water. Not everybody dives. The other part is that the ocean is so vast that, you know, when you go to the sea, the seashore, you only see that little piece of the seashore. You might see some plastic debris on there, but you don't see much past that. And it's very hard to connect to something that you don't feel a part of and something that you can't see. If the destructive activities were happening on land like they are happening on the ocean, I think that there would be a worldwide outcry. Less than 2% of the ocean is protected, whilst comparable on land, over 12% of the land is protected. That just makes no sense to me at all, given just how vital and important the ocean is. Overfishing is a tremendous threat. You shouldn't be able to fish where the fish are making babies. Taking out the fish in the breeding grounds doesn't make sense. It's just not smart. You cannot take out keystone species or the big sharks or the tunas and expect there not to be a knockoff massive problem in the ocean. There are, in fact, some scientists who are suggesting that by 2050 that will be depleted of major fish stocks. That's a huge problem. There are currently around 150 dead spots across the ocean. Dead spots mean hypoxic areas where there's no O2, meaning that there's no life. If the ocean dies, I'm not sure exactly what the outcome will be, but definitely not good. 64% of the ocean lies outside of any single country's jurisdiction, and under the law it forms the global commons. That means it belongs to you. And up until now, there's never been a way for you to connect to your commons, join your commons, or even indeed share in the benefits of your commons. The Terramar project is an online platform, full digital platform. At the base of it, it has a desire to educate people and bring information and create a global community around the ocean. You can come to the Terramar project, sign in, get your ocean passport that makes you a citizen of the ocean, a citizen of your global commons, spread the word that you love the ocean, tell everybody that you want it to be managed sustainably, and send a really important message to the United Nations that you want the oceans to be part of the Sustainable Development Goals being voted on in September of 2014. Tell everybody how much you love the ocean, involve your friends and family, make a difference, love your planet for generations to come.
All right, y'all. We're gonna let this mix right out for the next 15 minutes, and then we're gonna close this live out. So if you got anything to say, go ahead and bust it up there on the chat. Let's talk about it. I'll answer your questions. Thank you for everybody that's tuning in. That last audio piece was Ghislaine Maxwell herself speaking, and I just thought you might want to hear her actual voice, so that, and a little bit about her, so you could get a little feel for her personally. But I'm gonna go ahead and turn this beat back up, and let's go ahead and ride this beat out, and we'll be all right. God bless you all in Jesus' name, amen. Stop child trafficking with me. All right, we'll just keep it flowing right there. Right now, where I'm at, it's about 5:05 p.m. Just hanging out in the cut, doing a live mix for y'all. Today we discussed the disposition of the Ghislaine Maxwell case. And we got to hear the prosecuting attorney cross-examining Ghislaine herself in a audio commentary. So thank you for everybody that hung out from the beginning to the end. That was a long haul, but we did it. That's called perseverance. All right, we're just going to keep it flowing into the next cut. I think we got about 10 more minutes on this hit. Should be all right. Thank y'all for tuning in. MyOurCampaign.com, 202-643-4142. 202-643-4142. 24/7 text or call or leave a voicemail. 202-643-4142. 202-643-4142. Give me a text. Let me know what I could do for you. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You're here to tell me what to do. Put me in the office and I'll take care of all this business that you need me to do. You got something on your brain? Give it to me and I'll go and explain. My campaign. Yeah. Are you left, man? Or are you right? Are you liberal? Are you a conservative type? What's going on with you? What's your political view? I'm just trying to get it in with you for a few. Man, I'll tell you what is going down. You're not taking my gun and you're not shutting me down. I'll tell you what's on my mind. I guess since I'm like that, I'm to the right. I'll tell you right now, I take flight all night and you ain't gonna do shit, Yeah, man, we tossed it up once. We'll do it again, cause we ain't no chumps. What it was, man, was just all practice. You wanna get it in, man, you come through some cactuses. What you wanted, man, we just break you off. We some right side Christians, conservative hogs. You know, that's how we do every single day. I tell you right now, we don't care about getting paid, cause we got our own thing, we make our own wage. You know, man, we get our own pay. But back to the subject of what's going on. It's my our campaign all night long. Go ahead and hit that. It's the .com. My campaign, .com. Get it in. Just like I told you, man. Hit up on my YouTubes, my Twitters, and my Facebooks, man. Before they put me on the ban, cause I ain't trying to stand. They want me to buck dick. I ain't trying to shut down my one name for shit. Twitter just got at me, said, hey, man, take your post down or we're gonna let you not stand with your voice with my I'm like, man, this is really sour. They gave me 12 hours to do my thing, but I ain't gonna do shit. My post is gonna hang, They gonna have to take it down themselves. They're not gonna make me shut down myself because that's what they wanna do. If you wanna keep bumping that Twitter, I don't give a frick about using Twitter too. I could come up with the many other social media stools that we could get it through. It's not like we can't add our own platform too, I get it in red or blue, but my car is all red through. That's how I do. It's the MAGA caddy coming through 2024. Yeah, we coming through. Don't you think this shit's not gonna stop? Trump train come and stop. What you want to do, man? Gonna break you off. I got everybody with me this time, Holmes. We're gonna get it real time this way because we on our way with some organizing way, 2 minutes on the song. We're gonna get it in all night long. Yeah. 1776 is in the mix. 1776 is in the mix.